അത് ഒരു 3 സ്ലോട്ട്സ് ആയിട്ടാണ്, പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വലിയ സ്ലോട്ട്സുകളായിട്ടാണ്, 4 സ്ലോട്ട്സ് ആയിട്ടാണ് അത് അവരെ അറേഞ്ച് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. ടു ബിഗിൻ വിത്ത് ഫസ്റ്റ് സ്ലോട്ടിൽ 4 ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസ് ആണ് ഉള്ളത്. ഫസ്റ്റ് ISRO representing 3 officials. Second, Hindustan Life Care, HLL. And third, we have ITI Palakkad. And fourth, we have Cochin FSCT Kochi. These 4 organizations, they will present 15 minutes each. 15 minutes കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ immediately you can ask very quick questions, very brief, not a continuous discussion. It shall be you ask a question and end with an answer, finish. So like that, 1 or 2 questions we can ask. And towards the end, at 11 o'clock, for all the above 4 organizations and MSME, we will have B2B meet. Immediately outside, next 2 halls we have either side. 2 സൈഡിലായിട്ട് 2 ഹോൾസ് ഉണ്ട്. അവിടെ നമുക്ക് B2B മീറ്റ് ആവാം. ദാറ്റ് വിൽ ബി മോർ ക്രിയേറ്റീവ്. സോ എവറി PSUs വിൽ ബി ഗിവൺ 1 ഫോർമാറ്റ് ആൻഡ് PSU ഷാൽ ഫിൽ അപ്പ് ദെയർ നെയിം, ഇമെയിൽ ID, അറ്റൻഡിങ് ഓഫീസേഴ്സ് ഫോൺ നമ്പർ ആൻഡ് വിത്ത് ഹൂം ദേ ആർ ടോക്കിംഗ്. MSMEകൾ ആരാണ്, അവരുടെ യൂണിറ്റിൻ്റെ പേര്, അവരുടെ കോണ്ടാക്ട് നമ്പേഴ്സ് and regarding what, എന്ത് പ്രോഡക്റ്റിനെ പറ്റിയാണ് നിങ്ങൾ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ദാറ്റ്സ് ഓൾ. ജസ്റ്റ് നെയിം ഓഫ് ദ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ്. അത് so this is the process the entire day we will have today. So now today I hand over to the compounder to welcome the presenters one by one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let us start with the first session of the day. For that, I invite Shri V.N. Srinathan, Shri Tanumurthy, Srimati Lavanya, purchase officers of ISRO to the stage.
Good morning to all, very good morning to all. We welcome you all to this program organized by MSME in coordination with Cochin Shipyard and other government departments. We are very glad that some of our MSME vendors are also participating in this program. We will be presenting on you about our technical achievements, technical requirements, mainly focus on our technical requirements, followed by the purchase procurement policies being followed in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Department of Space, ISRO. I request we start with our program. Today's presentation, we start with our technical presentation by our scientist engineer, Mr. V.N. Srinath, located at Trivandrum, VSSC Trivandrum. I request Mr. Srinath to take over that.
Okay. Good morning to all. Myself, as introduced, Srinath. I'm working in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, VSSC. It's a major leading center for launch vehicle design and hardware realization and development of related technologies. So first we will just give a small introduction of our activities. So VSSC is majorly involved in design, development and realization activities of satellite launch vehicles and sounding rockets. And we are also involved in associated technology developments for new launch vehicle designs, solid propulsion technologies, aerodynamics, heat transfer, and structural requirements. Currently, we are having launch programs with like PSLV, GSLV, and LVM3, which is continuous flights are there. And there is an ongoing development on SSLV. Then further a new generation launch vehicle. So in connection with these activities, I would like to give a small idea about what are the major technical requirements in VSSC. So first will be the machined hardwares, and I have categorized into different headings. First we'll talk about machined hardwares. Then we are having requirements for welded and riveted structures. These are flight hardwares. And further to that, for ground supports, we need general fixes and test stands. Then fasteners. Then for assembly and integration, we need different kinds of tools, equipments, and other instruments. Then apart from these mechanical items, we need some electronics area also. So I will give a small introduction to the item names. Then for administration items like storage and material handling and general office stationaries. These are the major requirements we are projecting in this presentation. So precision machined hardwares. These are actually associated to the major engines and motors for giving more controls and performing functions like actuations, separations, and everything. So here we can see, generalized way we can see this size is around 0.9, starting with the 0.9 and coming up to 650 mm. So we can see in the left side, there are some drawings which you can see some criticalities in terms of tolerances and everything. So this area we have to achieve a tolerance up to 10 to 15 microns. And other criticalities like concentrities, wall thickness will be there, 10 to 15 microns. And different materials also, generally steel and aluminum alloys like 2 series aluminiums, further 6 series, then steels of different category, PH steels, carbon steels, all those things will be there. And we have to handle a hardness of 24 to 60 HRC. Here we are mainly looking for vendors who will be able to fabricate or machine these items. So on the materials will be supplied to VSSE, design will be supplied by VSSE. These vendors have to mainly carry out the machining activities, heat treatment, surface treatment, all service, engineering service parts only we are mainly looking after. So next category is so here we can see what are the operations we are looking for. Majorly nowadays CNC machining is we are preferring with precision supporting conventional machines also. In different multi-axis machining, then cylindrical grinding, surface grinding, and wire cut, EDM bending, and nowadays this 3D printing and other things also coming up, and it is in qualification stage. So here also in this realization, we are involving different technical special processes like heat treatment, night trading, anodizing, everything we have to do. Okay, these are all, we are having all qualified vendors as listed. Either you can develop your own facilities and get it qualified by VSSE, or you can go to the listed vendors, already qualified and proven vendors are there, you can go to that. Okay. So next one is welded and riveted structures. These are the things what you really see in a rocket, outside of the rocket, which provides the structural and structural and integration requirements. Okay. These are made from high-strength steels or high-strength aluminum alloys, having a thickness from sheets or forgings ranging of thickness 0.5 to 15 thickness. And the sizes also start with 1 meter and it will be up to 4 to 5 meters it will be there. So these are all to be realized from a sheets and operations like sheet metal rolling, bending, welding, riveting, and further radiography, qualification, all those things will be involved in this process. Okay, these are big structures having, as I told, 4 to 5 meters. Okay. So this is our next one is our general fixers and test stand. As part of qualification program, we need a lot of ground fixers and test stands. So these are all made from mild steel or commercially available aluminum grades like 6351 and everything. Okay. So here our requirement is like a turnkey project. We would like to have vendors who will be able to procure the material, qualify it, make as per the drawings supplied by VSSE, do minor kind of testing like load testing or structural testing, assembly and integration testing, all the minor tests in the fixer level at work center place, then delivered to VSSC. These are ground structures. Okay, so here our accuracies will be 0.1 to 0.5 or the diameter or the sizes of more than 2 meters. This will be the requirement in this sector with the material. So this slide I will give a small idea about what should be the minimum requirements, facility requirements at required at vendors. So first there will be a material management system. All flight components, VSSC will be supplying all the qualified materials. Okay, so it should have, the work center should have a facility to maintain its traceability throughout the realization. From the moment it is getting unloaded at your place to the finished component realization, there should be a system which will ensure the correct traceability of the material. If suppose a component is taken any stage of fabrication, somebody should be able to immediately able to tell from which lot of material it is taken, it is belong to what product, what project, what is the qualification there. There should be a system should be established. So, and this there should be a bonder store and a receipt and distribution system, traceability and identification, packing and transportation. This after a final clearance and everything, there should be a proper packing and transportation system. We are having qualified documents for each and everything. So that will be shared to all the vendors once we are completing our procedures. Then technically there should be a system for design, process planning and other facilities. So we would like to have a transparent system which will give you an idea about from the raw material how the finished product is being developed. So that can be made in consultation with VSSC at different levels. We will guide all the vendors how to make it, and their own ideas will be accepted, and like that it should be documented and followed. So it requires a fabrication process plan, inspection plan, and what are the special toolings and jigs you want to qualify. So all details should be documented properly. Okay. Then production, as I told, these are some materials, production facilities we are looking for, CNC milling, lathe, and supported with other precision conventional material, and fitting. There should be a dedicated fitting shop with skilled persons, and VTL, EDM, grinding, welding facilities, anodizing, and everything. And the next one is quality control. So we are not believing in sample inspection and proving a batch. We want a 100% inspection. All the hardware should be inspected, reported, and documented using calibrated instruments only, and it should be properly periodically qualified. So all the instrument and facility should be periodically qualified. Then I have given some small minor requirements like profile projector and 2D height gauge, verniers and micrometer, and some special cases we need CMM and other roughness tester. So as earlier I told, there should be quality management system. All activities related to hardware relation should be properly documented, and it should be shared by VSSC. In all stages of this preparation of all the technical document, there will be a guidance from 100% guidance from VSSC, and we can come to a mutual understanding and do, because it will be different for facility to facility. So there will be a mutual understanding between VSSC and vendor, then only this will be finalized. So then there should be a periodic inspection of ongoing activities, then non-conformance management. Once a deviation is coming, you should be able to tell it has happened because of this reason, and what should be the corrective action, what should be the action to complete the action to not to repeat this action. These systems has to be established. Vendor to vendor, this what function will be different, that can be discussed and mutually agreed. So another major area of our requirement is fasteners. Different types of fasteners are being used in integration of all subsystems and major systems. So here also we need a large number of requirements are there. We need new vendors, and there are some parts which is being imported that has to be indigenous. So all the interested vendors can contact VSSC, through our purchase team will be giving the procedure how to contact and get it registered. So these are the some idea about the requirements, like we need some solid thread insert and lock nuts. Then anchor nuts requirements are there, job bolts requirements are there, and different kinds of screws and bolt. Okay. So these are the minimum, some facilities required. We don't want everything in-house. If you are having some major facilities and further things can be subcontracted to the listed vendors, or it can be developed at in-house. So this will give you small idea that input raw material, from input raw material to final stage. It will start from what you call machining, then head forming, further heat treatment and thread rolling and other operations, then it will go to finally surface treatment. And the right side you can see some kind of materials, some special materials which has to be procured from sources which is approved by VSSC. So you can see first carbon steel, 35 NCD steel, 16, aluminum rivets are there, SS fasteners are there, and special titanium and other high grade, high strength fasteners like M250 and Inconel. So these are the some ideas about supporting items, tools, equipments and everything, and some electronics items, and some material storage and further measuring instruments. The detailed list of these items are already listed in our e-procurement. So with all specifications, there will be hundreds of specifications for each category. So that can be, you can go through that site and you can understand mainly. This is only a brief idea which will give you small type of items like oscilloscope, connectors, some PTFE wires, then material handler. We need some mobile cranes that can be moved inside the offices and everything, pallet tracks, some forklift, then some humidity and thermal control chambers, like that some materials are required. Then in fast electronics area we need a lot of sensors, BLDC motors and data exchange system supports and everything. And measuring instrument, mechanical measuring instrument, like as I described earlier, it is vernier, micrometer and everything. So further in electronics area, DC converters, multi-layer PCBs and antennas and everything is required. This is only a small idea. Further detailed specification is available. You can go through. So with this, I would like to stop my technical presentation, and it is open for questions after the final session. I will hand over this to our purchase team led by Mr. Tanumurthy sir. Please take over, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Once again, very good morning to all. Further to the technical presentation you had from our scientist engineer, myself, my presentation will be split into two parts. One part will be handled by me and the other part will be handled by my colleague Lavanya Prasad. Okay, I will be touching upon how we procure items. Vikram Sarabhai procure items for its day-to-day activities. Then the setup of our procurement. What is the setup? How do we deal with our vendors and all that? Through which divisions we will be carrying out procurement and all that. Then our tendering process procedure we follow. Being Government of India establishment, we are bound to the rules and the guidelines framed by the Government of India in this regard. And the various platforms, we have got 3 platforms that which we carry out our presentation, our procurement activities. Dear sir, I will be touching upon this Government of India's policies on Make in India attempt, recent attempt by the Government of India. I will not be deeply going into that because you are all well aware of that. Then the preferences, much awaited preferences, BSSC is giving, or Department of Space, ISRO is giving to MSMEs. And our unique procurement live register, which is recently implemented online portal implemented by Vikram device ISRO to find out new suppliers to substitute import category of items. And of course, about our own e-procurement portal, which is developed by the ISRO team, ISRO team. Then how you can participate in our tendering process. Then what are the vendor registration formalities and all that, bidding process and all that. This generally I will be touching on, we will be touching upon these areas. Okay, thank you. So we carry out, next. So we have got 7 purchase procurement entities in VSSC alone. As you know, Department of Space, ISRO has got various units. In Trivandrum itself, we have got 3 different units. One is at Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, where it deals with the rocket launch vehicle development and all that. And our own LPSC, Liquid Propulsion Systems Center, where we deal with cryogenic engines and all, the development of cryogenic engines. And in inertial systems unit developed is looked after by IASU unit at Vattiyoorkavu. These different areas, all the areas requires different varieties of items, as explained by my colleague. And we carry out this through these 7 procurement entities. We carry out this procurement. This is for your information. And the basic sources of our procurement, as you know, as I said, we are overseas Government of India establishment. We have to follow the Constitution of India, the Indian Contract Act, the Sale of Goods Act, Manual of Procurement of Goods and Services being released by Ministry of Finance, and the Bible of Procurement, Public Procurement of Government of India, General Financial Rules 2017, and our own device purchase procedures, and also the orders issued by the Government of India from time to time, like our Make in India order and all that. So these are all these are all main sources, our reference documents. Based on this, we procure items for our launch activities. Now I will touch upon the platforms. As I said earlier, the platforms, we have got a JUM portal. We had enough information about JUM portal. JUM experts are available here. So the government has introduced a new procurement portal, JUM portal, for the purchase of common use items and services. Even though it is like that, all types of items are available. Sellers are registering the number is going increasing day by day. So we normally procure our common use goods through, mandatorily through this JUM portal. That is our main motto, as directed by the Government of India. And sir, as I said, we have got our own device procurement software, which we have, of course, NIC software is there, which is very good. Also, JUM software is also there for doing procurement activities, right from tendering process to issue of purchase order contract. Award is there, but still, considering our nature of requirement, as you know, space grade equipments, criticalities, even 99.999% is not okay. 100% or more than 100% is required for our success. So we decided we have formed our own e-procurement portal considering our need. It is called DOS e-procurement portal. Through that portal also, we will be carrying out our activities. And of course, to procure manually and all that, goods manually and all that, local market and all that, we have got manual system also. It is called COVA, computerized working in administrative areas, linking our administration, accounts department, purchase department, stores department and all that. Here we deal with manual procurement of goods. So through these three platforms, we carry out our activities, procurement activities. And the tendering procedures, as I said, we do it through calling upon expression of interest based on pre-bid qualification program. We will process procurement process under the modes of tenderment or single tender for the proprietary and the single source items directly from OEM or Indian agents or their Indian agents with their certification, OEM certification, that is mandatory. And through limited tender, you know that limited tender means we are limiting our vendors. Why? Because of their past experience or our requirement of such nature. Because of that way we will process the domestic public tender. Nowadays it is very common in Government of India. You can see everybody is going for public tender only. That you call the domestic public tender. Consequent to the introduction of Make in India policy, we also have been forced to enter into a lot of public tender, and finally the global tender with the approval of competent authority. We cannot directly import. A lot of restrictions are there, as you know, to develop our Indian market. Government has introduced a lot of new innovative ideas, so that we cannot float to global tender. So for that, highest approvals at the highest level is required to process global tenders. Then, of course, about the Make in India, as I was telling in my previous statements, it is being manned by Department for Promotion of Industrial Internal Trade and all, DPIIT, has given the mandate to control the Make in India attempt by Government of India. So as they have released on public procurement policy, procurement order, as per that, vendors are classified into 3 categories. You are aware of this, still I am touching upon this. 3 categories vendors are classified. Class 1, local suppliers, who are having more than 50% value addition they are making after import of items, input raw materials. Then class 2, between 20 to 50% value addition they are making, and below 20% is classified as class 3 non-local suppliers. We cannot directly procure from class 3 local suppliers. We have to give preference to class 1 local purchase. If not there, then only we can go to class 2 local purchase. This we firmly follow in our procurement activities consequent to the recent developments. Then the preferences we give to our MSCs. As you know, our annual procurement is to achieve and a minimum of 25% of our annual procurement from MSCs. Out of this 25%, sub-target of 6.2% is earmarked for MSMEs owned by SCST and entrepreneurs. And from this, 3% is reserved for MSCs owned by women folk. So we are giving this very much importance to these guidelines issued by the Government of India. And the privileges, as far as VSSC, privileges are many, but still nowadays there is no manual tenders and all that. All are e-procure downloaded tenders only, need not pay and all that. Still if it is MSME, we are not collecting tender fee and all that. We are exempted from EMD payment also. MSME is within the, last condition is very important, MSME is within the L1 plus 15 price have been given preference in award of contract and all that. So these are the facilities. Other facilities, you are aware of that, credit facilities, timely payment to MSME suppliers. These are all, you are aware of that. I'm not deeply going into that. So with this, I am winding up my session. Other activities, as I said earlier, will be handled by my colleague, Mr. Lavanya Prasad. I request Mr. Lavanya Prasad to take up the mantle.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'll just brief about our ISRO's activities towards Make in India as a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is a new initiative done by ISRO. This is Procurement Live Register. It is actually a continuous centralized online mechanism to locate manufacturers or suppliers for those items that are currently procured through global tender inquiries. Here we are giving 3 years global procurement plans in PLR. PLR is nothing but an expression, we are seeking expression of interest from industries for import substitutes. This is available in our ISRO headquarters site. You can log in there. There will be material description and all. You can go through that. Here, those industries which is meeting minimum 20% in local content, they can participate in this. There we have given mill grade requirements, space grade requirements, industrial grade requirements, equipments, analytical grade requirements, and IT hardware and software requirements. Here, in that each category, subcategories are being given. So those who are having the capabilities can express their interest in the website, and monthly basis this has been reviewed and evaluation is being carried out by our ISRO team. Next, like sir was already telling, 90% of our requirements are projected through our in-house software, DOS e-procurement software. This is to automate the procurement activities of ISRO centers. Here, a vendor can register themselves in logging on to our website, eproc.vssc.gov.in. This is the screenshot of our website. And I will just go through how to participate in the e-tendering processes. This is a two-step procedure. First of all, a vendor has to register in our portal. In case of public tender, any vendors who can whoever wishes to participate can enter into our portal and get it downloaded. And they have to update their vendor profile in that and get it registered as a vendor. But for bidding in that portal, this has to be registered as well as DC certificate etc. shall be taken. And second one is the item empanelment. This after vendor registration, they have to these vendors will be qualified and entered as an approved vendor. These approved vendors will be given limited tender or single tender basis. They will be getting tenders. This is the screenshot of the window. Here the vendor has to enter the details of company name etc. in that. Then what are the prerequisites for vendor registration profile updation? Here the vendor has to give the registration details of the company, valid email ID, mobile number, scan copy of PAN and Aadhaar card, company registration certificate, MSME details, NSIC details such that we have to give. The major hurdle we are facing in most of the registered vendors is that the email ID. They may be providing the personal email ID, which sometimes if they are being transferred or going some other firms, they won't be getting, the particular company won't be getting the tender inquiries. This is happening in a lot of cases. So whenever you are submitting or registering in our portal, be sure to give the company email ID instead of personal ID. Then prerequisite for bidding. Vendor registration process, as I already told, shall be approved by ISRO center. So all registered vendors can download and participate, as I told you, in public tender. In case of when limited tenders and single tender, this particular vendor has to be registered in our portal, and they will be getting an email alert from our side as soon as a limited tender is being published. And for submitting this, on client software is also available. That shall be downloaded from our site itself. This is a procedure for vendor registration manual mode. These are resorted to the procurements for low value goods or AMC's rate contracts, like sir was telling. Here we have to give these details like a company profile, what are the facilities available, technical expertise, the details of major contracts or orders you have executed, balance sheet, ISO certification, copy of PAN, documents of registration, etc. to our head purchase mail ID. I will be providing that. You can forward that to them. And vendor evaluation team will be going through this, and according to the qualification and all, they will be registered in our portal. So this is our site address and email and contact details. You can go through that and take a copy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I now invite Shri G.S. Prakash, Joint Director and Head of Office, to hand over the mementos to the speakers. And also, if there are any questions to be asked to the team, brief specific questions, you may do so.
before handing over the memento, I just wanted to tell a few things about our ISRO, VSSC. When we talk about Atmanirbhar, our space program is one of the success stories, we can say very proudly. Our country has achieved a great achievement in the space program because of
R&D is also there in Bangalore. Actually, initially the name was Indian Telephone Industries, and later they changed it to ITA Limited. Okay, actually, I am from ITA Limited, Palakkad. Actually, Palakkad is situated in the Kanjikode on the way to Coimbatore, and it is established in 1976. Primarily, the aim was to manufacture switching equipments. So we have made digital switching equipments for BSNL, mainly for communication, and all the landline exchanges. In most of the landline exchanges, we only supply to BSNL. And all over India, it is the installation, commission, everything done by IT only. Then after that, these mobile exchanges came. So slowly, BSNL stopped installing new exchanges, and expansion also stopped. So we now the present, whatever the exchanges what we have installed, their AMC is doing by ITA Palakkad. Then slowly we switched over to other service areas like smart card areas, and along with the government of India, we have supplied a different type of cards. First, multi-purpose national identity card, MNIC card. It's nothing but an NBR, our national population register. It's an identity card. But before starting the NBR card, we first, as a trial basis, we have distributed multi-purpose national identity card. Then it was very successful, and it is completed successfully. Then after that, we were distributed some national population register cards. But later, suddenly, the government decided to stop this one, and they concentrated on Aadhaar card. So slowly, this NBR card is stopped. Actually, it was not a simple plastic card. It was having smart chips also. So all the details will be recorded in the chip also, and with a lot of security features. So nobody can easily duplicate it. But it was a good project, but I don't know why they have stopped it. And later, for fishermen, we have supplied MFID cards also. So they can themselves identify, suppose in the sea, if somebody is caught by the naval force, then they can identify themselves by showing their card. So that is also there, that also we have supplied. Then we have entered into the census field also, and the socio-economic caste census that ITA and government, for government, we have completed that census also. Then next one, now again we have switched over to different another projects. First one is the HDP pipe. It's a high density polythene pipes. Actually it is a carrier for communication cables, optical fiber cables and all. Our main customers are Army and BBNL. The ingredients that is using for manufacturing this pipe, we have manufacturing machine is there. The main one of the ingredient is resin. And next, the coloring equipment. Depending upon the customer requirement, different colors of pipe we can manufacture. If it is a yellow pipe, then yellow master batch we will be using. Then white, if required white color, then white yellow master is using, white master is using. Then end caps for the pipe, end caps are there. Then for joining the pipe, different type of couplers we are using. So actually we are not manufacturing these coupler and end caps and all. We are directly procuring from MSME vendors. And that is also again after testing. Actually we have a vendor development center. They will contact with the different embassies, or vendors will directly contact us, and we will do the different testings and our QA department is there. If they agreed or if they passed the test and all, then we will empanel them and we will collect the materials from them. The next area is actually banking card and ID card sector. Actually, around 2018, we have got certification from NPCI, National Payment Industries. So we can personalize banking cards. So we are doing that facility also. We have expanded our facility with the highly secured area, whatever the NBCI asked for the security reasons, and we have implemented all the CCTV system, access control, and different methods. And we have manufactured and personalized banking cards. And for SBI, we have supplied some cards also. And in ID card also, we are doing ID cards also. That is chip-based and plain card. Both we are manufacturing. The main ingredients or main materials we are using for this one. So plain PVC card or white PVC card. Actually, we are not producing or manufacturing PVC cards. We are procuring it from vendors. Then later, we will do the printing activity, and if any chip is there, then smart chip is there, then we have the machine for planting that chip into the PVC, then personalize it. According to the requirement, we will personalize it and using. Then normally for banking card, along with the banking card, different welcome letter or envelope and card pouch or different type of requirements are there. So that is also, we are printing only the variable data like address and other things. But all the statics printed forms or welcome letter, we are purchasing from different vendors. And after that, actually we have a complete automatic machine is there. So it will personalize the card and it will fix on a welcome letter, and finally it will fold automatically and it will paste into the envelope and sending it. Envelope in any shape. Anyway, envelope we are not manufacturing, but we will give the diagram or whatever the customer requirement to the vendor, and they will manufacture and we will purchase it. Our next product is the micro PC. It's a small type of computer. Actually, it is our initiative to green computing. It requires very small power, only 12 volt is sufficient to work this computer, and we are also manufacturing this one also. And all our procurements, everything through JEM portal only. If the raw materials or the things is not listed in the JEM, then we will go for open tender. So that's all only. And if you have any doubt or any question, please ask me. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I request Vishesh sir to hand over the memento to our speaker. There is an announcement. Due to an internal audit happening, the officials of Hindustan Life Care Limited will not be presenting today. For the next presentation, I would like to invite Shri Shrikant S, Assistant Manager, and Shri Tumu V.S. Manideep, Assistant Manager of FACT Kochi, to the stage.
Warm welcome to one and all sitting sitting in the audience. Good morning. Myself, I'm Srikanth S. I'm an assistant manager and representing Fertilizers and Chemicals Travancore Limited. And my colleague, Manideep Tumu, assistant manager, he is taking care of vendor registration cell. First of all, I would like to thank MSME Development and Facilitation Office, Thrissur, for giving us an opportunity to interact with the MSc vendors. We, Fertilizers and Chemicals Travancore Limited, will be familiar to most of you for we are having a long history starting from 1947. And as many of you would be knowing, we are into production of fertilizers, and we are a large-scale producer of fertilizers, and we have ventured ourselves and diversified our production into petrochemical products. That is caprolactam, which is a raw material for nylon production and artificial fiber industry. These are a few details about our firm. A few milestones we have achieved in last financial year. We have crossed 4,000 plus crore turnover in 2022, and there was a rise of 27% compared to the previous financial year. Coming to our production units, we have got two production units. One is in Udyogamandal complex, and that is situated in Elur, Udyogamandal. And another one is Cochin division, which is in Ambalamed. Udyogamandal complex has fertilizer plants, also petrochemical plants. There is also a import handling facility in Wellington Island, and a few installations are also there. Coming to our products, we are manufacturing Factum Force, that is our brand name for our premium product, and ammonium sulfate. In addition to that, we are also manufacturing and marketing organic fertilizers. Caprolactam, as already conveyed, it is a primary product for the artificial fiber industry. So coming to our capacity of plants and the opportunity for MSME to do business with us. So these are our numbers, and we are producing majorly Factum Force, and second to that is coming is ammonium sulfate. So I want to highlight is we are going for a capacity expansion project in our Cochin division, and we are erecting a new plant, new fertilizer project, which is having a capacity of 1650 tons per day. So it will be finished by 2024-25. That is our expectation. And by completion of this project, our production will be doubled. And in addition to that, our requirements will also be doubled. So we are looking forward for continued cooperation from MSc vendors like you to have business with us. Our procurement numbers last 2021 financial year and 2022 financial years, we were hovering around 5 to 6% of procurement from MSCs. But this financial year, the figures have jumped to around 8%, and we are looking forward for more. The vendor registration details would be shared by Mr. Manideep Tumu.
Everyone, I am Manideep Tumu, vendor cell, looking after vendor cell of FACT division. Our primary procurement will be done from centralized procurement, which is located at Udyogamandal division. And as directed by government, we procure things from GEM portal itself. If that in case couldn't materialize, we'll be restoring to CPP portal and manual registration. For manual registration, you can simply go our company website, www.fact.co.in. From there, you can find tenders tab is there. From tenders tab, you can simply click on pre-qualification of vendors. So on pre-qualification of vendors, we can find pre-qualification of vendor for supply of materials. From there, you can get the application, and that From application, you can fill the required details and you can send the application form to us. And our vendor team will evaluate the application and will be listing in our approved vendor list in case we require any immediate and urgent requirement of materials. So in case if you need any assistance for registration, you can contact my details which is on the presentation. My name is Manideep and my mail ID manideep@factlimited.com and my phone number is also mentioned there. Any questions we are free to answer. So we mainly looking up for instrumentation materials, instrumentation and mechanical. In mechanical, rotary and static items we'll be looking after, and control valves, bearings, transmitters, all the standard applications and customer also. Yes, sir. Vendor registry is mandatory for AMC also.
Can you explain more on the mechanical parts?
Mechanical parts.
Just more on rotary and
So as we are fertilizer company, we having machineries for producing the fertilizers. So we'll be requiring the bearings, pumps, static and rotary requirements, equipments. So and control valves also. These are our few basic items for mechanical. So I think we will be winding our presentation then. Thank you.
I invite Vishesh sir to hand over the mementos to our speakers. I request all MSMEs to collect our feedback form from our volunteers. They'll be providing them to you, so kindly do collect it. And now we'll be having our B2B meet as well as the tea break from 11 to 11:30. So let's proceed with that.
Namaskaram.
Hello.
Sri Abdul Majid, Managing Director of the Plywood Manufacturers Consortium, Perimbavur.
എല്ലാവരുടെയും ശ്രദ്ധയ്ക്ക് ഈ ടീ ബ്രേക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഉടനെ നമ്മുടെ B2B മീറ്റ് ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും. ഇപ്പൊ കഴിഞ്ഞ എല്ലാ PSUസും പുറത്തേക്ക് മാറി B2B മീറ്റിന് റെഡി ആയിട്ടിരിക്കണം. All MSMEs interested may approach them and they will be assisting volunteers to collect feedback also.
Which is an IoT sensor-based solution.
എല്ലാവരും ചായ കുടിച്ചതിന് ശേഷം എത്രയും വേഗം തിരിച്ച് വെന്യൂവിലേക്ക് വരിക.
With the system,
സെഷൻസ് കഴിഞ്ഞ PSUs B2B മീറ്റിനായിട്ട് റെഡി ആയിട്ട് നിൽക്കുക.
pressure, temperature, curing time, and thickness.
B2B മീറ്റിന് ശേഷം 11:20 ശേഷം അവരും തിരിച്ച് വെന്യൂവിലേക്ക് വരേണ്ടതാണ്.
In CPSN's Plywood, Perimbavur. The end user industry is very much happy about the solution from the Amrita Vishwavidya Peetham. This is a step towards the implementation of Industry 4.0 in the plywood industry. I congratulate the entire team at Amrita TEC for this achievement and also the plywood industry. Thank you.
The DST Amrita Technology Enabling Center was established to partly address some of the pressing needs of the SMEs. These include activities that provide awareness of latest technology trends, providing engineering solutions to enhance the productivity and efficiency, and also providing guidance and exposure to marketing and commercialization opportunities. We believe that by working hand in hand with the MSME Development Institute in Thrissur, we can accelerate India's march towards self-reliance in Atmanirbhar Bharat.
The overall objective of the plywood automation solution is to empower the industry with the capability to monitor and control the entire production cycle. All the production parameters are constantly being monitored throughout the cycle. If in between there happens to be a power outage, the cycle will continue to run, and once the power resumes, the system itself will automatically restart the entire process. The software will report all anomalies in temperature and pressure during the entire production cycle and also detects any variations in thickness measured just before the end of the cycle against expected thickness. The entire process will eventually be a very useful mechanism to know the quality of the products produced and also will help to understand the shortcomings of the current processes and take necessary actions to improve the production process.
MSME and Amrita TEC has developed a system to monitor, control and access various parameters in plywood production line. Basically, this system controls pressure, temperature, time, moreover, the thickness variation up to 0.1 number. Production team can access the plan issued by the management. Management can also access the entire production line through their gadgets on its go. Data of production of 1 day to 1 year can be stored in this system, which can be used in accounting also. It is a very good initiative to make our industry 4.0 level. Thank you, Amrita Tech. Thank you all.
The future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. A dream to create, a dream to grow and make a difference. And a billion dreams together weave the India story. A dream is powerful only when it is nurtured so that it can bloom into reality. SIDBI is proud to have been associated in nurturing an amazing ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation in India for the last 32 years. To back every entrepreneurial dream, no matter how small or big, no matter how simple or esoteric. SIDBI began its journey in 1990 through an Act of Parliament and has since been playing a stellar role as the principal financial institution for financing, promotion and development of micro, small and medium enterprises, that is, the MSME sector. which is a major contributor to India's GDP and exports. The sector also provides employment to more than 11 crore people. Since its inception, the bank has gone beyond direct financing by engaging with various players to identify and address critical gaps in the MSME ecosystem. SIDBI has taken the lead in development of best-in-class digital solutions. It has completely digitized its direct credit process right from loan application to disbursement. This seamless and end-to-end digitization has enabled MSMEs to experience most convenient and faster delivery of SIDBI's specially tailored credit products for meeting different business requirements.
मैं अपना कैरियर एक हेल्पर से स्टार्ट किया था। हेल्पर से स्टार्ट करके मैं परचेस मैनेजर तक पहुंचा। उसके बाद मैंने पार्टनरशिप की बिजनेस स्टार्ट की 2007 में। फिर हमें आगे ग्रो करना था तो उसके लिए हमने जगह अभी जो एग्जिस्टिंग है हमने MIDC से परचेस किया। उसको बनाने के लिए हमें फाइनेंस की आवश्यकता थी। वो समय में हमने SIDBI को अप्रोच किया। SIDBI ने काफ़ी हमें सहयोग किया। लोन लेने के लिए हमें बहुत आसानी से लोन भी मिला। हमने फैक्ट्री का कंस्ट्रक्शन 2018 में पूरा किया। SIDBI has provided wings to fulfill my dreams.
The bank has supported PSB loans in 59 minutes, which has emerged as one of the largest credit fintechs, enabling MSMEs to receive loan offers from multiple bankers. Through Udyami Mitra digital platforms, SIDBI manages several flagship programs of Government of India. To address the critical problem of delayed payments in the MSME ecosystem, SIDBI has co-created a digital TREADS platform under the aegis of Receivable Exchange of India Limited. SIDBI is also developing financial products to leverage India's cutting-edge digital frameworks like Open Credit Enhancement Network, OCEN, an account aggregator framework for the benefit of MSMEs. It is
Kind
also
attention
supporting the
all
first
are
of its
requested
kind
to come back to the
initiative
venue.
of Open Network for Digital Commerce, that is ONDC, which is expected to democratize the digital commerce in the
ഈ സെഷൻ
country.
കഴിഞ്ഞ് എല്ലാവരും
The bank
വെന്യൂലേക്ക്
is also
വന്നിരിക്കുക.
embarking on a major project for formalization of Indian MSMEs, which will open new doors of opportunities for MSMEs.
എല്ലാവരും വെന്യൂലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വരിക ഉടനെ തന്നെ.
It manages one of the largest credit guarantee programs for MSMEs in the world through Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for micro
എല്ലാവരും
and small
വെന്യൂവിൽ വന്നിരിക്കണമെന്ന്
enterprises.
അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു.
The bank
All
was
are
the
requested to
co-founder of
please
India's
come and
first
sit, take your seats.
MSME-focused rating agency.
Next, we have a presentation.
SIDBI Foundation
The
for
ones who are having
Microcredit
B2B
played a
can
pioneering
move.
role in
Rest
fostering
can
the
sit in our seats. Next, we have a presentations and all of invoice discounting through TREADS.
അടുത്ത സെഷൻസ് ആരംഭിക്കുകയാണ് ഉടനെ. Invoice discounting through TREADS, Trade Receivable Discounting System. The faculty as well as all the participating members are requested to come back to the venue. Make it very quick. Time is running up. All may please be seated. Please. Once again, requested to come to the venue back, please. Those who have finished Sir, PPT കൊടുത്തു. He is the fact. Please be back. എല്ലാവരും ഇരിക്കുക, സീറ്റിൽ വന്നിരിക്കുക, പ്ലീസ്. ISRO, ITI Palakkad, FACT, these three PSUs may go for the B2B session. MSME is interested for B2B sessions with ITI, VSSC, ISRO. FACT may go to the B2B respective hall. MSMEs, those who are interested to have B2B session with the FACT, ISRO, HLL, either come to this table and let us know, and we will connect with the PSUs. Okay. You want to meet? There are MSMEs wanted to meet with ISRO for B2B meet. Sir, you may either said we have two halls. They are sitting there. Just in front of the venue, either side, you will find two halls. Please be there. Those who would like to have B2B meet with the ISRO, ITI as well as FACT. And after B2B meet, fill up the respective forms and come back to the main venue again. Collected and given to Rekha. Kind attention, all may be please seated.
All are requested to take your seats. The session is going to start. So we have Shri Roy Matthew Kurian, Chief Business Officer, Main Solution Private Limited, MX Exchange, Mumbai. He is going to take on invoice discount through threads. So over to you, sir. All are requested to take your seats.
My name is Roy Matthew. I represent Mind Solutions. Mind Solutions is a Threads. It's a RBI licensed platform for allowing MSME vendors to get their receivables discounted on a digital way. So it's an RBI initiative. I am one of the licensed platform for extending Threads in India. Allow me a few minutes before the PPT comes up. But just to give you a brief of what is Threads, what is the concept of Threads, how did this happen, how did this take shape, etc. Yeah, thanks. I think the PPT is also up. So let's just quickly glance through the typical challenges that a MSME runs into in terms of its financing. We have tried to capture some of them here. The most important one being arranging funds or the limits to the scale of the business. Typically, financiers tend to give loans or provide financing to the extent of the orders on hand or to the amount of business that the client has already done or what you have already done. But if you have a larger order on hand, then it's going to be very difficult for you to sort of get those money faster. And that is where the whole concept of TReDS comes into place. Now, if you see most of the challenges, banks will have limited appetite. They will give you only to the extent of what you are done previously as per your track record. It depends on what sort of security you can provide and also on your history of transactions. So this is where TReDS comes into play. TReDS, as I mentioned to you, is a RBI licensed platform. It was a RBI initiative to provide all the MSME vendors with a platform to get their own receivables discounted. Of course, there are multiple ways to get your bills discounted. You can go for a normal vendor bill discounting or bilateral limits with banks. But this sort of overshines those other platforms or other venues or other methods of financing. And I'll tell you why. So typically, there are three key stakeholders on the TReDS platform. There is the large buyer, which could be guys like FACT and people like that who will buy products stroke services from you. So that is one of the key stakeholder. The second one is all of you sitting here who supply products or services to these large organizations. And the third leg is the financiers, right? So currently on the M1 platform, we have about 49 financiers who have tied up with us and are able to finance this receivable of yours. In a conventional financing model, the risk is premeditated on the MSME vendor. In this product, the risk shifts from you to the large organization, which is FACT or BPCL or any of the large PSU. And because the risk shifts from you to the large PSU, the interest rate becomes very competitive. And I'll tell you, on an average, when I run you through the interest rate graphs, you'll see that the interest rates are extremely competitive as compared to the interest rates that you will get bilaterally. So these are the three key stakeholders on the platform. There are many to many platforms. So there are a lot of buyers who are on my platform. There are a lot of sellers who are on my platform. And there are a lot of financiers who are on my platform. So it's a many to many relation. So you may be supplying to BPCL, you may be supplying to FACT or Keltron or anybody else, but you just have to register once and then you're done, and you can raise invoices against any of the other buyers who are registered with me. So in short, it is a post-shipment, post-acceptance financing platform in banking parlance. Or in other words, once you supply your goods, once it is accepted by the buyer, you can then put this up for discounting on this platform and you will get your money faster. And that goes along with the tagline of M1 Exchange, which says, tomorrow's money today. So now let's look at what happens in a typical bilateral financing or vendor financing methodology versus the TReDS methodology. In a normal vendor financing, you will have to provide collateral. It is with recourse. You have to provide security. You have to provide additional documentation, and you'll have to do the whole host of things that you do for a normal thing. Whereas you'll have to even provide your financial standing, your previous 2 years financials, next 2 years projections, and so on, for you to get your limits or your financing. This product does not require all of that. In summary, it is a no recourse, no collateral, easy form of financing with some very basic administrative work, which includes a one-time KYC of yours. Once that is done, you can upload the bills on the platform, and the bills will get approved by the buyer, and you will get the money the next day. So all this under the edges of RBI, because this is a RBI approved licensed product. M1 Exchange itself is subject to quarterly periodical RBI audits in terms of how it works. Just going back to one supplier, right? It could be supplier of products, supplier of services, but they have to be an MSME only. Only then they can qualify to be on this platform. So that's the basic minimum content, and for that, like people out there, you have to have a Udayam certificate, and that Udayam certificate is mandatory for you to get your money. Udayam. Udayam. I'll just take a minute to brief on my company. M1 Exchange is registered in Gurgaon. We are headquartered in Gurgaon company. We have about 13,500 MSME vendors registered with us, about 1,000 large corporates registered with us. As on date, we have done about 36,000 crores of invoice discounting for multiple MSME vendors. And as I said, we have about 49 banks registered with us. And the beauty of this is it's all completely paperless. There is no paper flow from location 1 to 2, acceptance, co-acceptance, signing, bank signature verification, none of those. It's all very simple through the digital platform itself. Just to give you an example and for you to appreciate at how well this platform works. Let's assume that you have an invoice of 10 lakh rupees, which you have submitted against one of the large buyers, right? You will upload those invoices on the platform. Assuming there is no deduction, no regulatory deduction or no debit notes or no such quality quantity issues, and assuming that the entire 10 lakh rupees got approved, then, and assuming that it gets cleared in say 5 days on a normal credit terms of 45 days, then you will, on an average, depending on the credit rating of the buyer, from around 5 to 7% will get deducted. As an example, I've taken 7%, and the overall cost to you for getting a bill discounted for 10 lakh rupees would be as low as 8,300 rupees or 8,500 rupees. Assuming it's even 10,000 rupees, I'm saying it's a very, very competitive way of financing. As compared to the way of financing when you go to a bank, which could be upwards of 12, 13, 14%, or if you go to NBFC, maybe even more. So this, therefore, will become a very, very competitive source of financing for you. The only thing you have to remember is, one, you are an MSME and you are registered with Udayam. Two, you have to register on the platform. It's a post-shipment, post-acceptance by the buyer. So you have to register on the platform. The buyer should also be on this platform. The buyer approves on this platform. And then your bills gets discounted and you can go away with that money. As I mentioned in the second or third slide, it is without recourse to you, which means that once you get your money, you're off it. There is no collection hassle, no worry of calling up, nothing for you. You're off it. These are some of the large PSU partners who are already registered on the platform. If you're supplying to any of them, then you can just get yourselves also registered and you can avail of this benefit from this platform. Some of the private sector as well. So some of you may be also supplying to private sector companies. Then these are some of the private sector companies. We have bifurcated them according to the industry segment. If you're supplying to any of them as well. And this is just a representative. As I told you, we have about 1,000 odd buyers registered, 1,200 buyers now registered on the platform. So this is just a sprinkling of them. Thanks to the fact there's no space further than this. Again, a representation of some of the large buyers. If you look down from down south, you will have, I think Eastern Condiments is one of the large buyer registered with us who does business with us. These are the financial partners. These are the partners who provide the liquidity on the platform, who will buy out your receivables, right? So these buyers, once the bill gets approved, then one of these financiers will purchase your receivable, purchase your invoice, and that is without recourse. So one of them will purchase your recourse. The reason why this comes at a lower cost is because they are taking a risk on the buyer, not on you. They are taking a risk on one of these large buyers. And that is why the interest rate becomes very competitive. So they know that on the due date, the payment is going to come from the buyer and not from you. So as far as they are concerned, they know that the risk is much lower than probably directly lending to a smaller entity. Now, this is the workflow in terms of how does this actually work, right? So let's assume that you have seen all the earlier presentations, you have met all the distinguished people who presented earlier in terms of the products and services that you can supply to their companies. Now that you've supplied to them, and if you are registered on this platform, and if your buyer is also registered on the platform, both of you are registered on this platform, then all you have to do is log on to the M1 Exchange portal, upload your invoice details on the portal, right? Once you upload the invoice details, which calls for basic details, invoice amount, due date, etc. Once you upload those details, an alert goes to the buyer, one of the buyers who were there. So it goes to the buyer against whom you have raised the bill. The buyer will check the details, and if the details are correct, then they will approve it. If the details has to be changed, whether the amount has to be changed or the due date has to be changed, then obviously they will change the due dates or the amount. If the change happens, then it will come back again to you, so that you can verify that if it is 100 rupees, if the buyer has changed it to 90 rupees, then you know that it has been changed to 90 and it is correct as per you. So once you do that, once the buyer also accepts it, then it goes to the financer's bucket. The financer will get an alert saying seller ABC, buyer let's say FACT, tenor of 40 days and bill value of 10 lakh rupees. Now, bank 1 will see that it is acceptable for them to have a risk of FACT, so they will bid at say 7%. Now, State Bank of India may say that they want to bid at 6.9%, so they will bid at 6.9%. A third bank may say that they want to bid at lower than that. So depending on their credit policy or the credit appetite and their pricing policy, these banks will get into a bidding process to buy this invoice. So therefore, that is the third layer which brings down the cost of your financing, because the banks are wanting to buy this bill. Why are the banks wanting to buy this bill? Because whatever they do on this platform qualifies for what is known as a priority sector lending, and therefore they are happy to buy out these invoices. So once the banks bid for it, there'll be 1, 2 or 3 or maybe more than that bids on the platform, and you have a right to exercise to choose which one you want. Obviously, you will choose L1 of it, and once you choose L1 of it, we generate what is known as a settlement file, and the settlement file has 2 legs. Leg 1, we debit the financer's account and pay you, the vendor, we pay you on next day. So whatever happens till 9 p.m. the same day gets executed on the next day, T+1. So whatever happens till T, 9 p.m., so there is a full leg, right? You upload the bill, buyer accepts the bill, financer places the bid, you accept the bid. All this has to happen by 9 p.m. If it happens by 9 p.m., you get the money the next day. And that happens through a settlement process, which is through NPCI. NPCI is the National Payment Council of India, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of RBI. So the entire settlement process happens through NPCI. We generate as a platform, I generate the settlement file for NPCI, which, as I told you, has 2 legs. Leg 1 is debit the financer and pay the vendor, which is you. And leg 2 is on the due date, 40, 50, 60, whatever is the due date, debit the buyer's account and pay the financer. Now, the amount that gets paid to you is minus the financing charge and the small transaction charge that I mentioned as an example in the slide earlier. So these are the 2 things that gets deducted from your account and paid to you. If at all there is any delay by the buyer in paying, you are not concerned with it. That is then between the buyer and the financer. You are out of the transaction. So to that extent, your collection worries stands reduced substantially if you were to adopt this platform. So that's as far as the whole workflow is concerned. Any queries that is there till now? Sorry? No, this is not applicable. Sorry, yeah, I'll just sort of clarify. This is all INR transaction, domestic transaction, buyer and seller in India. Seller has to be an MSME. Buyer and seller has to be on the platform. It is a post-shipment, post-acceptance. That is, you have supplied the goods or service, it has been accepted by your buyer. And then you can do this discount. So it's not pre-shipment, it's post-shipment.
Okay, and one more thing, is there a limit on the TOP? Like now you've mentioned, like you've shown an example of 45 days. Is there a limit on that? Like how many more days I can go on that? Like 120 days?
Yeah. So the platform permits up to 180 days.
180 days.
Yeah. But by regulation, all micro and small has to be paid within 45 days. So that could be a factor, but medium category vendors can be paid in up to 180 days. And the platform accepts anything up to 180 days for discounting.
Okay, so your buyers are only PSUs?
No, I have the whole set of buyers as I showed to you. There are private sector buyers. PSUs will be about 50, 60 PSUs. The rest of them are all private sector players.
Thank you.
So we do large programs, say for example with clients like Ashok Leyland or TVS Motors or in North we say Blue Star, any of those large buyers, all of them are registered and they.
Thank you, sir.
As per the MSMED Act, once items are accepted, within 45 days, the payment has to be paid.
So
that is a act. That is an act. Once it is accepted, that is, you are accepted, okay, so as per my specification, I accepted the item. Within 45 days, the payment has to be made. That is the MSMED Act provision enacted by the Parliament.
That's for micro and small, sir? Yeah.
Micro and small. Of course, that is up to.
You, yeah.
That's up to.
No, so sir was also asking the same. Currently, so there is some, you would also know this ordnance factories got disbanded. They are now into companies now, right? So there is so we are trying to engage and onboard those entities, like the armored vehicle in Chennai, the Mutians in West, and so on. But otherwise, pure, the army itself is not registered. And that's because there is a reason for that. As I mentioned, there is an auto debit on the due date to an account. Now, which is the account that you will identify for an auto debit in a defense service, right? Because that's a treasury account. You obviously can't go and debit a treasury account. That's like, so there are some administrative blockages there. Otherwise, I'm sure the government intent is to allow it. But because of these administrative hazards, that's not really taken off. But otherwise, wherever it's a company where it can do and act on its own, then it can surely do. So PSU companies like NTPC or BEL or Bharat Electronics or BDL or all of those are registered and you can raise a bill on them.
So how this interest rate is calculated, whether it's per day calculation?
Yeah, it is per annum. So whatever rates that I have mentioned is a per annum calculation. So if it is a 30-day bill, simple calculation into 30 by 365.
Okay, so daily wise the interest here. So day wise the calculation is on day wise, right?
Day wise.
If it is the 31st day.
If the bill tenor is 30 days, it is for 30 days. If it is for 90 days, then the calculation.
So there is no block for at least there.
No, it's not a flat rate. So if you are asking if it is 10 lakh rupees and then 0.7% or 2% is flat rate, no, it's not. It is 7% into, in my earlier calculation that I showed to you, it is into the number of days, into that 7% or 8% or 6%, right? That is the rate it.
So are there any condition that it should be within the first 45 days if the payment term is 30 days? So 30 days interest should be calculated even if the payment is received earlier also.
No. So I'm saying if you are anyway getting the payment earlier, you don't have to use this platform, right? If you're getting the money in 10 days, you don't want to use the platform.
From the vendor to the financer, so that the primary vendor, not vendor, that continues to the banks.
No, that is not your outlook.
Okay,
so if the original due date is 45 days, and if the buyer has paid on 55 days, then that's not your outlook.
Okay,
that's between the financer and the buyer. The financer will charge them penal interest or whatever they want to charge, they will charge and the buyer will pay. If they don't pay, then obviously they get reported into various credit bureaus, right? You'll get reported in CIBIL and all that, so no buyer will do it. So they will usually pay on the due date.
I've got a question. You mentioned about post-acceptance by the buyer. Now, generally, based on whatever little experience I've had running my small firm for about 2 or 3 years, generally after the work is done is when you put forward your invoice. So, if you were to go with this platform, are you suggesting that we upload the invoice and is there visibility of when the buyer accepts? How does it work? And if he doesn't accept in time, how do I get to know that there has been a delay at that end?
Right. So typically whatever you upload is visible. It's a digital platform with full audit trails as to when did you upload it and when did it get rejected or approved by the buyer. So there is a possibility that the buyer says that you have sent the goods, but the goods have not yet reached his counter, right? So he has not done his GRN, he has not done any other checks and balances or due diligence that is expected from him. So his due date may start from then. So you will have to then factor in that amount of period. So it is available on the platform, but whether he does it after 7 days or 8 days, obviously I cannot push the buyer in case there are certain dependencies there. So as long as those dependencies are completed, then he will approve it. But just as an example, is the system working well? It's working well. I'm doing currently about 2,000 crores per month. So it's obviously working well. Is this the maximum? Obviously not. We just scratch the surface. We have probably 1 lakh crores to do. So it's just a beginning, but we are hoping that it'll translate into more. And that can happen on 2 grounds. One, as more and more MSMEs start adopting this platform and accepting this platform and requesting their buyers to start adopting this platform and approve it on that platform.
One more related question, sir. You talked about the buyer acceptance, and you also talked about a possible delay, with the item not having reached the buyer as being one of the reasons for him not having accepted. But if I were to give you a hypothetical case where I'm a service provider, say, repairing an item, I hand over the item to a local buyer physically, and as a practice, what we normally do is we get a handover certificate which is signed by him. Is there a provision on this portal to sort of upload that and treat that as a buyer acceptance? Or does it have to be digital all along?
No, so typically a financer will look at an invoice to see that there is actually a transaction that has happened between a buyer and a seller.
No, I'm talking of the buyer acceptance part. There will be an invoice, no doubt. The second part, the buyer acceptance, can that be uploaded as a scanned copy of a certificate that's been accepted?
No, because the buyer has to accept on the platform.
Okay, thank you.
That's how it works.
Hello, sir. This Kerala Supplyco is registered in your portal? Supplyco?
No, sir. We are engaging with Kerala Supplyco to get the registration done. We are just about completing the registration probably in the next week with Keltron, who is on here. We will complete with KMML, Kerala Minerals and Metals, Kollam. That we will complete probably in the next 2-3 weeks. We are in talks with Supplyco. We are in talks with Milma. I have met the Honorable Director for MSME, Bashir sir also, to enable more and more state-level PSCs to register. So we are in the process of doing that. Hopefully in the next couple of months, we'll complete the registration of the state-level PSCs. No, so there is no such regulation which says that the buyer has to accept in, say, 2 days or 3 days or any such period. But this is just a platform, so I can just bring it to the buyer's notice. Typically, when the bills are uploaded, then we call the buyer also, reminding them. Apart from the SMS alerts and others, we call them and remind them that such an invoice is available for them to approve. But then subject to their internal controls, whether there is some process to be followed, then post that, it will get approved. Just a last one on the interest rates. Yeah.
So we are services MSME. This is applicable for services also, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Once we upload the invoice on the platform, if there's an inordinate delay in the buyer accepting the invoice, is there any way we can take up the matter with them, or do you take it up?
No, like I mentioned, I can only request the buyer to accept it, right? I'm not a regulated body to ensure the acceptance on a certain period. I'm just a digital platform to enable the coming together of the buyer and the seller and the financer. So I do not have any regulatory rights to go ahead and tell anything to the buyer. Okay. However, maybe so others can answer that query in terms of there are other multiple mediums that you have for you to get your thing done on that.
Also, in the bills, if there is any dispute or difference in the amount and the bill has to be revised, will it affect if the in the settlement?
No. So as I told you, there are two columns in the field. One is called the invoice amount and another is called the approved amount. So the buyer is at liberty to change it. If it becomes 100, you may have a debit note, you may have an advance taken, or there could be some regulatory deductions. So if any of these happens, then so the
approved amount will be
financed. So most of the companies do that. If, for example, there is a withholding amount, right, retention amount of 10% or so, then obviously the value stands reduced by that. So basis the contract, basis the purchase agreement that you have with the buyer, it accordingly stands changed.
Thank you.
I think more questions may be entertained during B2B sessions.
Yeah, I'll just
So
have
we may-
a minute more.
Okay, okay, please.
This is the interest rate that I was mentioning to you about as to why how the interest rates are much more competitive than what you would get bilaterally. So if your buyer is a AAA rated buyer, then if you see, you can even go up to 4.9%. So if you're supplying to a IOCL or a BPCL or any of them, which is a sovereign rating, then you will get those sort of rates. So depending on the rating of the buyer, your interest rates keeps varying, and also on the bidding that happens. Last one point, somebody asked about cross-border transaction. So thankfully, we have now a license for a cross-border transaction as well, but from a different regulator. It's called the GIFT City, which is coming up in Ahmedabad. We have a license, a sandbox license for that, where your exports or your imports can come through that platform. The transactions will happen through the same AD bank, but you will just use this platform for a price discovery, for a better price discovery for your export bill discounting or your import bill discounting. We are still going through the sandbox phase for this. It will take us at least 3-4 months for us to complete this and get a commercial approval for this. Thank you so much for the patient hearing, and thank you to MSME DI for this opportunity to present.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. I request Martin, sir, to give the memento. Next, we have Colonel N. Selvakumar, retired CEO, Brigade, Bridge Bharat Council for Promotion of Innovation, Research and Entrepreneurship. With him, we have Captain Sen Gupta, Deputy Director, CISR, Indian Navy, and we have Wing Commander MS Priyani, Indian Air Force, OIC, Indigenation Cell, IAF, so that we are going to present on the topic, Scope for Doing Business with Defense Forces. Over to you, sir.
One brief introduction, please. Prakash sir is invited to make a brief introduction.
Please, all the three are invited. Please come to the dais. So next we have got a very important session from the Defense Forces. First is Colonel L. Selvakumar. He is the CEO of Bridge Bharat Council, an NGO involved in the promotion of innovation and indigenization in Indian Army. Colonel L. Selvakumar is a MTech in Electronics and MBA, and is a veteran in the Indian Army with 32 years of service in Indian Army. We have got Captain B. Sengupta is an alumnus from the Naval College of Engineering, Lonavala. He's a BTech from JNU and is having PG Diploma in Business Management. He is working in the Indian Navy in the various capacities, and he has worked in various warships. He is presently appointed as the Deputy Director at Center for Indigenization of Self-Reliance, CISR, at Coimbatore. We have got a Wing Commander Mohan S. Piani, is a commissioned officer in Indian Air Force in the electronics branch. He's been trained in frontline fighter aircrafts, and he's a very experienced officer from Indian Air Force. Particularly, he's working in the indigenization of Indian Air Force. So we got a very distinguished panel of speakers from the Indian Defense Forces. So I invite Colonel L. Selvakumar to have a brief introduction about the indigenization program of Indian Air Forces. Then we will have subsequent sessions from Indian Air Force and Indian Navy, the officers from Indian Air Force and Indian Navy. Over to Sri Colonel L. Selvakumar.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege for me to stand amongst you in a event being organized by Ministry of MSME, where Ministry of Defense is come in. Probably the first time, as mentioned by General yesterday. We will be doing this presentation in 3 parts. I'll be giving an overview of what is, when we say defense, what does it mean from there, and what are all the PSUs involved with as far as defense is concerned. Then, and also about the Army, I'll be covering. The Navy and Air Force will be covered by the respective officers about the opportunities available. So, to begin with, we are looking at the opportunities in defense sector for innovators, startups, and MSMEs. I am Colonel Selvakumar. I had about 32 years in the Army. I have been part of the Directorate of Indigenization for Army. I had written authored the policy for Indian Army as far as the indigenization concerned. Taking it forward, now we are currently helping out all the MSMEs in going forward. Okay, to start with, I'll have the overview of the defense sector. What does it mean? Under Ministry of Defense, we have various departments, Department of Defense, Department of Defense Production. I have to point it where? Where is this to be pointed? Here, okay. Department of Military Affairs, Defense, DRDO, Exercisement. I have put only those 2 in white, which I'll be covering next. Others, although DRDO is also quite useful as far as MSMEs are concerned, but it's a little far-fetched. But I'll tell about what scheme is available from DRDO later. As far as Department of Defense is concerned, you have Indian Armed Forces under that, which comprises of Army, Navy, and Air Force. So these are primarily the only forces who are meant for defense, and all other are supporting the requirement of the armed forces. We have others like Headquarter IDS, Coast Guard, Border Road Organization. So these are all support services as far as the defense is concerned. Okay. As far as Department of Defense Production is concerned, we had a lot of lectures from the various PSUs. These are the defense PSUs. You can take a note, because if you are wanting to get into the defense, they will also be one of the sources. Sorry, I put it in this format, which is taking time. Okay, till white, that is India Optel. Till then, it is all the defense PSUs. Thereafter, 2 in yellow are the ones who are providing the quality cover I forgot to put DGQA Naval, which is also there. Then Directorate of Standardization provides the codification for the items, and the others are supportive. Now, after understanding when we say defense sector, what is available, I'll give a brief about Indian Army. What is the need for indigenization? I'll start from there. Now, Indian Army, we have a mandate to sustain the Indian Army during war and peace by ensuring high state of availability of equipment. That is where the MSMEs come into play. Hope it is visible. We have the first one, which is armed fighting vehicles. Then we have the guns, we have armament, various types of ammunitions, vehicles at the right side bottom. We have helicopters. In the center, you have the general service and special clothing meant for various terrains. We have missiles on the bottom left. Now, these are the kind of equipment which are there. What I want to bring out in this is the first point. We have about 3,035 types of major equipment held in defense. And all these, for example, a tank has got about 3,600 as part of the bill of material. So that is the volume of items which can be attempted by MSMEs. We operate in different terrains, as is evident. Now, we have special requirements for various terrains also. So those will also be having an opportunity. Now, aim of putting this slide is the technology, what kind of vintage we have. The first one you can say like what I put as mature. That's about average of 35 to 50 years old equipment. We still have it, functional. So technology-wise, it is old. We have a great chance in giving the sustenance support to that. So from there, we have this equipment which are coming up. Even the latest equipment are also available. So various technologies, various upgradations, indigenous manufacturing, as well as import substitution. All these are available. So these are the various kind of platforms, surveillance equipment. We have enabled armored vehicles. These are the guns. So what are the challenges which are forcing us to get into indigenization? We have inadequate or unreliable spare support from the OEMs. Normally the items are bought with 10 years of product support. Now, as I just mentioned sometime back, we have equipment as old as 40, 45 years old also. So obviously it is not under the OEM support. Once it is not there, they claim that they have to do it especially for us only. So that means they are claiming the cost of maintaining a separate factory for the spares only. So that cost is loaded onto India. So that is the last point, that is the drain on budget. The cost of ex-import defense products is 3 to 5 times higher than the firstly indigenous, and actually the equipment cost itself. So if we can make it here, we can save that much of money because the budget is limited. With that budget, what kind of inventory can we make available is the challenge. Continuing with that challenges, prolonged delays in execution of overall, this is for periodic overall. So these are the challenges and how do we overcome? The need of the day is make it in India. And to make it in India, we need the technology. And we need the raw materials and the effective supply chain management. Now, the drive for Atmanirbharta and Make in India has started, and a lot of indigenization has already taken place. Technology has also been improving. We have matured a lot, come a long way from where we were. So we have an opportunity to do that also. There is a bottleneck as far as the raw material is concerned. The raw material is still being imported. So effectively, we lose out the edge. And more so, the raw materials of all these, most of the equipment are Russian supply and old vintage. The specified material is ghost material. Now, to find out what is equivalent, getting the manufacture in India is a challenge which needs to be taken up. Unless we have our own raw material, despite having a drive of Make in India as well as technology availability, we will not be able to achieve that. And since the defense forces deployment is quite dispersed, an effective supply chain management is also required. So if we can work in all these four fronts, we will be able to achieve what we need to. Now, the main question, why defense sector? What is attractive? So everywhere we look at what is the business opportunity. Let's just take a look. Now, the funds being allotted to the, I'm just talking about the army, is about 3.62 lakh crores. That's in trillions. I have purposely given you the old year, because it's not secret anymore. 2021, 22, 3.62 lakh crores. Imagine even if you can mobilize 10% to Kerala. It's a huge opportunity. And out of this 3.62, there is one head called as capital, other called as revenue. We make all new procurements out of capital and sustenance out of the revenue heads. Now, 2/3 of the entire fund goes into sustenance. That is where you already have the equipment, you have the drawings, technology, as well as the sample available. So it is the low-hanging fruit where you can actually go into. Out of 3.62, roughly about 2 lakh crore plus is onto ready-made material. So this is a place where any MSME can easily enter and can focus. Capital, it's got a disadvantage of its own. It takes a long time because normally developing a full system will take anywhere between 10 to 12 years optimum, not before that. For example, Bharat Forge has released the gun, recently accepted, after about 12 years of having realized the product. So that is too much of a money locking up. It may not be suiting the MSMEs, so preference you can have for the revenue one. So we have an opportunity in terms of supply chain sourcing. I already told you. Modernization of armed forces, infrastructure development. So these three put together covers almost everything. Just you can imagine that defense forces are a mini world by themselves. Everything that we see in the world, whatever we need is required there, right from clothing, food grains, other food processed foods. Then we have infrastructure as far as roads, buildings, special clothing, special infrastructure for high altitude, all those are there. In manufacturing, indigenously developed, design, developed and manufactured items. Okay. Let's look at what is the ease of making business. Now, a lot of drive has come into. I was doing the indigenization for Army in 2014 to 17. So in about 5 years, we have really made things easy for everybody. The defense industrial corridors have come up, wherein 2 states were initially given, Tamil Nadu and Tamil Nadu and UP. And now the add-on is, there is a Bangalore, Kerala also, one route has been formed. Then we have IDEX. Must have heard of it. Those who have not heard, please look into what is IDEX. Innovations for defense excellence. This is a very good opportunity for any startup to get in. And we have already gone to 8th list of IDEX. The current one is for space. So since we have MSMEs related to space industry also, you can look at it. We have another source called as Technology Development Fund, TDF, which is through DRDO. The funding out of this, the second one, IDEX, we get up to like 50% of the project cost is paid to you in advance. That is, moment you give your proposal, if the idea has been accepted, if the cost of the project is about 3 crores, you get 1.5, even before starting. I think for a startup, that is a very good seed money to get started. Then the product can be given and the rest will be paid. And these are the normal IDEX. There is another variety called as IDEX Prime, started from the 7th cycle, where the limit is 10 crores. So up to 20 crore project can be taken up, wherein you'll get 10 crores upfront to begin with. Similarly, Technology Development Fund, TDF, it's got a limit of 50 crores. That is, 50% of the project is 50 crores. So you can take it up to 100 crores. There are, in both the categories, there are specified challenges which are listed, and these specified ones can be taken up. Or in case you have an idea which has not been asked by them, but you feel it is possible to be utilized in defense forces, you can give it as an open challenge. So that is also equally available. Open challenge is always available. Right. Then we have make projects, wherein we have make 1, 2, and 3. And we also have positive indigenization list. So a positive indigenization list was originally named as import ban list. So that it was sounding negative, so made it positive. So this is the items which have been progressively banned from import. So we already have seen 3 lists. These about 900 items have been banned from importing. So this is already a program or a chart has been made for 15 years hence. And what all can be made in India based on the technology development has been anticipated and given. So this is an important list that you should be looking at, because roughly about 1,000 items are going to be in the list for all the PSUs as well as the defense directly. Make projects, I'll amplify a little later. Then defense testing infrastructure scheme. Now this is also an interesting one, wherein we have a cluster of industries. We can go in for this. The defense requires a lot of testing. So about 70% of the cost of the test lab is borne by the central government. And if the state government can give in support, the remaining cost, that is about up to 20 or 25%, the state government can take on. Remaining 5 industries have to form a consortium, and this will be a Section 8 company. This is the format they have recommended. So this gives a very good central resource for testing. We have other policies also, like we have Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020, wherein forming consortiums has been approved. So defense requires mainly all as minimum a sub-assembly. So in case you are just, you are doing a casting, somebody is doing machining, electrical and electronics separately, that component level of supply is generally not preferred by defense, because the orders come for an assembly or a sub-assembly. When you get a sub-assembly, probably you can, all those companies who are related, normally we outsource it, instead you can form a consortium. So that has got its own advantages. I'll explain in person later. We also have another favorable policy about export. Previously, exporting defense items were very, very strict and almost impossible to achieve. Now there is a promotion wherein the government is taking the items available. They, in fact, about 2 weeks back, requests or mails were being sent out. Whatever products you have which can be exported, please send. They collected all and displayed, went and displayed in the foreign countries and came back. That's the kind of action that is taking place. We should utilize. So this I have already briefly explained to you. As far as this thing, the manufacturing standards are there, 4 of them. Buy Indian, make it this thing India. Buy global, manufacture in India is the offset mode. And buy global. I'm just showing them. I'm going a little fast because I've been given a very limited time. Make 1, make 2, make 3. Make 1 is where government pays up to 70% funds it, and 30% the industry has to put in and complete the project and collect that 30%. That is make 1. Make 2 is not funded by government, industry funded. You make it on a NC basis, submit the product, you will be able to get the payment on completion. Make 3 is where you can collaborate with the foreign OEMs. You can bring in a complete system or an equipment into India, and there are schemes for favoring this also, foreign collaborations and joint ventures. As far as foreign investors, lot of encouragement is being given to them. I'll skip this slide. Now, almost all this IDEX, TDF, everywhere, the first clause is that it is preferences, startups and MSMEs only. Only in case it does not get replied or bidded by the startups and MSME for 2 or 3 attempts, then it is given for large industries. So this is a definite way to encourage startups and MSMEs. The import items for indigenization. Okay, I'll just go ahead. These are the major initiatives that have come. If I start explaining, I can go on for hours, but then we'll have it here. Anybody specifically interested, we can interact after this. Now, having seen all this, where do we get started? Point of contact, as far as sustenance route is concerned for Army, you have for all 3 directorates of indigenization is there. Army, Navy and Air Force. We have CASR represented by Captain Sengupta. He'll be explaining after this. Army base workshops. Then we have base repair depots of Air Force represented by Wing Commander Priyani. Then we have naval dockyards also. And the ordnance depot are the warehouses of Army wherein the bulk orders will come from. We have defense DPSUs, which I had flashed in the beginning. So as far as design is concerned, we have Army Design Bureau, DRDO, IDEX are the ones available, and correspondingly, Air Force has also come up with the technology centers now. So we'll have something equivalent to Army Design Bureau work being done by them. And the QA bodies, they are the ones who will be the filters of the industry. When any item being supplied to defense, these bodies will be front-ending it. So they have certain ways and to ensure quality. So you need to be in touch with them. So these are the routes wherein we should go through if you want to get into defense. I have put all the links, concerned links. Probably you can take a photograph and go through them in your own time. TDF projects, currently there are 2 projects which are available. Sorry? smart and e-textiles. IDEX, as I told you, the 8th list is out. It is focusing on space. So we have the Prime as well as Disk 8. Put together about 75 projects are available. So Prime is for 20 crore project, and this one normal Disk is for 3 crore project. Only you need to submit the idea. I just put a list of what kind of projects are there in Prime. There we have defense e-procurement portal, like e-procurement portal for government is there. There is one exclusive for defense also. This is one place where the demands are put. Another we have GEM. In GEM also it is put up. So this is how it defense e-procurement portal looks like. All the orders are put in this. We have, okay, I'll come to this a little later. Now coming to this, I have not put a slide on GEM. The GEM is also there, but a lot of it has been explained to you. As far as defense is concerned, the development projects, they will be put in the customized GEM. So that will be at a different place. So having seen all this, how do you enter into defense? The major problem I have been finding is we're not able to connect to whom. So we are here to bridge Bharat. I am the CEO of this company. We have formed a team of experts, primarily to promote all this promotion of innovation, research and entrepreneurship. It's a Section 8 non-profit company. We are committed to promote the collaborative R&D and cooperative manufacture. That is the key word, and this has been successful so far. Our team So these are the people who actually have served about average of 25 to 30 years in the defense forces in various places. And they have acquired the inherent knowledge of the defense, and also now having come outside in defense, they have picked up various industrial expertise also. For example, on the right side bottom, I have shown Air Veteran Rao, Srinivas Rao, and we have other experts also. I have a GEM team with me. Please rise. I show your face so that we will know to see you. So these people are expert on GEM, working with us. So they have right from getting registered in GEM to facilitating bidding and facilitating the supply. They do complete hand-holding. Please sit down. In fact, two of them are already in Kerala only. We have advisors, very senior advisors. We have more advisors like Dr. Sivadanu Pillai and all, whom we don't put on this. They are beyond this. We have domain experts whom we contact on case-to-case basis. We have associates of academia. We have about 40 universities and colleges on MOU with us to give us the R&D support from the faculty and their labs and the students. We have MOU with most of the industrial bodies, and we work pan-India. So how we progress is basically we have access to all the orders which are published. We understand, we split them into various technology-wise. We form a consortium, we give it to people to work on it, and then facilitate supply. So the issue of not knowing the defense sector and the kind of communication problems what everybody feels. When we were doing the indigenization, there was a lot of hue and cry about how do we get in. I had conducted 13 seminars to make people understand at that time, all over India, various different industry clusters. But despite that, they couldn't understand. So that is why now, post-retirement, we are doing this, because now we've taken on the front-ending for all the industries. So you give us, you do what you can, we will make the product reach. So as I told you, we are in touch with all the bodies. The left side is the armed forces, and the right side is industry and academia. Bridge Bharat, we connect. So we analyze the RFPs, and the make projects and IDEX challenges published. We break them into modular problems. Then we realize it through the consortium of academia and industry, and facilitate and synergize the whole process. This is one way. The other way also is there, wherein what is available as far as the industry is concerned or the academia is concerned, or they already achieved something, we look at the potential for use in defense. We take it up as a greenfield project and facilitate, synergize the completion. Just a list, summarized it. You can keep a photograph. When you want it, you can look up. So I'm just showing a few indigenous greenfield projects. Otherwise, like regular supplies are all there, you all know, right? Components to assemblies to systems we are supplying against whatever the defense has published. As a greenfield project, like this is one example of proof firing, wherein the heavy guns are fired and they are proved whether it is functional or not. So it was like this, wherein it was completely manual method. We automated. Everything has been like with the latest technology, right from use of drones, virtual reality, as well as finally recording and printing the results in one go. This missile simulator is also there. This simulator was not, for training simulator. It is meant for firing a simulator and shooting at an aircraft, but then you get a fraction, small window of 10 seconds to do that. The training simulators were not coming ex-import for training. So without training, you cannot shoot down a moving aeroplane in 10 seconds, impossible. So this was developed and supplied, completely indigenous design. In fact, it was broken into such smaller part that the students could make. The most of the ideas in innovation used are college students, and few of them not even engineering students. So that is the power, and this has resulted in about roughly about 2,000 crores saving to the government. So with that, I conclude. Thank you. I put my contact details. You can scan what is below. You will get my contact details saved. Next is maybe.
Anybody has any questions? Okay. So thank you, sir, for the presentation. I request Prakash, sir, to give the moment.
No.
Okay.
Okay. I've concluded as far as Army is concerned. We'll take the questions together later. And I request Captain Sengupta to say a few words about Navy.
Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you, sir, for introducing me. At the outset, let me assure you that the Navy is totally committed to the clarion call by the Honorable Prime Minister for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And of course, to bolster the Make in India initiative. The next 10 minutes or so, I would try to give an overview from the Navy's perspective. Well, most of the slides have already been covered by Colonel. I'll just skip through those slides. This was the original scope of my presentation. Give you a brief background about the Navy has started indigenized process way back since 60s. I'll just flash through the prevalent indigenization schemes because these have already been covered. Important this thing is areas of interest from the Navy's perspective. The Indian Navy's shipbuilding program started during the early 60s. In the 70s and 80s, the learning curve rose through the increasingly complex design of ships. The Navy's design capability scaled higher peaks in the early 90s with the induction of the indigenously built Delhi-class destroyers followed by Shivalik-class frigates. And recently, commissioning of the first indigenous aircraft carrier built by Indian Navy's own design is a capability which only handful of the countries as on date can boast of. So today actually we have transformed from a buyer's to a builder's Navy. As on date, we have 39 ships and submarines been built in various shipyards in the country. The systems on board a warship can be classified into 3 categories: float, move, fight. First part, float, is pertaining to the ship's hull and associated equipment. Once the ship floats, next is to move the ship. This pertains to propulsion machinery, power generation and auxiliaries, and there, of course, the ultimate goal of fighting: weapons, sensors, command and control systems. It's a matter of pride that with the active participation of the Indian industry, DRDO and academia, 90% of indigenization has been achieved in the float category, 60% in move category and 50% in fight category. I see this percentage as an opportunity for our industry partners to leverage and enhance their contribution. Indigenization in the Navy is a need-driven. The major factors that prompt indigenization include obsolescence management, standardization, import substitution, induction of new technology, and enhancing life cycle support. Navy has published its indigenization requirements through documents titled Swavalamban and Naval Aviation Indigenization Roadmap. I would therefore request our industry partners to access these documents for understanding indigenization requirements of the Navy over the next 5 to 10 years. You can take a snapshot of this. The links are placed on that. I'm sure you are aware of DPM 2009 and DAP 2020. These are the guiding documents. Currently, the major schemes available for indigenization are Revenue, MAKE, TDF, IDEX. As a general practice, the revenue route for indigenization is utilized when the when we look at development of items which is already there in our inventory. As an import substitute, upgradation of an existing system, development of a niche technology, or transfer of critical technology to aid Make in India. This slide depicts the process flow and efforts involved in indigenization. The important point to note out here is the enclosed dashed box, because this is the part where we need constant interaction between all the stakeholders. Few successful developments which have already been carried out in naval applications. The MAKE scheme was revamped and the DAP was released in October 2020 with an aim to achieve greater participations of Indian industrial ecosystem. This has already been covered by the previous presenter. Make 1, Make 2, Make 3. These are the photographs, ongoing projects with respect to the Navy, which are being undertaken under Make 2. Technology Development Fund. This has also been explained as it was announced in 2014. IDEX scheme. Okay. Okay. These are the areas of interest that the Navy is presently looking at. Deck equipment, anchor chain cable and accessories. These come under the float part of the projects. This is the move part of the Navy's requirement under marine engineering. Electrical systems. Again, this is also part of MOVE, power generation. These are some of the recent areas of interest for the Navy, primarily related to the aircraft carrier and the Scorpion class of submarines. Both this equipment of the aircraft carrier are Russian origin, and Scorpion class is of course French. So these are the newer requirements that the Navy has identified. To leverage the potential of industries in the southern corridor, the Indian Navy has set up CISR at Coimbatore, Center for Indigenization and Self-Reliance. This is the organization where I have been appointed to. We will deal with indigenization needs of the Navy as a single point of contact. And of course, we will facilitate hand-holding between Navy and the firms. The details are as flashed on the screen. You can note down the email address. This is a summary of various internet addresses that we have accessed, that I have shown earlier. All data that you will need is available here at these sites. Yes, sure, you can take a snap also. Anyway, the presentation is here. You can take the printout of this. Thank you. I will now request Wing Commander Mohan to continue.
Before my slides come, I have one question. Can anyone tell me name of indigenously developed aircraft, fighter aircraft? Only? Only? Okay, what is the difference between fighter aircraft and transport aircraft? Very good. So, my question was basically leading towards my presentation. Do we not realize self-respect comes with self-reliance, as told by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, former president and supreme commander of armed forces once upon a time. He always used to believe in self-reliance. You, me, organizers, state government, Indian government, we all agree to what was told. So, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. I am Wing Commander Mohan Priyani. I am representing 5 Base Repair Depot, which is located in Sulur. And I shall be covering my presentation on indigenization requirement and opportunities for MSMEs. You can keep your mobile phone on because I am going to show you the information regarding the business opportunities available to MSMEs. I shall be covering my presentation under the following heads. Immediately after a quick background, I shall be covering the scope of indigenization so that we all understand the same language. Organization of indigenization, program management strategy by Headquarter Maintenance Command, planned projects over next 5 years. It's a long horizon, along with contact details. Other revenue projects, how to get information about those projects. It will be incorrect on my part if I don't talk something about 5ARD. And before I conclude, some information to all the entrepreneurs and startups and MSMEs present here before entering into defense indigenization. Next slide, please. So indigenization in Indian Air Force started during early 90s. However, the entire impetus was started to be given to this particular field from 1997. Of course, initially we took baby steps and we started taking the indigenization of low technology, high volume, low value items. That means basically related to the mandatory spares which are required to be replaced in Indian Air Force aircraft, military aircraft servicing. However, now the concept has changed, and now we have started shifting our focus on high-value, complex systems and subsystems. So, first of all, let us understand what the scope of Indonesian stands for. It can start from ground support equipment or ground handling equipment. Right now, what I have shown on the slide is the aircraft lifting jack for changing the tires, for example. It can be tester or automated test equipment. For example, right now I show the autopilot system testing equipment. Special tools, torque wrench. These all things used to be imported so far, Reclamation, suppose the aircraft is damaged because of bird hit, for example, or it is damaged in the battle. How to reclaim the entire air structure. Components, spares which are required for undertaking the repair and overhaul. For example, here I have shown the components of fuel system. Subsystems, fuel systems, avionics, all those systems are subsystems. Now, the scope which was under the reclamation has now been widened. Now we are looking at refurbishment. That means the refurbishment of the equipment, for example, the aero engine, which is shown on the slide. The right aero engine is shown the electromechanical components. On downside, you are seeing electronic warfare equipments. Above that, you are seeing air-to-air missiles, as well as replacement of avionics, like few instruments, and the replacement of looms, which you are seeing on the top left. Similarly, the category which I showed in the component spares for ROH has also been widened. Life extension is very, very critical because all the defense equipment have got certain life for operation. That is called TTLE, total technical life. As of now, a lot of studies going on this particular field. Top left, what you are seeing is the ejection seat, which is fitted on the fighter aircraft. Here you are able to see frontline fighter aircraft MiG-29. Below that is Su-30 aircraft, and just adjacent to is Su-30 aircraft aero engine, as well as complete ROH or the part tasking. Right now, what you are able to see is real photograph of one of the base repair depot located in Nasik, where the paneling and depaneling of fighter aircraft is being taken. And on top left is what you are seeing is the depainting and painting of particular aircraft structure. So the entire gamut what I discussed can be summarized in this particular slide. Now, Director of Innovation, which is looking after the Indian Air Force requirement, is located in Headquarters RK Puram. Headquarters Maintenance Command, which takes care of all the Indonesian requirement at grassroots level, is located in Nagpur. There are 13 BRDs spread across length and breadth of Indian Air Force, having expertise in different fields. So what now I am going to speak will be handled by one of these BRDs. Ladies and gentlemen, what has happened in Jan end is known to us. With Russia-Ukraine war going on so far, Indian Air Force is also not left untouched. Most of the Indian inventory, Indian military inventory, belongs to Russia. So, most of the potent fighting platforms have almost crossed midlife. So, taking care of all those studies for extending the life has become very, very important. especially the Russian fleet. Headquarter Maintenance Command, which is located in Nagpur, has initiated the program management strategy for self-sustenance of this particular fleet. This scheme is available or applicable for Russian fighter aircraft, Su-30, MiG-29 to be specific, Russian transport aircraft, AN-32, IL-76 and IL-78 to be specific, all Mi-17 helicopters, Russian air-to-air missiles and testers, and electronic warfare pods, basically which are coming from Russian side. So what I discussed right now can be broadly divided into 3 different categories. One is life extension, second, repair and overall. In repair and overall, if I want to be specific, it is basically for electromechanical aggregates, aero engines and associated aggregates, and ROH of avionics aggregates. Third category is RRR, that is refurbishment, replacement and reclamation. Again, for electromechanical aggregates, propulsion and avionics. These are the planned projects. These are big ticket projects for next 5 years. For example, life extension projects have total budget of 205 crores, which is to be planned to be spent in next 5 years. This LE extension is for airframe as well as aero engine. The breakdown of each aircraft airframe is shown on the slide. Coming to ROH, repair and overall, for example, RF, that is airframe, 950 crores are planned to be spent in next 5 years. For aero engine, we have 1,000 plus crores which are planned to be spent in next 5 years. All those projects what I have been discussing, they will be spearheaded by a particular BRD. For example, all the life extension studies will be carried out by, in respect of Su-30 aircraft, will be taken care by 11 BRD, which is located in Nasik. That for AN-32 aircraft will be undertaken by 1 BRD, that is at Kanpur. Electronic warfare will be taken care by 12 BRD, which is located in Delhi. So accordingly, all those things, all those BRDs will be taking care of all those things. However, this entire information has been floated on devprocurement.gov.in as well as eprocurement.gov.in recently, almost 1 month back. The EOIs also outline the most probable partnership model, that means who will do what. The repair and overall by whom, quality aspects by whom, and airworthiness certification by whom. With maturity of responses which will be received against the EOI what we have floated, we have planned a technology hackathon event which will be undertaken at Nagpur between mid-November 22 to mid-January 23, depending on the maturity of the responses. Since a lot of stakeholders are required for doing all those things, evaluation of all the EOIs will be done in the presence of financial advisors, CEMILAC, DGAQA, and industries before issuing the actual or other formal RFPs, so that it is not something new, something moon what we are talking about. This is a single point of contact whom you should contact in case of any interest for the projects what I discussed. Suppose if you are thinking that these projects are not cup of my tea, then we have a lot of other revenue projects also which are undertaken by individual BRDs. The projects can vary from different field, from starting from say reverse engineering of or rather development of say spring, washers, gasket, to supply of COTS item which are mill grade standards, say capacitors, resistors, inductors, PCBs involving FPGAs, PLLs, developments of some testers, automatic test equipment based on the problem statements, repair of instruments, fuel systems, propulsion systems, RF components, electrical systems. There are certain part tasking also. For example, painting, depainting, what we saw earlier, structural repair, minor, major, loom repairs, electrical, RF, everything. Now, how to get this information about what all these projects and where do we get the information? So all those informations related to EOIs as well as RFPs are uploaded on regular basis on these two websites, eprocurement.gov.in and devprocurement.gov.in. Since these requirements are projected in a scattered manner, you as MSME can look at one single website called indianairforce.nic.in, where all the EOIs which have been floated on these two websites are consolidated, updated on every fortnight basis. Now, how to access that particular website, Indian Air Force website? For next slides, you can keep your mobile phone on because I'm going to show you the entire procedure. Log into indianairforce.nic.in. Here, you have one tab, Make in India. The moment you click Make in India, you will have Indianization tab under which you have 3 sub-tabs. Indianization Exposition, IF Test Facilities, and Capital Procurement. I'll discuss upper 2 text. In Indianization Exposition, you have 7 tabs. Third tab, which is shown here, gives the Indianization requirements. Once you click this, you will have number of requirements which have been uploaded. Suppose I am representing 5 BRD, so I have clicked one of the requirement of 5 BRD project. I get all the technical specifications here. Simple. Now coming to Indianization contact details, all the BRDs which are spearheading various projects in Center of Excellence for different fields, everything is listed here. Contact details along with email IDs. Over a period of time, we have developed certain testing facilities. Like Colonel Selvakumar has just brought out that these testing facilities, testings are very, very costly. If you talk about the aircraft fitment for the fitment on the aircraft, fitment on the ship, for example, as Navy desires, Indian Air Force has now offered these facilities to MSMEs also, if required. The moment you click on this particular thing, you have 3 sub-tabs. One is AST, second is BRD. I'll talk about BRD. AST is basically Aircraft System Testing Establishment, which takes care of flight testing. BRDs take care of maintenance testing. So we have vibration chambers, material testing facilities available. Any MSME who is interested, they can contact headquarters. Details are given. Now, since aviation deals with life, mission, and of course, the pride of India, it has to undergo certain certification and quality aspects. The requirements are assembled and available, made available on this particular website under the same head only. During B2B session, we can discuss more on this thing if required. As Colonel Selva Kumar brought out, the initiative of Indian government regarding positive international list. These are the components, systems, or technologies which will be developed within India in near future. So as of now, third PIL has been floated, made public, and you can go through that thing. It also gives you information regarding the opportunities available for MSMEs. Now, regarding 5ARD, which is approximately 200 kilometers east of Kochi. 5ARD deals with ROH of Avro and Dornier aircraft. We also repair and undertake the calibration of various testers. We also undertake the servicing of LRUs, rotables of Western Fleet, that is light combat aircraft, and pilotus. Indigenization of spares of Avro, Dornier, LCM, pilotus, Hawk, remotely piloted aircraft. Indigenization of ground support equipments of Jaguar, Mi-17 and light combat aircraft. As well as we do undertake the indigenization of testers of Russian origin. These are various requirements for 5ARD. Avro, lot of activities are now we are planning to outsource. The EOIs have already been floated. If you are interested, you can participate. Furnishing and defurnishing of aircraft panels, cables, loom replacement, repair of de-icing boots. For Dornier, we have part tasking of various servicing, that is called 24-month servicing, 36-month servicing. We can discuss all those things during B2B session. We also undertake the modification of practice bombs carrier, that is called CBLS. We are planning to develop the repair and overall facilities for various aircraft, which are shown on the slide. And we are looking forward for engaging with partners like you for indigenous development of aircraft general spares of various fleets. These are my contact details. You can get in touch with me.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation.
Ma'am, I have got 2 more slides.
Okay, sir.
No problem, sir. Most important thing, one advice for what you can expect as a MSME before entering into indigenization for defense-related equipments. Most important thing is to familiarize yourself with indigenization procedures. Like, I want to make it very, very clear that, sharing the information or expressing the interest does not mean that the order will be placed directly to you. The procedure is very, very clear, and as brought out by my previous speakers, we are bound to follow Defense Procurement Manual 2009, which is under revision, and I am expecting it to be released by next financial year, DPM 2020. Familiarization with airworthiness certification requirement and procedure is also very, very important when we are dealing with development of airborne systems which are going to be fitted on military aircrafts, including fighter, transport, and helicopters. You can expect transparent sharing of information, what is available with us, we will be sharing with you. Nothing will be hidden. So actually, initially you can expect lesser MOQs. However, post-successful development of prototypes, you can expect bulk procurement orders. The orders are huge, and once we certify particular component, we issue what is called as local certification. That is basically a sort of direct contract with industries for next 5 years. Whenever particular requirement of that particular component will come, order will be given to you directly, once it is proven. And expect full support from concerned base repair depot, including the timely payment. Sometimes it may test your patience when it comes to certification. So don't lose your heart, because it's linked with the life of a person sitting in the cockpit, as well as mission, as well as the honor of entire India. These are few of the photographs for outsourced applications done by Indian Air Force. On top left, what you are seeing is the repair and overhaul of one of the radar which is fitted on Su-30 aircraft. What you are seeing on the top right is repair of airborne missile. On left bottom is the depaneling and control surfaces related outsourced application for Su-30 aircraft. And on right bottom is the depaneling and painting of Su-30 aircraft. On top left is the structural repair of Su-30 aircraft, 11 BRD, Nasik. Bottom left is the repair of pylons on which I suspend my bombs and missiles. All those systems are mostly from Su-30 aircraft. And I'm sure together we can and we will. Before I close my presentation, a ponder from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. And it is only when we are faced with failures do we realize that these resources were always there within us. We only need to find them and move on with our lives. With this, thank you very much. Jai Hind.
I invite Prakash sir to give away the mementos to our speakers as a token of our appreciation.
See, since we round out, we have 2 more sessions. One is Integral Coach Factory from Chennai, because they have to leave here after lunch. And one more CDAC, 2 more sessions before lunch. I think we can have B2B interaction, that will be okay? Or you want some quick, anybody want to ask some quick questions to be, yeah. Give to him. Give to him.
What was brought in for airport, there is a mandate to have a semi-lac certification. So like that will be there. In the qualification QR will be given based on the type of project. So there is no bottom line. But the quality will be of critical this thing. So those parameters you'll have to see. You'll have to register as a manufacturer. There is a manufacturing registration to be done through DGQA when you are giving the bulk supply.
That certificate, is it from any particular authority or?
For Air Force, CEMILAC. There is an agency called as CEMILAC.
That certification will be from the defense itself, not from any particular other agencies.
No, there is a CEMILAC body.
For qualifying particular product to be fitted on fighter aircraft, or rather I'll say military aircraft, it is called airworthiness certification. The certification means the checking of particular component, system, subsystems before fitting it on the aircraft. For example, I have developed, say, head-up display. Since it is going to be fitted on the in front of the pilot for seeing the outside view, and I am going to fly at, say, 2 Mach at the altitude of 35,000 feet, changing my G requirement from minus 2.5 G to plus 10 G. In all those conditions, I should be able to focus on outside world, as well as I should be able to aim on the target while picking up the air-to-air target. So what all things my product is likely to undergo, all those checks will be done on the ground before it is fitted on the aircraft. Because once I am engaging with the enemy, I cannot take care of, there is no chance of error. So my product should undergo vibration test, which is simulating as if the Su-30 aircraft is flying and engaged with the air-to-air dogfight. Second, the brightness, because I may be flying in the dark, thunderstorm, or against the sun. So the brightness of my head-up display should be capable of that category. Third, my cockpit air conditioning may fail at high altitude, and there may be humidity. So my product should be capable of performing in the hot and humid condition. Third, acceleration. I may be flying at 10 G, I may be flying at 1 G. So my components which are fitted in the head-up display should be capable of bearing that particular G forces. So all those test requirements are projected well before the document or EOI is floated on the aircraft, is floated on the web portal. Accordingly, MSMEs are supposed to cater for all those tests, because it's a huge cost as well as time. And it is quite possible, since these are R&D projects, it may undergo reiterations, twice, thrice. So all those things are required to be catered by MSMEs. All those qualification tests what are written in the document, approved by CEMILAC, and all those certification of those tests carried out on this particular equipment component as per testing needs to be submitted along with the product. Based on that thing, Indian Air Force will give local certificate. I hope I have done. Thanks.
Sir, I think you have discussed in detail about the requirements of engineering or mechanical parts requirements. What about the stationary part of it? Like, I think you will require a lot of stationaries and accessories, as well as for your naval canteen, there are a lot of requirements. So what about the procurement process, or how to be the vendor for this kind of item supply?
Accessories are also equipment. So the first thing in that slide is, what are we looking at for indigenization? We are looking at replacing what we are getting in from abroad. We want to be self-reliant. That is the first thing. That is what is indigenization. So if something is already available in the country, there is no need to do an indigenization. It's already available. It is already made in India. We are looking at, yeah, that is available through GEM. You can do procurement. We use our own equipment to fight our own battles, not depend on it.
Okay,
Sir,
thank you.
sir, how do we get information on that kind of supply which I raised a question on?
We have already listed out those lakes. As far as the Navy is concerned, there are two lakes, Swamlamam and there is one Indian Naval Aviation Manual. These are those two. It is open source domain. You can download it. It has got a complete list. It's not an exorbitant, I mean, it's quite a big list. You can pick it up from there. The basic thing is that you see an equipment, you read an equipment, technical details are there, what it is used for. Generally, you see if you are making that kind of equipment or item. See, if I am a computer developer, I am an MSc in computer developer, and there is something related to computer, some IC chip or something. If I am into IC development, then I will go for it. I have a little bit of expertise. You will have to read the technical specifications which is listed out. You will get all those information in those two documents as well as the details.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move on to because this is time. We can have interaction. You will be here for some more time. No? So we have a B2B session there. So immediately after this session, 1:30 to 2:30, around 1 hour, we will have B2B session. So these officers will be there in that rooms. Those who are interested can have a direct interaction with them. What you asked is, see, Indian, apart from this, there's a store, there's canteen services are there. There is a huge purchases which is having a lot of general items, which is normally done through GEM. GEM. So if you are registered a GEM vendor, you can participate. There is no issue in it. There is also, you may be knowing, there is a defense park in Kerala, that is Ottapalam, under Kinfra. That person was here yesterday. I introduced him to that principal advisor to our defense ministry, Lieutenant Colonel Vinod Khandare. And I think he has not come today, but if you have come here, we could have more interaction about the defense park also. Anyway, thank you very much. I thank Colonel Shelva Kumar. See, basically, this MSMEs, we know a lot of scope is there. It's a defense service is a big opportunity. But MSMEs to enter there is a big challenge. There is something blocking the MSMEs. So there the scope for this Bridge Bharati type of people who have worked in the defense forces, and they can come and help us MSMEs to take you, handhold you to the MSME, to the defense forces. So I think these, I'm not saying that only this, there are many people who are working in that same field, like retired defense people. So we can use their services and you can get into the defense forces. That is a big opportunity for us, so kindly consider about it. I congratulate, I thank Colonel Shelva Kumar, who has been the main person to coordinate all these things, and you brought Captain D. Sengupta and Wing Commander Mohan Piani to this program. I thank the respected officers for their valuable time with us and sharing their information with us, and we hope that their engagement with us will be fruitful, and we may. So I want one more thing to tell you. Somebody came, 2-3 people came and asked me about the presentations and all. I will send the presentation, but only to those people who are submitting the feedback forms. Because yesterday there was around 250 people are here, and I asked my coordinator how many feedback he got. It's less than 50 people. So we, as a participants, you also had such a responsibility. That responsibility is submit your feedback. If you don't do that thing, no, I cannot help you. So whatever you go, you please submit the feedback, and I will be forwarding the presentation to only those email IDs who have submitted feedback. Okay, thank you. So we'll have 2 more sessions, then we'll have a lunch break, and afternoon we got sessions from, we got some important session from Indian Railways, IRCTC, Indian Railway Catering Service. They got a big opportunity for IRCTC, and some other important sessions also there. Just come. Yeah, afternoon we have got sessions on IRCTC is there. HOCL, this is an Organic Chemical Limited. Then some of the state PSUs are Silk, Autocast, then few state PSUs also. Kindly join the program even after lunch also. We have got sessions up to 6 o'clock, and B2B sections engaged up to 7 o'clock. So please make use of it. Now we'll go to session.
Thank you, sir. For our next presentation, I would like to invite Shri A. Shaktivel, Deputy CMM FD, ICF Chennai, to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Shaktivel, representing ICF. I'll be giving a briefing about the various materials required for ICF. That means for Indian Railways also. Since the procedure what's followed in ICF is almost the common for all railways. That means all zonal railways. Throughout India, you can supply the same material, so it will be common only. There won't be any much more difference. Policy or procedures or materials requirement will be common platform. May I know how many people already have a business with railways? Okay, few people only. Okay, I'll be giving you a list of items. Further, you can enhance and you can look for further additional items also. And for fresh people, you can get an idea how to start the business with railways. You know, they have kept this session after defense. That's rightly they have kept it. Defense is the biggest budget in India, you know. Next to defense, you can see railways. In that way, next huge potential is from railways, you can get it. But here, you can have another edge. Here, all the materials are mostly you can see visually. If you board in any train, you can see a lot of materials. You yourself get gotten confident. Oh, this material, I can make it. This I can be able to give like that. The first hand feel you can have it. In that way, you will have more confidence. So in that, that confidence will give you the starting point. And moreover, we used to conduct like this kind of vendor meet. We are also used to conduct a regular vendor meet. If you are coming there before COVID, we have a lot of physical vendor meets. A lot of people from India used to come. You can see physically the materials. By physically seeing the materials only, you will have the first confidence. Oh, this material, it's possible, why not? By reading a big specifications, you will get, first of all, what is this, what is there? So many technical things, you may get confused also. Like one cinema they used to give, this is a book like that, we can simply tell, but they will give a definition in a big way. Like that only. By seeing it, you will get a very simple knowledge, like that. Now, anyhow, I will be giving the list of pictures, what we can see it also, we will give some confidence also. Okay. So this purpose is for new vendors and as well as for the existing people. You can go for the additional item also. Here I will be briefing about the procurement process followed in Indian Railways and the vendor approval process. This vendor approval process, don't get confused. This is for a very few items. May say example 20% of the item. For 20% of the item only some approval process there because of safety nature. These items are in safety nature. It's involved public safety. So only 20 to 30% only involved in the vendor approval. All others, anybody can supply. Such kind of open item only available. Next, I will be listing out some of the item where we can focus it. if you see, like this kind of so much of vendor meet, last 10 years, if you see, in 2012 and 13, it is almost some 15,000 vendors only available with Indian Railways. Now it's almost, now here it's showing us 1 lakh, actually it's now further enhanced to 1,20,000, almost 10 times increase. It's giving a lot of awareness, a lot of people are coming forward. So since the system is so transparent also, everything is online also, no need to approach and no need to visit any office physically also. Anywhere from India, you can do the business. Since everything is online, full transparent. And you should have some basic idea about these various policies so that you can do the business without any kind of troubles. So you should have the basic guidelines about general financial rule, vigilance guidelines. If any problem or anything, you can you yourself refer it also. And MSA policy, you know, maybe so many presentations might have been happened. Everything is 100% implemented here and followed only. And Make in India policy also, you are aware that we are strictly following it. And some railway codes or some manuals for specifically for some items, it's followed. That will be attached along with the tender also. No need to go anywhere also. Whenever any tender is floated, that's what are the codes, what are the guidelines available, what we're following, it will be attached as a document. And Make in India policy, you are aware that now everybody has to declare their local content. That means less than 20% of local content, we are not at all permitting anybody to supply it. It's having a minimum 50% for class 2, class 1, and so like that we have some classification. That means it's fully indigenous. Nowadays, less than 20% local content means that procurement, we cannot do it. This MSME and all I am not detailing. You might have given a lot of sessions also. So this 25%, we are strictly following it. But what I have understood is the representation from this 4% from MSME of SCST and 3% from women entrepreneurs, still it has not reached the target. It's always a short. Overall, 25% is the target for MSME. We are almost crossing 35%, 40% available. But whereas in the last two categories, 4% from SCST entrepreneurs and 3% from women, there's a huge gap available still. And you know, all the items is we are following the open tenders only, everybody is eligible. And MSE, that based on that MSME things, 25% is reserved for MSME. And for that, you know that who is the lowest, within up to 15%, you have to accept the L1 rate, then you will be considered for the MSME, that policy, that's percentages. And 350 items is exclusively only for MSME, 100%. Nobody else will be allowed also. That's a normal MSME rule. That's strictly followed here. And briefing about ICF. This is the various milestones of ICF. Now in 2022, you know, this Vande Bharat and Maha Metro and Freight EMU. And these are the trend now it's going on. Now here we have a lot of scope also, that future also are here. In that way, what are the materials involved? You can focus it, if you are focusing on, you can do the business in a coming years in a big manner. These are the various type of coaches. Normally we manufacture some coach bags. Last line you can see that mostly Vande Bharat, Maha Metro and Freight EMU. There, what are the materials required? These things, by visiting any time to ICF, you can get a full idea. So maybe whenever you are conducting a vendor meet or sometimes some open session will be there, you can visit and you can see the various displays item also, you can physically see the work also. Then you will get a confident what kind of item you can get it also. Already list will be available in the website. But I suggest that you please try to come one time at least and try to see the various items. And this is the coach target. So this year target is 3,500. Before COVID, we have achieved 4,150 coaches, the highest in the world. So for manufacturing this kind of highest number of coaches, we want all materials. So this year the budget is 9,200 crores only for ICF. And I'm telling you, for maintenance and all other aspects, Open Rail will be procuring. That will be also almost 20,000 crores. So almost 30,000 crores will be purchased only materials. And other than that, so many works contract also available. There also material involved. That will be another 50,000 crores. Almost 1 lakh crores of budget only for material aspect. That everything is purchased through open tenders only in a transparent manner. So we have a huge potential. And as per the data, almost actually 25% is the target for MSME, but we are much ahead of these things. And if you see the number of items what you are purchasing, almost 7,500 types of items are available, different designs, maybe with some slight modification, something available. This we can see it also. During vendor meet, we used to display these items also. What are the major components? And everything is purchased through in a transparent manner in a website only. These are the various mode of tenders. Open tenders means if any item purchase value is above 25 lakhs, it's open tender. There is no restriction. Anybody can participate. You can submit your credentials, you can submit your performance, you can offer your bid. It will be evaluated based on the document what you have submitted. And if you don't have any earlier experience, initially it will be given a developmental order up to 20% quantity. That itself a huge value. If you are comparing this budget value of 9,000 crores, 20% is a huge only. So there you can develop, there you can build your confidence. Then you will get the regular order. And one thing I will be telling you, the payment mode, if you see, maybe it is much, in ICF I'm telling you, it is much better than a private organization. Within a week you will get the payment once the material is accepted. And material acceptance also always in the fast lane only. Since it's a factory, it's a production purpose, it will not get any delayed actions. Since it will be always in the belt requirement, it will be there. So it will be quickly accepted and payment maximum 1 week. Never it get delayed for anybody. Even though the MSA is 45 days time is there, here it will be within one week you'll be getting the payment. Everything is online only. No need to come physically also anybody. And next one is global tenders. Global tenders is totally restricted. Now local tender less than 20%, we have to go for global tender. For that, so many procedures government have again restrictions. I have never seen any global tender in the recent periods. It's totally almost rarest of rare case nowadays. That means total indigenous only. And limited tender up to 25 lakh. Normally for urgent cases, we'll be going for limited tenders, who are all supplied earlier. The tender will be given only for the earlier supplier, so that we'll be quickly getting the supply materials. If it is open, he has to see the drawing, develop some prototype approval, so many procedures involved. This is limited tender, low value items, already supplied. With that sources, we'll be going for limited tender. Even in this tender also, suppose somebody want to say that I can also supply, if they are giving us some documentary evidence to this office, they will be included. It's not fully restricted for the last supplier. If they are approaching with some documentary proof, they also will be considered. And everything we are purchasing through e-tender only. This is the various procedure what you are following it. There's a separate portal available, IRPS portal. For that, you should have a digital signature. You have to log into the website. Then you have to see that initiate registration request. Then it will be a user friendly only. You have to register your company, you have to upload the details what it's asking it. Within 3 to 4 days, you'll be getting your login. After getting your login only, you can participate in the tenders. It's a simple process. You should have one digital signature, that's all. And participating in the tender, after getting that login, then you can participate. Again, the same website only. You have to go, that search tender option is there. You can search with the materials type also, with various types. And I'm telling you, this is not only for ICF. This is for entire railway. For all railways, all zonal railway, everything will be in the same portal only. Everybody is following the same portal only. Same procedure only for everybody. So in that way, it's a single platform. There you will get all the things. But again, earlier, many speakers also told, if any item available in GEM, that item, as per the Government of India guidelines, it will be purchased only through GEM. But railway is mostly drawing based and some kind of special items. So many items will be available in this portal only. Only general item, like I told that stationaries, common items, common use item. That will be purchased through GEM. Otherwise, mostly drawing-based item, specific item. So that will be purchased only through this IRPS. And everything is electronic process, everything is transparent. Anybody, after tender opening, they can see the way, who are all participated, what is their rate. You can compare with others also. You yourself get a conclusion whether you will get order or not. Since the tender is there, tender eligibility criteria is there, all guidelines is there, with that you yourself can compare. You yourself will get a conclusion, what kind of order you will get, whether you will get, you can get a same day itself, you yourself can decide. Thereafter, some procedure formality, we officers will be doing it. So you will get a quick idea. Everything is 100% transparent. This everything is a common slide. You might have seen all MSME normal procedure rules only. And I told some items are purchased only through approved agency sources for safety item and some kind of technical items. And these are the approving agencies. DLW and CLW related to loco items, ICF, RCF, MCF related to coach items. Some items, I'm telling you, in the overall purchase, almost 20 to 30% only available in this approved list. So as a beginner, you can focus on the rest of the items. Once establish your business, then you can come to this kind of area. And if you're having some capacity and some kind of, what are the technical requirement of this approved source, if you're having, then you can directly approach it also. This involves some procedure also. It involves some procedure. You have to first, before getting the order, you have to approach the officers, you have to submit your plan details, all the things. Some people will come and do the inspection. So the procedure involved. It will take some time also. Whereas in that other tenders, you need not to prove or you need not to give so many details. You directly, you can participate in the tenders. And that getting the approval status also, nowadays it's streamlined, everything is online only. There's a portal available that vendor, in the same IRPS site, one module is available, Unified Vendor Approval Model. There you can upload all the documents. But here, after uploading all your documents, some official will come do some inspection in your factory, then they will give the approval status. And I'll be just listing of some of the critical items. You can see the look of these items. If you're having some kind of idea about the things, you can search the tenders, you can participate. This is the bogie frame. It's required 5-axis CNC machining center. If the facility, if you're having, you can think forward in supplying these kind of items. And some Fiat bogie items. And mostly some forging facility you should have. If you are having the forging facility, you can think about supplying these kind of items. Drawing detailed specification available in website. And in the tender also, it will be uploaded. You need not to search here and there. Whenever they are floating a tender, in the tender, the specification will be there, the drawing also will be there. So you will get an idea. And suppose some item you want to supply, if you are having a confused about the full quantity, suppose 1,000 numbers you want to supply, 1,000 numbers you may not be confident. You can try to supply some prototype also. That also will be permitting. You can supply one item, you can get a prototype approval, then you can supply the balance item. ICF is facilitating such kind of things also. These are some other items. I will be just quickly running through the various items. These are the heavy fabrication items. Fabrication facility, if you are having, you can think about these items. The sander frames, end part, bogie bolster, bogie frames. These items, you can think about supply. Regular requirement, these items are having a regular requirement, any times, always. There may be maybe after years by years, there may be some small technical upgradation, but it will be there. So once you started developing or supplying this item, then the business is forever, I'm telling you. Partition frames. That coach roof available, that kind of roof. Now everything is in stainless steel only. Stainless steel roofs you can supply. In the coach, you can see that stainless steel walls for production will be available. All fabricated item only. That fabrication facility only it's involved. under frame items, bogie frames, all fabrication. If you are having that fabrication facility, these all items you can try to think over and try to participate in tenders. Some metal bonded rubber items. These also you can see. These are the regular record items. This item also, if you are having the facility to manufacture this item, you can think about regular demand available. Axial box payout push, lateral bump stop, silent block, rubber spring centering. See, I'm just giving the images. Specification and drawings available in website will be available in the drawing. That's a tender also. Nose cones. This nose cone also have a regular requirement. In Vande Bharat, every train set is having 2 nose cones. So we have a target of 400 train sets. In that way, 800 nose cone is required. If you are having this scope for supplying this item, you can think about. Water tanks, bio tanks, all stainless steel fabricated items. Modular toilet, train you might have seen. Doors. And these items, whenever we are conducting a vendor meet, if you have a plan to come, you can physically see it also. And their drawing specification also will be available. You can get it also. That may be giving you some kind of confidence to you. All cable trays, which is fitted in the coaches. All LED items. Electrical panels, transformers, battery chargers, heating, ventilating and air conditioning units, driver cabs, vacuum evacuation system. These are the items. Now it's getting in. Earlier it was only imported. Now import is banned. In that way we developed. Some firms has come forward and it is developed. Still more scope available for others also. Pressurized flushing system in the bathrooms. Gangway and rubber flooring. Limited sources only available. And it's a continuous requirement also available. You can think about if you are having the facility. Automatic sliding doors. Now, few trains we started giving this automatic sliding doors. So you can think about these items also. CCTV systems. That's we have a regular requirement nowadays. Seats and berths. Now you are knowing that Vande Bharat, everything is having a seating type things only. Almost 400 train sets we are having. 400 into 16 you can multiply. And each coach is having almost 70 seats. 400 multiplied by 16 multiplied by 70. This much number of seats are required. FRP paneling. Now, particularly in Vande Bharat, all interiors are finished with world-class finishing. All paneling only, FRP paneling only. If you are having the potential for making FRP paneling, it's a very big area, and we are looking forward people also. And it's having a huge potential also. Coming years, that is the scope also. Luggage racks, abusers, rectifiers, bracket fans, All these items, specification, drawings available on website. You can see it. But it's not a complicated thing, sir. General item only. Thank you.
I request Prakash sir to hand over the memento. Okay, so first we'll have a question answer session.
As it is not planned, you'll be there probably in January.
In case if you want to come and meet earlier, is that possible?
Yes, possible.
Whom to meet? Can we write to you or is there some?
Actually, there is some different sections are available. What item you want to plan to have? Since you cannot make all the items,
No.
like electrical items, mechanical items, and general items, shell items, fabricated items, like that various classification available. If you are coming under any one of the category, a separate team is there. I can direct you to meet there. I will tell them also. Since one person cannot deal everything. Sir, still the date not confirmed. I may communicate to the organizer, and he may normally used to give a wide publicity, newspaper everywhere, and like this kind of potential organizer also will be sharing the link and everything. They will communicate to you also, sir. Who are all associated with this organization, we will be giving an invitation details to them. They will communicate to you, everybody, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir,
Actually, last 2 years we have conducted mostly everything in online only, because of COVID. Before that, we have a physical vendor meet. Because of COVID, only online meeting. Now, further meeting will be arranged physically. That will be done. We will communicate to the organizers. They will communicate to everybody.
One more question.
Sir.
Actually, you mentioned that price preference for MSMEs, that is, you mentioned L1 plus 15%. What does it mean?
So that means a common procedure. They might have, lot of people might have given.
L1 means L1.
That means technically suitable. Technically suitable. Not in the tender, maybe L1, that rate will not be given a rate. It will be evaluated. We have eligibility criteria for the tender. Who is meeting that all the requirement? So in the tabulation, maybe who is coming at L8 may be the technically qualified L1 person. That rate only will be asked with the MSME as a counter offer.
That plus 15%, what is that?
That means who is the eligible rate? Say example, 50 rupees is the rate quoted by eligible firm.
Okay.
Now, 50 rupees plus 15 rupees extra, 15%. That means, what do you say, 3 rupees. So who are all quoted up to 53 rupees will be asked for a counter offer for the 25% quantity. This is a normal MSME rule, sir. I think in the various sessions it might have been discussed. That's why I have not elaborated more. It's a basic, normally it's a MSME rule also. In that way it will be covered. And within this range also, maybe many vendors will be available.
Yes,
Among the many MSME vendors also, suppose any SC/ST entrepreneur available, suppose any woman entrepreneur available, for them also a special preference will be given. This 25% is reserved only for MSMEs. Suppose these people not accepted the counter offer, then only the first, other than this MSE firm will be considered for the full order.
Thank you.
Sir, one more question. If we get listed with, or if you are supplying to ICF Chennai, would we automatically get approved for the other one, Raebareli and all?
Yes. This is I'm telling you now, all items are commonly used for throughout Indian Railway. Anywhere else, suppose RCF Kapradala, there that vendors got registered there, they will be considered automatically here. They are eligible for here. Similarly, who are all getting eligible here, they are eligible for everywhere. It's a common. That's why it's single common portal, IRPS portal.
Okay, so rest of the questions can be discussed at the B2B meeting as we have a time constraint. So now I invite Prakash sir to hand over the memento to our speaker.
Actually, there is one deputy CMM from Thrissur, Sridevi. Sridevi, madam, no? One deputy CMM, Sridevi. Sridevi. No, there is one CM, deputy CMM. Office staff, okay. Okay. Okay, we thank you, Mr. Shaktivel, for that very brief but very good presentation. We got one more presentation before lunch. We are supposed to have Mr. Sidak from Sidak, but since we are already 1:30, we are breaking now for lunch. The presentation from Sidak and also the IRCTC railway presentation will be after lunch. And I request, because our army, just sit down, please sit down. Our officers from defense forces also wanted to go, maybe after lunch. So if you want to have some B2B engagement with them, kindly do it before they leave. Maybe after lunch they may go. So that's why I'm breaking now. Kindly finish your lunch at the earliest and come to the B2B meet for all these organizations who have presentation, particularly Army, Defense Forces, different forces in the Integral Coach Factory. Then we can start at 2:15. We have got a session, starting with the SIDAC, followed by Indian Railway and IRCTC, Indian Railway Catering Services. So please come for that one. So let us break for lunch. Okay, thank you.
Suvarna. I'm Nandita. We welcome expectant mothers. Baki, must be inside. God. और अगले कुछ दिन हम साथ गुजारेंगे, सब एक दूसरे को समझने की कोशिश करेंगे, समझ We were putting together an art cafe when I found out that I was pregnant.
Really? I'm a single mother, and I don't think it's important where you're from.
I'm Gracie. I am Venu. It's okay for mother-in-law also joins the class.
Of course, your mother is pregnant, sure.
Jaya?
I'm Saya. We're not married, but we live together in Goa.
We see the sun, the sky, the dawn.
எதுக்கு இந்த கிளாஸுக்கு போனோம் நீ ஒரு வாரமா பிரீத்திங் பிராக்டிஸ் மட்டும் தானே இல்ல
அப்புறம் எனக்கு இப்போ நிறைய pregnant friends இருக்காங்க.
You know, they say it takes a village to raise a child.
And here, you're making that village.
It is very important that you support each other. एक दूसरे का सहारा बहुत 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 जरूरी है.
Small, sensitive, vulnerable. Not you.
You guys are superheroes. Bringing a baby to life.
We created a WhatsApp group.
Namaskaram. Sri Abdul Majid, Managing Director of the Plywood Manufacturers Consortium Perumbavoor, approached MSME Development and Facilitation Office Thrissur with one of their problem statements. This statement was circulated among the various stakeholders, and the DST supported TEC, Technology Enabling Center at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Kollam, came out with a solution. This solution, which is an IoT sensor-based solution, is to control the process in the plywood manufacturing. With the system, it is able to control the parameters like pressure, temperature, curing time, and thickness of the plywood. The system has been developed and is implemented in CPSense Plywood Perumbavoor. The end user industry is very much happy about the solution from the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. This is a step towards the implementation of Industry 4.0 in the plywood industry. I congratulate the entire team at Amrita TEC for this achievement and also the plywood industry. Thank you.
The DST Amrita Technology Enabling Center was established to partly address some of the pressing needs of SMEs. These include activities that provide awareness of latest technology trends, providing engineering solutions to enhance the productivity and efficiency, and also providing guidance and exposure to marketing and commercialization opportunities. We believe that by working hand in hand with the MSME Development Institute in Thrissur, we can accelerate India's march towards self-reliance and Atmanirbhar Bharat.
The overall objective of the plywood automation solution is to empower the industry with the capability to monitor and control the entire production cycle. All the production parameters are constantly being monitored throughout the cycle. If in between there happens to be a power outage, the cycle will continue to run, and once the power resumes, the system itself will automatically restart the entire process. The software will report all anomalies in temperature and pressure during the entire production cycle and also detect any variations in thickness measured just before the end of the cycle against expected values. The entire process will eventually be a very useful mechanism to know the quality of the products produced and also will help to understand the shortcomings of the current processes and take necessary actions to improve the production process.
MSME and Amrita TEC has developed a system to monitor, control and access various parameters in plywood production. Basically, this system controls pressure, temperature, time, moreover, the thickness variation up to 0.1 mm. Production team can access the plan issued by the management. Management can also access the entire production line through the gadgets on its go. The data of production of 1 day to 1 year can be stored in this system, which can be used in accounting also. It is a very good initiative to make our industry 4.0 level. Thank you, Amrita Tech. Thank you all.
The future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. A dream to create, a dream to grow and make a difference. And 1 billion dreams together weave the India story. A dream is powerful only when it is nurtured so that it can bloom into reality. SIDBI is proud to have been associated in nurturing an amazing ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation in India for the last 32 years. To back every entrepreneurial dream, no matter how small or big, no matter how simple or esoteric. SIDBI began its journey in 1990 through an Act of Parliament and has since been playing a stellar role as the principal financial institution for financing, promotion and development of micro, small and medium enterprises, that is, the MSME sector. which is a major contributor to India's GDP and exports. The sector also provides employment to more than 11 crore people. Since its inception, the bank has gone beyond direct financing by engaging with various players to identify and address critical gaps in the MSME ecosystem. SIDBI has taken the lead in development of best-in-class digital solutions. It has completely digitized its direct credit process right from loan application to disbursement. The seamless and end-to-end digitization has enabled MSMEs to experience most convenient and faster delivery of SIDBI's specially tailored credit products for meeting different business requirements.
मैं अपना कैरियर एक हेल्पर से स्टार्ट किया था। हेल्पर से स्टार्ट करके मैं एक परचेस मैनेजर तक पहुंचा। उसके बाद मैंने पार्टनरशिप की बिजनेस स्टार्ट की 2007 में। फिर हमें आगे ग्रो करना था तो उसके लिए हमने जगह भी जो एग्जिस्टिंग है हमने MIDC से परचेस किया। उसको बनाने के लिए हमें फाइनेंस की आवश्यकता थी। उस समय में हमने SIDBI को अप्रोच किया। SIDBI ने काफ़ी हमें सहयोग किया। लोन लेने के लिए हमें बहुत आसानी से लोन भी मिला। हमने फैक्ट्री का कंस्ट्रक्शन 2018 में पूरा किया। SIDBI has provided wings to fulfill my dreams.
The bank has supported PSB loans in 59 minutes, which has emerged as one of the largest credit fintechs, enabling MSMEs to receive loan offers from multiple bankers. Through Udyami Mitra digital platforms, SIDBI manages several flagship programs of Government of India. To address the critical problem of delayed payments in the MSME ecosystem, SIDBI has co-created a digital TREADS platform under the aegis of Receivable Exchange of India Limited. SIDBI is also developing financial products to leverage India's cutting-edge digital frameworks like Open Credit Enhancement Network, OCEN, an account aggregator framework for the benefit of MSMEs. It is also supporting the first of its kind initiative of Open Network for Digital Commerce, that is ONDC, which is expected to democratize the digital commerce in the country. The bank is also embarking on a major project for formalization of Indian MSMEs, which will open new doors of opportunities for MSMEs. It manages one of the largest credit guarantee programs for MSMEs in the world through Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for micro and small enterprises. The bank was the co-founder of India's first MSME-focused rating agency. SIDBI Foundation for Microcredit played a pioneering role in fostering the microfinance industry revolution in the country over the last 3 decades. This helped in institutionalizing credit dispensation at the bottom of the pyramid, and this ecosystem has supported nearly 5 crore informal enterprises. The bank also provides liquidity support to a wide spectrum of banks, NBFCs and fintechs to ensure that the funds keep flowing to MSME sector, especially to the informal sector and micro enterprises. India is today considered as a startup destination of the world. The bank has been playing an important role in stimulating venture capital and risk capital ecosystem of the country for more than 2 decades by supporting various incubators and venture capital and alternate investment funds. SIDBI is gearing up to play a big role in MSME cluster development in association with various state governments. This will ensure that the Indian MSME clusters become part of the global value chains and help Indian MSMEs go global. Ensuring industrial growth with a sustainable environment is also one of SIDBI's key objectives through its green financing initiatives. Always ready to take a step ahead to promote aspirational entrepreneurship, SIDBI's mission, Swavlamban program, has 4 important pillars of Sampark, Samvad, Suraksha and Sampreshan.
जब भी हमारा कुछ काम पड़ता है तो दे आर वेरी रेडीली अवेलेबल. कभी भी कोई स्कीम आती है तो 100% वो अवेयर कराते हैं हमको. तो हम धन्यवाद करते हैं सिडबी ग्रुप का, सिडबी मैनेजमेंट का, सिडबी स्टाफ का, जिन्होंने टाइम टू टाइम हमको असिस्ट किया.
The bank's professional manpower, having deep knowledge of MSME sector, is its strongest foundation, with capability to deliver the vision of Government of India for MSME sector.
In a robust economy where potential is to be maximized, it's important for every business to realize its dreams. India is a competitive economy and we can take it even further. We can make India competitive globally. For this, every business, big or small, needs to be assisted and nurtured. SIDBI wants every business dream to shine, and then we will be sure that India will shine.
मुझे मेरा बुटीक शॉप खोलना है.
I dream of making it big in the food business.
मुझे मेरी लॉजिस्टिक्स की कंपनी खोलनी है.
I dream of having my own event management company.
मुझे मेरा टेक्सटाइल बिजनेस खोलना है.
Every dream is a seed waiting to be nurtured. And today, SIDBI is supporting growth of the ecosystem which nurtures these dreams, planting a bright future for India where sky is the limit. SIDBI, celebrating dreams, celebrating 32 years of nation building.
Presenting the powerful, fully electric Kia EV6 that gives you the most electrifying performance. Take your driving experience to the next level. Electric was never less inspiring.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Namaskaram. Sri Abdul Majid, Managing Director of the Plywood Manufacturers Consortium Perimbavur, approached MSME Development and Facilitation Office Thrissur with one of their problem statements. This statement was circulated among the various stakeholders, and the DST supported TEC, Technology Enabling Center at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Kollam, came out with a solution. This solution, which is an IoT sensor-based solution, is to control the process in the plywood manufacturing. With the system, it is able to control the parameters like pressure, temperature, curing time, and thickness of the plywood. The system has been developed and is implemented in CPSense Plywood Perimbavur. The end user industry is very much happy about the solution from the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. This is a step towards the implementation of Industry 4.0 in the plywood industry. I congratulate the entire team at Amrita TEC for this achievement and also the plywood industry. Thank you.
The DST Amrita Technology Enabling Center was established to partly address some of the pressing needs of the SMEs. These include activities that provide awareness of latest technology trends, providing engineering solutions to enhance the productivity and efficiency, and also providing guidance and exposure to marketing and commercialization opportunities. We believe that by working hand in hand with the MSME Development Institute in Thrissur, we can accelerate India's march towards self-reliance in Atmanirbhar Bharat.
The overall objective of the plywood automation solution is to empower the industry with the capability to monitor and control the entire production cycle. All the production parameters are constantly being monitored throughout the cycle. If in between there happens to be a power outage, the cycle will continue to run, and once the power resumes, the system itself will automatically restart the entire process. The software will report all anomalies in temperature and pressure during the entire production cycle and also detects any variations in thickness measured just before the end of the cycle against expected thickness. The entire process will eventually be a very useful mechanism to know the quality of the products produced and also will help to understand the shortcomings of the current processes and take necessary actions.
Develop a system to monitor, control, and access various parameters in plywood production line. Basically, this system controls pressure, temperature, time, moreover, the thickness variation up to 0.1 mm. Production team can assess the plan issued by the management. Management can also access the entire production line through their gadgets on its go. Data of production of 1 day to 1 year can be stored in this system, which can be used in accounting also. It is a very good initiative to make our industry 4.0 level. Thank you, Amrita Tech. Thank you all.
The future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. A dream to create. A dream to grow and make a difference. And a billion dreams together weave the India story. A dream is powerful only when it is nurtured so that it can bloom into reality. SIDBI is proud to have been associated in nurturing an amazing ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation in India for the last 32 years. To back every entrepreneurial dream, no matter how small or big, no matter how simple or esoteric. SIDBI began its journey in 1990 through an Act of Parliament and has since been playing a stellar role as the principal financial institution for financing, promotion and development of micro, small and medium enterprises, that is, the MSME sector. which is a major contributor to India's GDP and exports. The sector also provides employment to more than 11 crore people. Since its inception, the bank has gone beyond direct financing by engaging with various players to identify and address critical gaps in the MSME ecosystem. SIDBI has taken the lead in development of best-in-class digital solutions. It has completely digitized its direct credit process right from loan application to disbursement. This seamless and end-to-end digitization has enabled MSMEs to experience most convenient and faster delivery of SIDBI's specially tailored credit products for meeting different business requirements.
मैं अपना कैरियर एक हेल्पर से स्टार्ट किया था। हेल्पर से स्टार्ट करके मैं परचेस मैनेजर तक पहुंचा। उसके बाद मैंने पार्टनरशिप की बिजनेस स्टार्ट की 2007 में। फिर हमें आगे ग्रो करना था तो उसके लिए हमने जगह अभी जो एग्जिस्टिंग है हमने MIDC से परचेस किया। उसको बनाने के लिए हमें फाइनेंस की आवश्यकता थी। वो समय में हमने SIDBI को अप्रोच किया। SIDBI ने काफ़ी हमें सहयोग किया। लोन लेने के लिए हमें बहुत आसानी से लोन भी मिला। हमने फैक्ट्री का कंस्ट्रक्शन 2018 में पूरा किया। SIDBI has provided wings to fulfill my dreams.
The bank has supported PSB loans in 59 minutes, which has emerged as one of the largest credit fintechs, enabling MSMEs to receive loan offers from multiple bankers. Through Udyami Mitra digital platforms, SIDBI manages several flagship programs of Government of India. To address the critical problem of delayed payments in the MSME ecosystem, SIDBI has co-created a digital TREADS platform under the aegis of Receivable Exchange of India Limited. SIDBI is also developing financial products to leverage India's cutting-edge digital frameworks like Open Credit Enhancement Network, OCEN, an account aggregator framework for the benefit of MSMEs. It is also supporting the first of its kind initiative of Open Network for Digital Commerce, that is ONDC, which is expected to democratize the digital commerce in the country. The bank is also embarking on a major project for formalization of Indian MSMEs, which will open new doors of opportunities for MSMEs. It manages one of the largest credit guarantee programs for MSMEs in the world through Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for micro and small enterprises. The bank was the co-founder of India's first MSME-focused rating agency. SIDBI Foundation for Microcredit played a pioneering role in fostering the microfinance industry revolution in the country over the last 3 decades. This helped in institutionalizing credit dispensation at the bottom of the pyramid, and this ecosystem has supported nearly 5 crore informal enterprises. The bank also provides liquidity support to a wide spectrum of banks, NBFCs and fintechs to ensure that the funds keep flowing to MSME sector, especially to the informal sector and micro enterprises. India is today considered as a startup destination of the world. The bank has been playing an important role in stimulating venture capital and risk capital ecosystem of the country for more than 2 decades by supporting various incubators and venture capital and alternate investment funds. SIDBI is gearing up to play a big role in MSME cluster development in association with various state governments. This will ensure that the Indian MSME clusters become part of the global value chains and help Indian MSMEs go global. Ensuring industrial growth with a sustainable environment is also one of SIDBI's key objectives through its green financing initiatives. Always always ready to take a step ahead to promote aspirational entrepreneurship, SIDBI's mission, Swavlamban program, has 4 important pillars of Sampark, Samvad, Suraksha and Sampreshan.
जब भी हमारा कुछ काम पड़ता है तो दे आर वेरी रेडीली अवेलेबल. कभी भी कोई स्कीम आती है तो 100% वो अवेयर कराते हैं हमको. तो हम धन्यवाद करते हैं सिडबी ग्रुप का, सिडबी मैनेजमेंट का, सिडबी स्टाफ का, जिन्होंने टाइम टू टाइम हमको असिस्ट किया.
The bank's professional manpower, having deep knowledge of MSME sector, is its strongest foundation, with capability to deliver the vision of Government of India for MSME sector.
In a robust economy where potential is to be maximized, it's important for every business to realize its dreams. India is a competitive economy and we can take it even further. We can make India competitive globally. For this, every business, big or small, needs to be assisted and nurtured. SIDBI wants every business dream to shine, and then we will be sure that India will shine.
मुझे मेरा बुटीक शॉप खोलना है.
I dream of making it big in the food business.
मुझे मेरी लॉजिस्टिक्स की कंपनी खोलनी है.
I dream of having my own event management company.
मुझे मेरा टेक्सटाइल बिजनेस खोलना है.
Every dream is a seed waiting to be nurtured. And today, SIDBI is supporting growth of the ecosystem which nurtures these dreams, planting a bright future for India where sky is the limit. SIDBI, celebrating dreams, celebrating 32 years of nation building.
Namaskaram. Sri Abdul Majid, Managing Director of the Plywood Manufacturers Consortium Perimbavur, approached MSME Development and Facilitation Office Thrissur with one of their problem statements. This statement was circulated among the various stakeholders.
And once
production team can assess the plan issued by the management. Management can also access the entire production line through their gadgets on its go. Data of production of 1 day to 1 year can be stored in this system, which can be used in accounting also. It is a very good initiative to make our industry 4.0 level. Thank you, Amrita Tech. Thank you all.
The future belongs to those
Kind attention all. I hope all have completed their lunch. All are requested to come back and be seated. നമ്മുടെ ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ സെഷൻ ഉടൻ ആരംഭിക്കുകയാണ്. What is the time to begin afternoon session timing? 1:30 to 2:50. Yeah, we are 15 minutes late. Please come up. All may be please seated. I request all the MSME unit to please note our defense sector, military, Indian Navy and Indian Air Force. They are waiting for B2B session. So those MSME who are interested to have a B2B session with our defenses, please proceed to the adjacent hall just outside and have it. B2 defense officers are leaving by 3 o'clock. They will be available up to 3 o'clock. Those MSME unit may please proceed the front adjacent hall. എല്ലാ MSME യൂണിറ്റുകളും ഡിഫൻസ് സെക്ടറിനോട് B2B any interaction if they wanted to have, please go to the adjacent rooms either side just in front of the main hall. Kind attention all MSME units. ഇവിടെ വെച്ച് തന്നെ അവർക്ക് you can raise your hand so that I can identify and I can make them connect with the defense procuring officers. All are requested to come back to the main venue and please be seated as early as possible. So we have to complete many more sessions. First is CDAC, Center for Development of Advanced Computing Trivandrum. Then we have Southern Railway, we have IRCTC, TACO Cables Kochi, HOCL Kochi, SIDBI Kochi. So these are the next batch of PSUs and department as well as bank. ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി I request everyone, all MSME units, please come inside. Now you start. You start with this.
For our first presentation of the afternoon session, I would like to invite Sri Anish Satyan, scientist of CDAC Trivandrum, to the stage.
Good afternoon, one and all. So I like to thank the organizers for giving an opportunity to represent CDAC and to explain about the business opportunities with CDAC for the MSME units who are assembled here. So let me just quickly go through. Already we are running out of time. So myself, Anish Satyan, Joint Director, CDAC Trivandrum. So yeah, CDAC being an organization under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. It's an autonomous body. We have more than 12 locations, head office at Pune, and more than 3,000 plus employees altogether. And we are one of the R&D organization, premier R&D organization under Government of India who is working on different aspects of electronics, computer, and much more. Okay, so these are some of the areas where we are working with in AML, artificial intelligence, deep learning, and different. In due course, in the coming up slides, I will be explaining about the mode of operation, how CDAC is operating, or what is the mode of taking a project and delivering a project and delivering the technology to the third-party organizations like MSMEs or private limited companies and etc. So technical expertise, speaking about CDAC on the outset, CDAC is well known for its supercomputer facility. Apart from that, CDAC is working in areas like artificial intelligence, computing, and heritage computing, microprocessor design. CDAC has developed India's first microprocessor, that is Vega processor. I have a slide on that. Then in software technologies, 5G and vehicular communication technologies, education and training. These are the different aspects, or CDAC is catering our technological expertise in these areas. And these are some of the mission programs handled by CDAC. The first one is nothing but exascale computing. It's an advanced version of supercomputer. Of common people. Then quantum computing mission, AI and language computing mission, means the language conversion. India has more than 325 languages officially. So the language computing mission has a huge role in connecting people, especially with different language aspects. Then IoE, Internet of Everything. It consists of Internet of Technology and Internet of means it's one step ahead of Internet of Technology, IoT. Then Generation Next Applied Computing Mission. So these are the mission programs. So let me start with the supercomputer series which CDAC is providing. So the mission starts from 1991 when the first supercomputer was released, and the latest one, it was Param Brahma in Pune 2020. So there is a latest series. In between there are a lot of this supercomputer machines are there, which was installed at different educational institutions, different critical infrastructures, government critical infrastructures, etc. So let me just quickly go through the CDAC's capabilities, CDAC's products and outreach mechanisms. So these are the areas where, especially CDAC Trivandrum, I'm just concentrating on the areas where CDAC Trivandrum is mostly concentrating on, but it covers most of the areas covered by CDAC as a whole. So CDAC is involved in advanced communication, cybersecurity, health information, industrial electronics, intelligent transportation system, power electronics, strategic electronics, VLSI, and education and training. So coming to advanced computing, actually CEDAC has installed the 1-on-2 system all over India. In almost 80% of the Indian states are now equipped with this 1-on-2 system, and now much more national disaster management, this women and welfare, then like that this coastal guard, like police, fire force. So these are the different entities now we are adding to this 1-on-2 group. It's an emergency response system. Most of you people will be knowing, or many of you have already used this 1-on-2 system for our day-to-day activities, means day-to-day life activities. Then vehicle tracking system. CEDAC is also having a strong Tetra communication system. Tetra communication is nothing but it's a professional mobile radio network which is highly encrypted and highly secure way of communication. Then software-defined radio. Software-defined radio is another mode of communication. In many of the defense sectors, they are using this software-defined radio. Cognitive radio. Cognitive radio is also another secure way of communication in a closed group or within a closed group of members. Then coming to the next area, there is cyber security. CEDAC Trivandrum is equipped with a high-tech cyber security lab where we have our own products. We procure cutting-edge products from outside, from across the globe, and we are providing the service to police, IB, and etc. So we have the hard disk forensics, mobile forensics, network forensics, etc. All these tools are available with CEDAC. Then we have another one handheld device called Darpan. Then crime analysis support and law enforcement agencies are the main customers for this particular product. Then about the health informatics. So implementation of low-cost AI-assisted, artificial intelligence assisted screening systems that is available with CEDAC. Then lot many products with for technology solutions like image-based retina analysis, image-based analysis for visualization and analysis. So all these are the different tools it's available with CEDAC. Then we have different telemedicine and tele-veterinary systems which are moving around the rural parts of India. Then about the industrial electronics. So CEDAC Trivandrum is equipped with a highly advanced industrial electronics group. We are mainly concentrating on the industrial automation sector. We have from the system study to the field implementation, validation, testing, AMC services we are providing. So these are some of the products maybe you people will be interested on for small scale industries, especially this particular multi-loop controller or iSmart. It's especially designed for small-scale industries where we can implement a SCADA system without the use of a high-performance computers or server system. It's a standalone unit with one or two control systems. Then we have a roadside unit and onboard unit for vehicular communication and vehicular traffic control. And these are the thrust areas where industrial electronics people are associated with. Industrial automation, control optimization, vision-based control system, IoT sensors and devices, machine vision applications. These are different areas where we are expertise in. And these are some of the products from industrial electronics group. Some agriculture automation system, aquaculture automation system. These are some of the products. Then about the intelligent transportation system, this is another area where intelligent transport system groups, they are mainly concentrating on the traffic systems or making the traffic most viable solution for Indian roads, because we cannot adapt any control algorithms or any control systems which is imported from outside, because Indian traffic scenario is entirely different. So we have a wide range of intelligent transportation system which controls, which manages the road traffic as well as prioritize the ambulance services or bus priority systems. These are some of the byproducts from the intelligent transportation system. Then another group is power electronics group. So power electronics group mainly concentrating on the areas related with power. So they have successfully developed electronic vehicle charging units. That is an emerging area. CDAC is ready with the technology, already proven. The technology is ready for technology transfer. In the coming slides, I will be explaining how you people can approach CDAC for the technology transfer. Then Indian Rail, we have developed some train communication networks as well as locomotive control systems and energy meter. Energy meter technology is also readily available. Then another main important group is strategic electronics group, where we are mainly related with defense applications, avionics, industrial, medical and agricultural applications. So some high-speed digital design for PCIs, etc. These are some, and in the next slide, I will be showing some of the products from Strategic Electronics Group: underwater drones, surface vessels, ultrasonic level sensors, then ship range systems. So these are some of the indigenously developed system for strategic sector. Then about the microprocessor. So this is the first indigenously developed microprocessor. This microprocessor is readily available. Microprocessor based development kits are also readily available now. And the technology is also ready for transfer. It's a 64-bit quad-core processor. And this is a first processor in the series. Vega processor AS1061 processor. It's with ARM. ARM is the microcontroller inside that. Then here in our stall we have few products. Intelligent transportation solution products are there. Smart agriculture, smart farm product is there. Aquaculture automation. Then high performance computing. These are some 4 products which we have displayed here. So this is one of the key terms where MSMEs or any industries can come and collaborate with CDAC. We are providing a common smart IoT connective platform where it is enabled with 1M2M communication platform. Who are all working in wireless communication or wireless based solutions will be aware of that. So CDAC is ready with the platform. So whoever is interested can associate with us. Then another one is smart farm or agriculture automation system. So this solution is already done and the field implementation is also done in more than 5 farms, and the systems is working at least for the last 4 years perfectly in different farms. And this technology is also now ready for technology transfer. This technology actually manages all parameters, literally speaking, all parameters which are related with agriculture process, and it can automate with minimum human interventions or with no human intervention. All activities can be automated, and the farmers will be getting alert in the form of SMS. Mobile application is also there. This system is enabled with a 4G communication. In the last Indian Mobile Congress, where 5G was launched, we upgraded the system into 5G with the help of Airtel, and it was demonstrated to our Honorable Prime Minister also. Then we have another system, aquaculture automation system. So this is mainly for fish farming. Different fish farming parameters or pond parameters are monitored and automatically controlled to maintain an optimum value. This product is also ready. This was developed in association with the Biotechnology Department of Bharathidasan University, Trichy. Then this is about the Param Utkarsh supercomputer. This product was installed, this complete solution was installed at CDAC Bangalore. We have the concerned person available at our stall. So this product is especially available for MSMEs who are all interested or who are working in AI, artificial intelligence and ML, machine learning based solutions, can access this solution. All the details are available in the website. I think now the rate is 1 rupees for 1 hour. You can use the supercomputer facility 1 hour per hour. that, 1 rupees per hour. So that much cheap now it is available. All the details are available in the website. You can just go. Very good user interface is available and you can register yourself and you can avail the facility. Then association and collaboration and technology transfer. So coming to that area, actually the methods of acquiring technology or products from CDAC, there are 4 ways. The first one is exclusive product development, association with CDAC for joint product development, transfer of technology, and purchase of resellers. In 90% of the activities happening in CDAC is transfer of technology. That's why I have highlighted that one. So let me just go through quickly in each of them. Exclusive product development. It is nothing but some organization is approaching CDAC. They have a problem in hand with them, and CDAC will develop the technology solution for them. We will test the system, we will field-proof the system, then hand over the entire technology to the organization. So they are the owners of the technology now. Now they can commercialize the product, they can sell the technology to third party, etc. And these are some of the examples. Echo Sounder series, then VCU for Indian Railway, Vehicle Control Unit, means Locomotive Control Unit, then Underwater Rangers for Naval, our Indian Navy, then Artemis Rail Track Monitoring and Alert System for Konkan Railway. This project is under implementation or field validation now. Then the next one is joint product development. In case of joint product development, CDAC along with the partnering organization will jointly submit a proposal to the ministry, concerned ministry, maybe to our ministry, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, or to any ministry. We will jointly submit the proposal, and the product will be, or the project will be submitted, will be awarded jointly. We will develop the product. The IPR will be shared jointly. There is a second mode of operation where the financial burden to the third-party organization will be less. And the third and most effective manner of technology is the technology transfer. CDAC has a lot of n number of technologies available with us. So all these technologies are field proven and tested only. So these technologies will be, because being a non-profit organization and R&D organization, CDAC, what is the business motive of CDAC is, CDAC normally develop the technology, field prove the technology, then transfer the technology to some third party. It may be MSME, private limited companies, or government companies, whoever it may be. They can take the technology. Technology means from scratch. From scratch, the entire thing, entire know-how will be transferred to the third party through technology transfer. Some nominal fees and royalty will be there for a particular period. It depends on product to product and project to project. That is the most effective way. And the last one is reseller. It's just like procuring a component from JEM. Many, the prior speakers have already explained, so I'm not going into detail. So here are some of the existing TOT products and partners. These are some of the organization CDAC is associated with, and some of the technology transfers are there. Product developers, joint associations, collaborators, all are there. Most of them are I have included, but many more are also there. And these are some of the technologies we already transferred, not spending much time on those. Red light, these are the traffic solutions. Red light violation, because now people are getting fined from camera taken images. So the technology was developed by CDAC and it was handed over to multiple agencies. Then traffic signal remote monitoring. So these are some of the technologies already done the technology transfer. Then these are some of the products which are available for technology transfer. Whoever are interested can contact online or offline. So Vega processor, as I said, the first microcontroller. So companies can migrate to their existing new design to CDAC's ASICs, or can developing Vega-based ASICs-based systems can contact CDAC, so that we can develop much compact systems with CDAC's processors. Then from Intelligent Transportation Traffic Solutions, these are the products. Adaptive Traffic Control, Red Light Violation Intelligence. You can just have a snap who are all interested on these products. Then from communications side, the Tetra product, Tetra Solutions. Now Kerala Police is adapting to Tetra Communication. This is about Tetra Communication. Then from Power Electronics, Smart Energy Meter. Now, I think today on news was there, government is planning to implement some special tariff from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock. All these things can be plausible only with smart energy meters, not with our normal meters. So CDAC Smart Energy Meter is equipped with those facilities. Then full spectrum simulators, electric vehicle. These are solar solutions for small grids. Then from industrial electronics for industrial automations products like iSmart, Icon, wireless sensor nodes. Then agriculture solution, Smart Farm, aquaculture solution, ICS security testbed. So these are some of the products which are available, readily available for TOT. So coming to the end, because since the time is limited, I will just quickly rush through. I will be available at the stall, or you can just contact this particular mail ID, or you can collect the mail ID from the stall also. For any of the products, any of the solutions, or any of the problems you are facing, CDAC is ready to address or CDAC to ready to approach it with technology solutions. Thank you. Any questions or any? Sir, not audible.
See, I want to buy. Sir, I'm Rajiv. If I want to buy technology from you, what are the process? For example, the smart farm technology.
Yeah.
How to go about it? What is that process?
Yeah, sir, normally the smart farm unit or smart farm product is ready for technology transfer. Now the next step is CDAC internally will form an internal committee for the technology transfer. So that committee will fix the price. After that, that will be published in daily, means our newspapers and our website also. Whoever are interested can go through the guidelines, and you can supply your expression of interest can be raised. That is the way. Yeah, it will be non-exclusive. Most of the TOTs, 90% of the TOTs will be non-exclusive. Unless otherwise it was a fully funded project, then it will be exclusive rights will be granted. There, Mike.
So you explained about the smart meter there. So what I understand is that there is a hardware, which is a meter, and there's a software part, which is a back-end support program. So have you developed the back-end as well as along with the hardware?
Both.
Both, the server, whatever.
Yes, the entire solution is available with us.
Okay, so probably a third-party hardware can also communicate with your
provided there should be some handshaking should be there, so that can be integrated. That can be integrated.
Okay.
That product is already the technology transfer mechanisms. That means, as I said to sir, those procedures are completed for that one. And if you are interested, I can provide the corresponding contact number so that you can contact that person for the further procedure.
So this also means that you can share the technology for making the smart
entire thing, from the scratch, from the schematic to the code, to the PCB details, to the BOM, this software code, software rights, everything will be transferred.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. I now invite Sri Srikumar Raja from Cochin Shipyard Limited to hand over the memento to our speaker.
Now, all the forenoon session we had 5 PSUs, including CDAC. All the 4 PSUs are requested to find their MSMEs and have that B2B meet. And request Cochin Shipyard Limited also to join for the B2B meet. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന MSME യൂണിറ്റുകളിൽ രാവിലെ നടന്ന PSUസുമായിട്ടും ഇപ്പോൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ CDAC-ഉമായിട്ടും പിന്നെ കൊച്ചിൻ ഷിപ്പ്യാർഡ് അവരോട് താല്പര്യമുള്ള MSMEകൾ they can go just adjacent hall and have B2B meet. Cochin Shipyard officials ഇവിടെയുണ്ട്. They can also proceed. CDAC officials and early, which other? ICF and defense is already happening now. It's about to finish. Yes, that's all. Integrated Coach Factory Chennai, CDAC and Cochin Shipyard. And after the session, all MSME unit are requested to come back. All are requested to come back. Now we proceed with the next session.
For the next presentation, I invite Shri J.S. Ranjan, Chief Commercial Manager, Southern Railways, Trivandrum, to the stage. I invite Shri Ajit Kumar, Area Manager, and Shri Kishore, Manager Catering of IRCTC Ernakulam Region, to the stage.
A very good afternoon to the participants of National Vendor Development Program 2022. I know after the good lunch, many of us will be sleepy, but within a very limited time, I will just explain you I'll give you a broad idea about the Indian Railway Catering and Tourism Corporation. And I'll give you the details about our activities and how you can explore your business with us. Indian Railway, when you hear about IRCTC, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Ticket. Many of the places when I asked, I got the same answer. That is the e-ticket. For all of us travel in the trains, we should have an authority to travel in the train, which is called a ticket. In olden days, we used to stand in a long queues to get tickets. But now, the things have become very easy. The tickets comes into your fingertip. But IRCTC has a lot of other activities than ticketing. E-ticketing is just one of the activities of IRCTC. So in the coming slides, I will just show you what are the activities we are having. First about IRCTC, we are a mini Ratna public sector undertaking, and compared to the other PSCs, we are very young. We have just completed 23 years. We are 23 years young. We have incorporated on 27th September 1999 as under Ministry of Railways. Actually, IRCTC was actually incorporated to upgrade, professionalize, and manage the catering and hospitality industry, hospitality service in railways, along with tourism promotion, domestic and international tourism promotions through tour packages, budget hotels, retiring rooms, etc., etc. We have in IRCTC, we have 5 zonal offices. That is, we have our corporate office in New Delhi, and zonal office, northern zone in Delhi, eastern zone in Calcutta, west zone office is in Mumbai, the south central zone office in Hyderabad, Secunderabad, and southern zone office in Chennai, and we have 10 regional offices in Chandigarh, Jaipur, Lucknow, Patna, Guwahati, Ahmedabad, Bhopal, Bhubaneswar, Bangalore, and in Ernakulam, here itself. These are the activities we have with IRCTC. First thing, as you have all told, internet ticketing, which offers booking through our website and mobile application. In the financial year 2022, we have sold over 417 million tickets in 1 year. And other offers like e-wallet and loyalty scheme for the cards and all available with the IRCTC website. And second thing is catering. As I told you, the IRCTC was incorporated to upgrade the service of catering. We have mobile catering services in regular trains as well as special trains operated by railways. And apart from that, we have static catering units in all major stations. All major catering units are operated by IRCTC. We have Janahas, Cell Kitchen, Food Plaza. You must have seen Food Plaza in Ernakulam, Thrissur, all stations. Food plazas, fast food units, then refreshment rooms. Then we have another new venture called e-catering service. Previously, when we used to travel in the trains, we either carry food from our house, or when the station arrives, we go out and eat, take food from there, or we take from the pantry cars. Now, another development with the IRCTC is we have a e-catering where you can order the food with the mobile application which you have, and with the mobile, with the website, that is the e-catering, irctc.co.in. I'll come later on that. And any major food outlets in the nearby stations can register for e-catering and sell the food in the train. Previously, when you used to travel, pizzas and all, we can never think of getting while traveling in the train when we have 4 our children and all. But Domino's Pizza, or other main Pizza Hut and all, registered with IRCTC e-catering, you can have any type of food while traveling. Another activity we have is tourism. We have domestic and international tours, hotel and car bus bookings, air ticketing, educational tours we conduct, and chartered train and now pilgrim trains. Now you must have heard of Bharat Darshan trains, Buddhist Circuit trains. Now we have introduced Swadesh Darshan trains. We have a stall outside. You can have a look. The first of that train is starting on December 10th, going to all main pilgrim centers spreading over India. And we operate luxury trains like Maharaja Express and Golden Chariot. We have retiring rooms in major cities across our pan-India. And another thing is, another activity we have is the Rail Near. Rail Near, earlier days we used to buy bottled water. When the bottled water, mineral water come into the picture, we used to buy water from unknown brands. We don't know from where they procure where is the water, what is the water source of water. But to standardize that, IRCTC has started our own plants. We have 15 plants all over India. And 1.5 million bottles every day we are, from those plants we are manufacturing. And another 4 Rail Near plants are coming on the way by next year, by 2023. Another 4 Rail Near plants will be operational. Now, this is the broad idea about the IRCTC. Now, coming to the today's topic, that is MSME. The business opportunities that MSME, micro, small enterprises will be given relaxation in turnover and experience both. 25% of the turnover and experience compared to the non-MSC firms, this MSC firms will be getting. IRCTC, we are procuring through GEM portal. So those MSC firms can register in GEM portal and get the advantage of it. And another thing is this MSCs, we will be passing the bills very fast. Even the time is given as 45 days, but much before that, you all will be getting the payment for the service you give. This is the consolidated position of procurement on MSCs. In 2019-20, 70 out of 79.24 crores, 25.16% was from the MSCs. And 2021, due to this corona, you all know that the activities were down. In 21-22, it has come up to 30.76 out of 62.93 total crores of total. In this year, we have figures up to August, and now itself we have crossed 37% from MSCs. But from MSCs, from the reserve categories, SC, ST, we have not got any firms so far. But whereas women MSCs are concerned, 2019-20 we did not have any firms, but in 2020-21 we have 0.44% and 0.84% in 2021-22, and this year up to August, 0.61% was of women MSCs. Now, I'll tell you a brief idea how to have the business opportunities with IRCTC. And first is the empanelment for supply of packed items. These are the business opportunities. I will explain one by one. One is empanelment for supply of packed items. Next is tourism services. Third is e-catering. Fourth is contract services. Then supply of rail near raw materials. Then the other opportunities will come one by one. Yeah, these are the packed items. Actually, for PAD items, packed items, all you must be knowing the proprietary article items like aerated drinks, biscuits, sweets, namkins, confectionery items, breakfast cereals. All these items come under packed items. For this empanelment of packed items, we have directed that IRCTC outlets, whether in trains or in static units, we have given direction only to procure from the empaneled suppliers for PAD items. For MSCs, there is a supplier empanelment form is there for registering that is totally free for MSCs. And for performance guarantee, 50% relaxation will be given. For MSCs and startups are given 75% relaxation in the turnover criteria. And this is for ready-to-eat items. This is the latest development of the food technology. That is, we have ready-to-eat packed foods, which there will be pre-cooked food. You can either microwave, reheat it, or you can just put it in the hot water for 10 or 15 minutes and you can have it. These kind of items are now very familiar in long distance trains. For empanelment for this ready-to-eat items, this charges for this ACF, that is empanelment form, is totally exempted. That is normally it is for 3,500 rupees, whereas for MSCs it is free. And performance guarantee for non-MSCs is 8 lakhs, but MSCs it's 4 lakhs. This is for ready-to-eat items, I'm saying. Turnover requirement is 50 lakhs for non-MSCs, whereas it's 75% relaxation. There's 12.5 only for MSCs. And similarly, turnover, that experience also, is 3 years for other firms and 2 years for MSCs. And we have 3 different categories. We have a category A, then categories A special, category A, and category B. Category A special means it's on pan-India basis. All over India, you can sell these items. For this, that is an empanelment form, that is cost is 1125, whereas for MSCs it's free. Performance guarantee, that is 5 lakhs. For MSCs it's 2.5 lakhs. Turnover requirement, that for each item it differs. Suppose if it is 50,000, then suppose if it is 50,000 for one particular item, MSCs will get relaxation of 25%. Experience will be the same for both MSCs and non-MSC firms. That experience is turnover, it is written because that audited balance sheet they will be seeing for each and every, for how many years you have done the business for that. And for this category A specialist for pan-India basis for all static and train units, including premium trains. But whereas category A, the next session, it is for supply to all units except premium trains. Premium train is this Rajdhani, Shatabdi, Duronto, Vande Bharat, Gatiman Express, these new trains. And for this, again, this CF, that is supplier enrollment form, is exempted. It's free of cost. Performance guarantee is for instead of 3 lakhs, it is 1.5 lakhs. Turnover requirement is again for item wise, it is 25% only for MSCs. Again, experience also here is a relaxation for category A and category B. That is for non-MSC firms, it is 2 years, but for MSC, 1 year is enough. This again, category B also, this is restricted only to static units. You cannot sell these products into the mobile units. This charges, again, that form fee is exempted. Performance guarantee is 2 lakhs for non-MSCs and 1 lakh for this MSC firms. Turnover requirement, again, 25% item wise. Experience is non-MSC firms, it's 2 years and 1 year for MSC firms. We have vendor development programs we conduct in our office for ready to eat. As I told you earlier, that is the prepared curry, poha, upma. Not only upma, we have biryani. Now we have in our region, we have payasam and all. We have in this ready to eat food is available now. And packed items. Expression of interest is called every month. On monthly basis, we call, and this interaction will be there. And for licensees providing food in trains, EOI, that is expression of interest, is called on monthly basis. For licenses of budget hotels, recently we had in the month of August, 4/8, we had a meeting. And for the similar way, retail rooms we had in 29/4. And vendor meets in for catering in trains, food plazas, and fast food units are regularly organized. Corporate office in Delhi, zonal office in those 5 places which I have told, and the regional office we have in Ernakulam also. We interact with MSCs vendors regularly for the items procured. These are the MSCs covered under vendor development programs. 2019-20, it was 380 total MSCs. SCSCs only 16, and MSC women was 0. But in the year 2020-21, even though there was a corona issue, we had 253 MSCs, out of which reserved categories 39 and 10 women category were there. And 2021-22, 359, 2 and 27, whereas this year, up to August, we had, up till now, it is 196, will definitely go beyond 300, 350. And we have got only 2 SC, ST firms. Yeah. MSc for women is 14. And we have tourism activities also. This is, you can read it. Hotel services, travel agency services, back-end services, e-ticket agencies, houseboat services, air ticket booking. Then, as I told you earlier, that e-catering, the new concept, the website, this is given, you can take a photo of it, and you can register online, and registration charges are 1,000 rupees. There's a refundable deposit of 20,000 rupees. The highlight is compared to Swiggy and Zomato, other platforms, IRCTC margin is only 15%. And we have contractual services, that is security services, deputation of outsourced staff, pest control services, AMC services, housekeeping services, etc. Have you noticed? I've just, since time is running up, I'll just go through. We will be here till evening 7 o'clock. We can have the meeting in the B2B room. And then our activity of Railneer. For that also, you can participate. You can explore your business activity over there also, where we can have PET bottle preforms, PET bottle caps, that is high-density polyethylene caps we are procuring for that, and labels, shrink roll, carton box, and for distribution of rail, the logistic. And I've told you about other opportunities, stationery and office equipments purchase, procurement of computers and printers, procurement of PPE kits, CSR activities, millet-based products, disposable paper cups, disposable wooden spoons, casserole, and packing materials. So these are the activities we have. And you can explore your business interests with us. We are always there for any kind of consultation. We will be here. Otherwise, you can contact us also in the regional office here in Ernakulam. It's in Convent Road. We are having a stall outside. You can get the contact details over there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let us have a very brief Q&A session. So you may ask your questions if you have any to Sir right now.
There's no issues. If you have any questions in mind, we can come out. We will be here only. We're having a stall outside, just outside the entrance. Yeah, please. Yeah. Yes. You have mentioned one performance percentage of eligibility. What do you mean by that performance? What is that performance? One of the criteria, the qualification. Is this a turnover requirement? No. Yeah, performance guarantee. That is yeah. That is the security deposit. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
I invite Prakash Sir to hand over a memento to our speaker as a tone of our appreciation. For the next presentation, I would now like to invite Shri Biju Kuriakose, DGM Materials and Planning, Traco, Kochi, to the stage.
Very good afternoon to all. Myself, Biju Kuriakose, Deputy General Manager, Traco Cables. We are into the business of cables and conductors, and our company has started in the year 1964 And the company is an ISO 9001 company since 1997. Our major customers are KCBL, ESCOMs, electricity utilities, and public. There are around 400 employees in our company. We have got three. Okay. So there are 3 units. We are the only PSU in the cable sector, and we have got 7 types of cables. Our first unit is at Irimbalam, that is in Tripunithura. It was started since 1964, and the second unit is at Tiruvalla, Pathanamthitta district, and the third unit is at Kannur, Pinarayi. Our main products and services are this. Our building wiring cables. In Talisheri unit, we are manufacturing building wiring cables. It has got 2 types, FR and FRLSH. We are manufacturing AAC conductor, that is all aluminum conductor of different sizes. And another product is ACSR conductors for both distribution and transmission lines. We are also manufacturing AAC conductors. Traco has developed another insulated cable, that is the Traco CCX. This is an XLP insulated weatherproof covered conductor. We are also manufacturing LT and HT aerial bunched conductors. We are also, we have another product is UG cables. Also, we are manufacturing weatherproof cables, control cables, paper insulated aluminum wires and strips, covered conductors, HTLS conductors, etc. HTLS conductors, we have got 3 types, STASR, ACSS, and ACSS TW. We are also undertaking turnkey projects of ABC and covered conductor, UG cables, etc. This is our house wiring cable. These cables are available in different sizes ranging from 1.5, 1 to 1, 1.5, 2.5, 4, and 6 and 10 mm square of different colors. See, these are the products I have already mentioned, just showing the pictures. It's AAC conductor, ACSR conductor, weatherproof cables, control cables. Control cable is made of copper, and it has got different sizes, 2 into 2.5 up to 19 into 2.5 mm size, and 2 into 4 square mm up to 19 into 4 square mm size. XLP UG aerial bunched cables are also there. Maximum size we are manufacturing is 3 into 300 mm square 11 kV. We are also manufacturing paper insulated wire strips. At present we are manufacturing only aluminum strips and wires for paper insulation. Our procurement details, raw materials and packing materials, transportation and capital items are procured by corporate office. I have told you we have got 3 units, but centralized purchasing we are following. These raw materials, packing materials, transportation and other capital items we are procuring centrally. Spares and other consumable items are procured by units only. Purchases above 5 lakhs is through e-tendering. The materials which are available in GEM like office equipment, stationaries are procured through that site only. Shortly, our products like house wiring cables and weatherproof cables will be available in GEM for purchase. The following are the type of tendering. Open tendering, it has got a single bid tendering and a two bid tendering, and limited tenders, single bid and two bid also. E-tendering, you can see the website we are using is www.etenderskerala.gov.in. Also, the link will be available in our website also. We are also procuring through GEM portal. Manual tenders are also, we are doing manual tenders for amount less than 5 lakhs. Preferences and relaxations are given for MSMEs as per the public procurement policy. Now we are coming to the materials what we are procuring. Our main raw materials are EC grade aluminum wire rod 9.5 mm. That our requirement is around 600 metric ton per year. Like that, galvanized steel wire 1.5 mm, 2.79 mm, 3 mm, 3.35 and all those sizes, our requirement is around 3,000 metric ton per year. Then copper wire rods, 8 mm copper rods also purchasing. The requirement is around 720 metric ton. This copper wire rod we are using for the manufacture of house wiring cables. This aluminum and copper wire rods mainly we are getting from Nalco, Hindalco and Vedanta. However, these are the primary producers. We shall also consider the tenders of these dealers and imported materials. Another requirement is PVC. We require different types of PVC. FR PVC and FRLS PVC for the manufacture of house wiring cables, and Type A and ST1 PVC for weatherproof cables, Type C and ST2 cables for PVC for control cables. So its quantity requirement is also given. The next item is XLP cable. There are two types, LT and ST compounds. So we are purchasing these compounds along with catalysts and must batches. Another requirement is alloy aluminum, that the size of the wire is 7.6 mm. T4 grade. Tinned copper of different sizes, 7 bar 0.85 mm and 7 bar 0.675 mm are also we are procuring. Another material is galvanized iron armor wire and strip. Then thermoplastic semiconductive compound, copper tape, polyester tape, PVC filler, color strip, etc. also procuring. Now our packing material, our main packing materials are wooden drums and carton boxes. There are different types of wooden drums, 1,220 mm, 1,380 mm, 1,550 mm, 2,000 mm, like that. That is for the packing of conductors. Now, for the packing of house wiring cables, we are using 3-ply carton boxes and for the master packing, we are using master cartons of 5-ply. Another requirement is steel drums of different sizes. It has given 2,100 into 1,250 into 1,100. Now, coming to our spares and consumables, we have got a requirement of bearings, belts, Dromit 44, Dromit 15, gear oil, hoop iron, diesel, gears, and other materials like office stationery, paints, cotton and leather gloves, cotton waste, etc. These are, I am describing just to get an idea about what all are our requirements. Another area is material transportation, raw material transportation from Visakhapatnam, Bangalore and Angul, and finished goods transportation all over Kerala for KCB stores and outside states. The annual requirement is also given 240 lorry loads of 25 metric ton, and other one 900 lorry loads of 8 drums. So what we are anticipating is the prospective suppliers are requested to contact our materials department and to register with us. The contact numbers are given, and the email ID is head.purchase@tracocable.com. Our website is www.tracocable.com. With this, I am concluding my presentation. Thank you all.
So, if there are any queries for sir, you may ask now.
Okay, thank you. If there is any query, I will be available in the B2B meeting.
I now invite. Okay, sorry.
No, we don't have any rubber requirements, only PVC and XLP items.
I now invite Vishesh sir to hand over the memento to our speaker. Thank you, sir. For our next presentation, I would like to invite Srimati Soumya NK, Manager Materials, HOCL Kochi, to the stage.
Good afternoon to all. I'm Soumya NK, working with Hindustan Organic Chemicals Limited as a materials manager. And coming to HOCL, HOCL is a CPSE under the Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals and Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer. Its manufacturing unit is at Ambalamugal, Ernakulam district. It manufactures various organic chemicals that are inputs to the variety of vital industries. The main products of HOCL are phenol, acetone, and hydrogen peroxide. And the applications are phenol is used in phenol formaldehyde resins, pharmaceuticals, agrochemicals, disinfectant. And about acetone, it is used as an industrial solvent, pharmaceuticals, diacetone alcohol, methyl methacrylate, and also in explosives. And about hydrogen peroxide, it is used in bleaching purpose, mainly in paper and textile industries, effluent treatment plant, disinfectant, and agriculture, and it is also used for agriculture purpose. About the HOCL requirements, actually our main requirements are raw materials and fuels. Raw materials are like LPG and benzene, and fuels, LNG and LSHS. These major things we are procuring from petroleum industries. So we are focusing other than materials, other than raw material, we are giving preference to MSMEs. Since these are 95% value of our procurement, raw materials and fuels comes to 95% of the value. No, when compared to the total procurement value, we are not able to achieve that 25%, but excluding this raw material procurement, raw material and fuel procurement from the other part of procurement, we are achieving around 50 to 74% of procurement from MSCs. And coming to the requirement, other requirements are chemicals like 2-MCA, EAQ, sulfuric acid, caustic soda lye and all. And packing materials like MS barrel, carboys. MS barrels and all are exclusively reserved for MSME manufacturers. And plant machinery such as compressors, process pumps, motors, industrial valves, etc. Pipes, pipe fittings, tubes, electrical fittings, instrumentation fittings, various gaskets, FRP items, metallic and non-metallic hoses, refractory materials, scaffolding materials, aluminum sheet and fixtures, minor fabrication engineering items, civil engineering items, personal protective equipment, fire extinguishers, firehouse, box fittings, other mechanical, electrical instrumentation, civil and safety items, and general consumables and stationaries. And about the requirements of HOCF for which we are inviting vendor registration, it is available in our website. Our official website is www.hoclindia.com. And you can visit the website and get the correct information. What are the products for which we are inviting application, everything given there itself. So you can just have a look at our website and apply for the vendor registration. You can access our website in hoclindia.com. In the download sections, you will get the vendor registration application form also. In that, we have given the entire, what are the eligibility criteria and what are the item we require. That form itself is only a 3-page form. You can just download that form and fill up the details and attach all the required documents. What are the documents to be attached along with the application, everything given there itself. So you have to submit the form in hard copy only. E-copy is not accepted because it's a multi-phase evaluation method. We have to forward the credential to many departments, so we insist for hard copy. So please be cooperate with us. Please send the hard copy only. And you have to forward application along with that processing fee and all the required documents. There is a processing fee of ₹1,000. However, HOCL is offering a benefit to MSME. The processing fee is exempted for you. Vendor registration processing fee is nil for MSME vendors. As I already told, the evaluation is a multi-phase evaluation where it may require site inspection as well. So if required, we will intimate you, and we will be visiting your site also. And after completion of evaluation and approval, the selected vendors will be shortlisted into the vendor list, and subsequent the tender will be sent to the shortlisted vendors time to time as and when requirement arises. If a vendor require enlistment for more than 2 or 3 items, you can include all these things in a single form itself. Only thing that you have to enclose the credentials like product catalog and the orders executed by you for the products for which you are sorting registration. All the things you have to enclose with the application, all the relevant documents. And the MSME benefits, we are offering benefits to MSME as per the MSME Act. And apart from that, we are offering the vendor processing fee also is exempted for MSE vendors. And the other preferences as per MSME Act, like purchase price preference of L1 plus 15% and exception from EMD, all these things we are also providing. And 358 number of items are already reserved for exclusive purchase from MSME sector. The only thing you have to take care is that you have to, the MSME status, you have to provide the documents proving that you are MSME in the tender itself, in your bid itself. You have to enclose you have to claim that one by attaching the proper certificates like NSIC or Udyam certificates. And vendor registration is a continuous process. The application form is always available in our website. Introduction to JUM. Actually, now JUM procurement is means all the PSUs have to do their procurement through JUM portal. So HOCL also entered into the JUM procurement field. We have registered in JUM portal in 2017. And we have started procuring from 2017 December onwards. And all the requirements are processed through JUM only, even though we have a separate vendor registration procedure. But if you are registered with JUM, you can quote against, you can bid, you can put your bid against our tenders. So all are requested to please get registered in JUM portal. And those requirements which are not available in JUM, or for which we are not getting any competitive bid in JUM, that only we are floating outside, for which we are following manual tenders. As well as e-tenders. About 2 lakh, we are floating e-tenders only, and HOCL is using the platform of CPP, Central Public Procurement Portal, that is eprocure.gov.in for e-tendering. So you can also get registered with that CPP portal for participating in any e-tender. And coming to JUM also, since I have been procuring through JUM, I have experienced some more the difficulties, which are most of the time people are quoting excluding that GST. Actually, as per JUM, it has to be inclusive of GST. Only after placing the contract, supplier come to us and reveal that no, our price is exclusive of GST. So in that case, it is difficult for you as well as me. So kindly ensure that you are quoting for including tax, and it is a delivered basis also. And moreover, you claim your MSME status in the prescribed format wherever it is required. Especially through JUM, you have to upload the MSME document to claim your MSME status. If you upload, then only I can verify your status. Even though I know you are an MSME player, but I cannot consider you for that MSME preference. In the portal, you have to upload the correct document in the correct position. Then only I can verify that you are an MSME. Sometimes it happens that the L1 supplier, I know that L1 supplier is an MSME, but he didn't claim his MSME status in the JUM portal. He didn't upload that Udyam certificate in that portal. I may not be able to verify it as an MSME. So what happens is that price preference clause I am already putting in all the tenders. So, it will go to, you are eligible for 100% order quantity or order value, but it is going for a price match to the second. It is a system generated thing. So you are losing your 25%. Though any other means, actually it is beneficial to other MSMEs. Sometimes if it is an indivisible nature of work, the entire order you are losing to the other MSME. So kindly make sure that you have uploaded all the documents along with your bid, so that I will be able to verify your status and you will be able to avail the facilities applicable to you. That's about my requirement. And I thank MSME DFO for providing me a platform to interact with you and to tell about the requirement of HOCL, hoping for a better business relationship. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Now the floor is open for a very brief Q&A. So if you have any questions, you may ask.
Do you also enable trades on your the vendors to get themselves registered on trades, and are you also registered?
Yes, we are also registered with trades. Actually, our platform is RXIL.
I invite Ms. Vishesh sir to hand over the memento to our speaker. For the next presentation, I would like to invite Sri Rajan VT, AGM, SIDBI, Kochi to the stage.
Yeah, so I'm sure all of us would be aware of SIDBI because going by the profile of the program, it's a national vendor development program, and all of us are means public sector undertakings and having good knowledge of financial institutions. So you would be definitely aware of SIDBI's history, but at the cost of repetition, I would just briefly touch upon history of SIDBI and its associates, then the subsidiaries, etc. Then we will move on to the financing schemes of SIDBI. As you can see here, there are 10 pillars of SIDBI actually. First one is digital credit, that is direct financing of SIDBI. Right now, all the legs of SIDBI's direct finance have been digitized. We'll speak about it in the subsequent slides. Then the second one is institutional financing. Institutional financing SIDBI does through the various partner institutions. We do through the NBFCs, then microfinance institutions are there. We also do through the other mainline NBFCs. The third wing is microfinancing. Microfinancing, we lend to the microfinance institutions. We also do through the Prayas initiative. There we can give loans up to ₹5 lakh. That is on a kind of direct financing to micro level enterprises. Then the next one is venture capital. Venture capital we do through our associate institution, SIDBI Venture Capital Limited. Then government schemes. SIDBI has been the nodal agency of all the government schemes, the various subsidy schemes like credit-linked capital subsidy scheme. Then you have the technology upgradation scheme, food processing subsidy. For all these things, SIDBI has been the nodal agency. Cluster development is another one where SIDBI has recently entered into. Earlier also we were appraising the various MSC CDP proposals and all and forwarding to the steering committees. But recently what we have done is we have also started entering into MOUs with the various state governments. There what we do is we actually enter into MOUs for financing of the, developing of various industrial clusters. We fund the state government. We have already entered into MOUs with Tamil Nadu, with Orissa, Meghalaya, etc. After that, green financing. Green financing we mainly do through our direct financing only. We have special schemes for financing. There is a 4E financing scheme, end-to-end energy efficiency scheme. Then we also have special arrangements, like we have an MOU with Tata Power Solar also. So we can fund renewable energy and other clean energy mechanisms. Enterprise development we do, and credit guarantee and credit ratings we handle through our subsidiaries or associates. Credit guarantee is dealt with through our UDAN. It's called a CGTMSE. All of us would have heard of it, Credit Guarantee Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises. Then credit ratings we handle through, now it's called as Acuity. Earlier it was called as SMERA. That is a kind of specialized rating agencies for MSMEs. Because what happens is all the other rating agencies, CRISIL and all that, they don't have a specialized model for MSMEs. So we came up with this unique model through Acuity. Just touching on the brief profile of SIDBI. SIDBI, as we are all aware, it was set up in 1990 under a special act of Parliament. So it's a statutory corporation and one of the 4 All India financial institutions which are regulated by RBI. SIDBI is for industry, specifically dealing with MSMEs. NABARD is there handling agriculture, then NHB is there, and one more institution. So we have national presence. We are present in all the major industrial clusters of the country. In Kerala, we have a branch that is at Ernakulam only in Kallur. But in other states, we have in various places actually. In Tamil Nadu, for example, we have in Tirupur, Coimbatore, Erode, Chennai, and various other stuff. Across India, we have 10 regional offices and 80 branch offices. These branch offices also include resident representative office, one-man office in certain small clusters. Our mandate is promotion, financing, and development of MSMEs in the country. We also do the coordination of functions of various institutions which are engaged in the similar activities. And we also play the role of catalyst and facilitator for development of MSMEs. What we have been doing traditionally is promotion and development has been our initial step. Direct financing, we have been active in the last 15, 20 years. Especially in the last 3-4 years, we have been quite active, and we have rolled out several schemes for benefit of MSMEs. That is, we have entered into MOUs with various original equipment manufacturers also, and come up with tailor-made schemes for MSMEs. Regarding the catalyst and facilitator for development, what we do is we deal in MSME Pulse, that is in association with CIBIL. So that's a quarterly report which we come up with. Apart from that, there is Microfinance Pulse, which is in partnership with Equifax. Then there is also CRISIDEX, that is a sentiment index for MSMEs, that is in partnership with CRISIL. We must have also heard of, regarding promotion and development, the various Swavalamban initiatives. Swavalamban Connect Kendras are there. There are more than 100 across the country. Then we also have various apps for development of entrepreneurs. Then there is eSangyan portal also. So all these things help in promotion and development of MSMEs. The various sphere of activities of SIDBI, institutional finance is still a major portion of SIDBI's portfolio. More than 90% of our portfolio is in indirect finance, financing of MSMEs, indirectly through the various NBFCs, microfinance institutions, etc. Direct lending, the last 3-4 years, there has been huge progress in this front, and we have rolled out plethora of schemes. So this presentation mainly will focus on the direct finance schemes of SIDBI. That will come in the subsequent slides. Promotion and development, I have already told you. Fund of funds, that is for the startups, indirect funding of startups. Micro lending or missing middle, that is through the Prayas. Even Prayas, we have digital Prayas app also. Structural or digital lending initiatives will cover on digitization in a subsequent slide also. Facilitator role we have been playing in connection with the various agencies. Subsidiaries or associates, we have around 8 subsidiaries or associates, which will cover in the subsequent slide. Yeah, these are the various subsidiaries or associates of SIDBI. One is SIDBI Venture Capital Limited, which we talked about, that is for venture capital, angel funding and all that. Acute is a specialized rating agency for MSMEs. ISARC is a SME asset reconstruction company. ISTSL is a technological wing, Technological Services Limited. Then we have online PSB loans. All of us would have heard of it, 59 minutes loans for MSMEs. It's a in-principle approval which you can get in 59 minutes, and after that the final approval can be validated subject to receipt of the other mandatory information. RXIL deals with the trade receivable e-discounting system, which will also cover in a subsequent slide. UDAN is CGTMSE. Mudra, all of us are aware, it's a very popular scheme of Prime Minister's Yojana, so it's Micro Units Development and Refinance Agency. There the loans up to rupees 10 lakh are covered actually. Beyond 10 lakh, we can do the direct financing by SIDBI also. The next slide is specifically on RXIL. RXIL, as I told, is one of the associates of SIDBI. It's Receivable Exchange of India Limited. That's very popular nowadays because of this TREDS, where RBI has given approval for the RXIL to deal in this initiative. It was launched, promoted by SIDBI in association with NSE, SBI, Yes Bank and ICICI Group. The main advantage of TREDS is, actually it's a portal where the MSME seller, the seller has to be mandatorily MSME, then the corporate buyers, the various PSUs, they are also enrolled in the portal, and apart from that, even the financiers also will be in the portal. So the advantage of it is the MSME seller can upload their invoice in it, or it can be a bill of exchange also. Then that will be accepted by the purchaser, and the financiers will be bidding for it. Whoever bids the best will get it. And it's a kind of without recourse facility to MSMEs. What will happen is the financier who has quoted the best bid, he will be funding the seller, and seller need not pay it back to the financier, it will be paid by the buyers. There is a pre-approved NACH mandate. And with this, what has happened is, there is, as I said, financiers are in pressure. They are bidding for it. So within 48 hours, they can get the access to capital at very cheaper rates. And obviously, there is no obligation on seller to repay the financier. It's all the buyer's responsibility. Digitization of credit operations. If you go through the SIDBI website also, in recent times, there has been a lot of emphasis on digitization. So what we have done is we have digitized in direct finance, we have digitized the entire journey from customer onboarding till the disbursement, even monitoring also. If you have to speak on each of these, customer onboarding and loan application, we have made the online application mandatory for all our schemes. So it's very simple. All the application, all the mandatory information is also uploaded along with the application itself. Last 3 years financials can be uploaded. Even there is a API access through which directly your income tax returns could be uploaded in it. Then we also, even GST also, you need not provide the returns separately. Through an API access, we can generate that data also. Even bank statement also, we can, you can directly upload it, and there is an automatic analysis tool. Then coming to the underwriting and sanction, since most of the information is available in the online application itself, that can be directly taken up for processing. The application will be auto-inverted, and we can complete it. The advantage of this online application and appraisal, we have simplified machinery financing schemes, which we'll cover in subsequent slides. There, the TAT has been proven to be around 7 to 14 working days, so that's a plus point. Next, after the sanction, even legal documentation also. Across India, most of the states, we have moved towards digital documentation with the help of NESL. So the advantage is the promoters need not come to the bank and wait for hours. It can be directly done by the click of the button wherever they are. Through digital signature, it can be done. In Kerala, it's said to be implemented, but it's going to happen soon. That's what we hear from NESL. Regarding disbursement, what we have done is that is also centralized. So with support of our head office, immediately we can, by entering the disbursement, automatically it is transferred within, say, around 2-3 hours. So that is a very fast disbursement. Monitoring also, we have got tools, the annual review and various things. We need not ask for balance sheet from you subsequent to funding. We can auto-generate through our tools. SIDBI's direct offering for MSMEs, will cover it extensively in the subsequent slides scheme-wise. But basically, we give term loans for setting up of business. That could be for greenfield units. Then for expansion of business, existing units also we can fund. Purchase of machinery, solely for purchase of machinery we can fund. We have specialized schemes at competitive rates of interest. Capital expenditure, rooftop solar, as I said, we have an arrangement with Tata Power and certain other agencies also, where you can give concessional rates of interest. There is also a working capital term loan. It's called a STEP for enhancing production of MSMEs. There is a selective funding. You should not have a working capital limit with any other bank. There we can fund. For new customers, the limit is 2 crore, and for existing customers, it's 3 crore. Working capital also we can do selectively. We have been permitted by RBI. What we can do is for new customers who are coming to us who don't have any working capital, we can fund term loan along with working capital requirement. For existing customers who don't have any MSME working capital with outside bank, that also we can selectively cover with adequate asset coverage. Working capital term loan, I discussed already about STEP scheme. We also extend non-fund-based limits like bank guarantees, letter of credit. That is also done, but on a more selective basis, not as frequently as banks, but we can extend this for our existing customers who are in need of it. Now we'll come to the various direct financing schemes. Just to understand these schemes, first we need to know what is a greenfield unit and what's a brownfield unit. Brownfield unit is one which has completed at least 1 year of operation. It should have a balance sheet for completed year of operation. Greenfield is one which doesn't have even 1 year of completed operation or something which is set up completely new. As we are all aware, we fund MSMEs only, and the turnover limit should be up to rupees 250 crore, and investment in plant and machinery or equipment should be up to rupees 50 crore. And Udyam registration is mandatory. That is the only proof of MSMEs as on date. So what we did is, through funding from RBI, we launched several schemes. One of them is ARISE. This is a scheme specifically for brownfield units. Assistance to re-energize capital investments by SMEs. Objective is for funding existing businesses in expansion, modernization, and capital expenditure. The key features, the attractive rates of interest, these are repo rate linked interest rates. So the maximum interest rate, it would be up to around 8.5%. Loans up to rupees 7 crore could be given, subject to 80% of total project cost. Here also we have two models actually. One is a simplified processing model for exposures up to 5 crore. There is no need of separate promoters contribution. We can just take an FD of up to around 25-30%, and based on that we can do it. That FD is also interest bearing. It could fetch you interest of up to around 6.25%. So simplified processing model, and we can complete the sanction very easily within a week. The interest rate is common for both. The other model is there, the detailed appraisal model. There the amount is up to 7 crore, and it is with promoter contribution of minimum 20% of project cost. Coming to the eligibility of the scheme, minimum 2 years of operations are required and audited accounts are required for those completed 2 years. This will not, if only 2 years of operation are there, it will not be eligible for using the simplified appraisal. For simplified appraisal, we would need 3 years of operation with completed balance sheet and cash profit in last financial result that is required. For using simplified model, you need at least 2 years of cash profit. Satisfactory CIBIL and CMR norms, we have CIBIL MSME rank criteria where the CMR score up to 6 is accepted. CIBIL minimum score of at least 700 is required. Other features, as I told, it's floating interest rate linked to repo rate. Repayment is generally up to 7 years. For quicker dispensation up to 5 crore, the repayment period is restricted to 5 years. Moratorium generally is up to 6 months to 1 year, but for these larger projects involving land and building, you can take moratorium up to 2 years selectively. So this is about ARISE scheme. The next scheme is Stapan. Stapan is SIDBI thematic assistance for purchase of capital assets in new enterprises. This is for funding greenfield units. So their higher loan amount up to rupees 20 crore is available. And interest rate would be almost on par with ARISE, only it would be slightly around 25-50 BPS higher. It could range up to 8.59%. And it could be for funding land, it could be for building machinery, any requirement of a greenfield unit. Key features up to 20 crore, minimum promoter's contribution is slightly higher. It's up to 25% of project cost. Attractive rates of interest, quicker sanction. Target MSMEs in identified sectors under PLI scheme or other growth or sunrise sectors. So wherever the higher investment would be required. Eligibility is new greenfield units, but only requirement here is there should be a prior experience of the unit in the business. Need not be the same line of activity. Any sort of manufacturing or service also would do. For loans up to rupees 5 crore, even 3-year experience would be sufficient. Beyond that, we would need 5 years of prior experience. Promoter's contribution of minimum 25% and same CIBIL CMR norms. Interest rate is the same, linked to repo rate. Repayment of up to 7 years, it could be extended up to 10 years on need basis. Moratorium is generally allowed up to 2 years. This is a special scheme, end-to-end energy efficiency scheme for financing the renewable energy, solar and other cleaner thing, even windmill financing, all these things could be funded in this. The advantage of this scheme is it would carry an interest concession of around 1% as compared to the other schemes. So that is a big plus. It's subject to approval from our head office. The machines, it is mainly for machine financing up to rupees 5 crore. So if the machines are able to fulfill your energy efficiency requirements, there is a technical specification, even last 3 months electricity bill, everything would be examined. After that, if it is found eligible, then that interest concession could be extended. It is exposure up to 5 crore, 0.5 to 1% processing fees and 100% funding, FD of minimum 25%. Eligibility is existing unit with at least 3 years of operations, cash profit in past 2 years. Even detailed energy audit is not a mandatory requirement. There are 2 models. One is 100% financing with SIDBI FD. There, energy audit is not mandatory. There is another model where promoter contribution of around 20% would be there. There is a requirement of detailed energy audit. Cost of energy efficiency machines should be at least 60% of total project cost. Only then it would qualify for coverage under this scheme. Repayment is up to 5 years and moratorium generally up to 6 months to 1 year. The next one is Express Green Power Scheme for Sustainability, EGPS loans. This is a subsegment of 4E loans for smaller loans up to say 1 crore. Financial assistance to existing MSME enterprises for use of renewable or natural energy in place of the traditional, energy consuming things. It is greening the finance for financing the green. Loans up to 1 crore subject to cap of 25% of turnover in last financial year. Total exposure under the scheme would be rupees 2 crore. This is also attractive repo rate linked rates of interest would be up to around 7.5% rate. Processing fees is more concessional because of smaller loans, 0.25%. Minimum 20% FD. There is also partial risk sharing facility similar to CGTMSE coverage for projects. For solar and all generally not required, we can just do with the FD. For others, there would be a requirement of PRSF. Eligibility is almost on the lines of 4E scheme only, 3 years vintage, 2 years cash profits. Here an additional requirement is FIT rank 6. That is an analysis based on financials, then income tax, trade link data. We'll cover about FIT score in a subsequent slide. Basically, this scheme is for solar rooftop installation for captive consumption or other capex required for cleaner fuel transmission. Second-hand or fabricated machines or civil construction or diversification into different line of business is not eligible under the scheme. So it should be expansion in the same line of business. Capital expenditure incurred up to last 6 months can be covered in the scheme for funding. 5 years repayment including 6 months moratorium. And there is no requirement of detailed energy audit. Next scheme is Ubarte Sitare program, SIDBI assistance to export-oriented MSMEs. This is also a finance ministry program. It is done in coordination with Exim Bank. So what we have done here is it's a term loan for export-oriented MSMEs with good export potential. Various sectors have been identified: automobile, aerospace and defense, etc. It could be for expansion, modernization, diversification, R&D, etc. Loans generally up to 80% of project costs. So promoter contribution would be minimum 20%. Term loan could be extended in both rupee and foreign currency. Then for new units, greenfield units, there is an increased promoter contribution requirement of up to around 30%. Technical assistance for mentorship, support or performance-linked incentive, that is also inbuilt in the scheme. Target group, as I told, future export champions with high potential. Other features, it's competitive rate based on our MCLR. This is linked to our marginal cost of lending rate. There also the interest rate would be generally around up to 8.5%. Repayment tenor of up to 6 years is allowed. It could be extended up to 10 years for special industries with prior approval from our head office. As I told you earlier, there was that eGPS loan where fit score requirement was there. So what we have done is we have developed this fit score model this is in association with TransUnion, CIBIL and online PSB loans. This is based on financial income and trade data based. That is an analysis. All these data can be taken from online application filed by the customer only. So once all this is done, we arrive at a consolidated fit score, and once it is within our eligibility criteria, generally we have kept fit 6. If it is within that, the application will be auto-inverted and sanction would happen within minutes. It's not even committee, it is an individual DOP. So up to rupees 50 lakh or 1 crore, we can do it straight away. Right now, we have extended it for our existing customers, and we are going to shortly roll it out for new customers also up to rupees 1 crore. Thank you. These are our contact details, so for your benefit, you can note it down also. We have the branch in Kallur only. It's near to Katrikadavu Junction. And the contact details were also there. 1 second.
If there are any questions for sir, it may be asked now.
Any questions you can ask. Stall is also there, and we are ready for a B2B meet also. But anything specific you can ask here.
I request Prakash sir to hand over the memento to our speaker.
Actually, this National Vendor Development Program is supported by SIDBI. I thank DGM Sri Karthikeyan. They have supported this program to organize the program. I thank, in a very short notice they supported it, but they were kind enough, we could organize the program. Thank you very much.
Next, I would like to invite Shri Mahesh Mohan, Senior Manager Research Coordination, DST Tech at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Kollam, to speak about import substitution, support from technical and educational institutes to MSMEs for technology innovation.
Namaskar and good afternoon. So, Technology Enabling Center at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham is actually an initiative of the Department of Science and Technology from the Government of India. So specifically what we do with the Technology Enabling Center is that we focus on we focus on 3 vertical approach. One of the primary vertical approach what we focus is that we identify the problem statements of the industry, and we focus on the problem statements. We try to provide solutions to the problem statements, what is identified with the industry and the vertical. So that is one of the area which we specifically focus in the Technology Enabling Center. Now, this is one of the use case what you can see. For example, those who were present here yesterday, that you might have seen the launch of the Tranquility initiated plywood smart ply automation system. That is one of the initiative which is a classic case study for the problem solution identified and providing solutions to that. This problem was facilitated to Amrita TEC by the MSME Development and Facilitations Office at Thrissur, definitely connecting us with the plywood cluster, the consortium, where they were facing few problems regarding the production monitoring. So we were able to come out with solutions for the plywood cluster, specifically with the sensors and the technology know-how what we have. So this is taken as a case study because this is what exactly we do as part of the first vertical at DST Amrita TEC. So any of the verticals and any of the industry lines where there are problem statements which could be identified, picked in, that could be addressed with right solutions in three formats. One is definitely with the support of Department of Science and Technology. Other is definitely by the initiative of Amrita by itself. And thirdly, definitely with the support of the clients, wherein which we customize the solutions to the clients. So what approach what we do there is that we have created ecosystem. We have created an ecosystem to come out with customized solutions to most of the verticals, specifically using the technologies and tools what we have. So that starts and spread across any of the manufacturing firms to the green technology institutions, the greenfield technology facilitators, and even to other service providers in which we have the services spanned across. And what we do is that these kind of solutions, these kind of technology tools and these kind of facilitations provided from our side is done either as a service provider or rather jointly in which we together approach the problems in the vertical. Now, please understand that there are three-way approach what we take in this Technology Enabling Center. One is that we approach the MSMEs. Definitely next is we approach the industry in which we have larger problems which is addressing larger part of the market, both commercial and societal. So in addition to this, we also have facilitations with the academia. Hope you all know that many of the academic institutions which are coming up and many of the established institutions like ours, one of the key criteria is that we have to focus a lot on research and development. We have to focus a lot on research outputs. That is a criteria for accreditation. That is a criteria for various lectural status that should be associated with the accreditations and rankings. So definitely all those upcoming institutions in the market, upcoming institutions in the society. So we handheld and mentor those institutions. Now, the other part of the services what we provide is that we also evaluate the products which are there with the industry and MSMEs. So those MSMEs who are having products and need to identify the readiness for that to get certified, need to understand the readiness to that towards the market as far as the product metrics is concerned, as far as the legal metrics is concerned. You need support for copywriting. You need support for other proprietorship legally, or if you all need support for effectively creating a marketing metrics with a digital support system, need support for consulting at different level for finance, marketing operations, or even for the learning management systems, ERP. So we have a consulting service which is attached, which we handhold the upcoming technological institution, we handhold the MSMEs, and definitely we handhold the industry. Now, these are a couple of core areas which we concentrate specifically for MSMEs, that we have a wonderful market research vertical across different departments. We have a wonderful consulting team. which, as I specified just now, we have solutions addressing the marketing, finance, HR, or any of the vertical for that matter for the MSMEs. We have a product and brand management specialized vertical where we could come out with product descriptions. We could come out with creation of a good promise as a brand. We have a digital marketing strategy developing team which can support the MSMEs to plan a definite digital marketing strategy and support you to get connected with various vendors for facilitation of that. There is an enabled service needed specifically focusing on the information technology, that's the IT services. We have specific verticals for that, and business modeling for the entire product and service for the market, and for the business process re-engineering if you are looking for a revamp to be a phoenix towards the new market challenges and coming over that. So we have all sort of those facilitations happening with the Technology Enabling Center. A couple of areas where we have high level expertise. It's that we have close to 32 verticals of expertise and niche areas specific to our, to the department, but rather we have a lot of understanding on the IoT, robotics, drone, the cybersecurity, healthcare, the virtual reality, the cloud computing, haptic technologies, and AI, machine learning. Now, this is specified here not as that we have commercial products available on this. We have expertise to do the R&D. What is specified here is that these verticals can be utilized for any of the vertical of access, any of the verticals of engagement which an MSME is having. So this is how we do the approach in Technology Enabling Center. As a concluding remark, in a nutshell, what we do is that we as a Forte, as a small department, is there to support the MSMEs for various facilitations. If we divide that into 3 of the specific points, it is that we are there to do the research and development jointly for various prototypes, various products and services, what is required. Secondly, we are there to support for all the commercialization and commercializing activities for the products and services to the market. And thirdly, we are there for all the support and facilitation services for the product and service to the market. So Technology Enabling Center, as a mission to that, it is not only that we have to come out with profitable regimes in the market. It is more that we have to come out with awareness. We have to come out with a lot of hand-holding and support services for the companies and organizations. Now, to add as the last line, it is that the ecosystem what is created with the DST Amrita Technology Enabling Center is knitted in such a way that any of the verticals and any of the expertise from different verticals can be mixed and matched with ample permutations and combinations, and we could come out with successful models which is highly documented, which can be reviewed, and which can be effectively mapped. So this is what we do, and we have enough of case studies and MOUs in the market which has proven all the records. Now, we have got a stall towards the back, and we have two of our senior scientists who are part, Dr. Shaiju and Mr. Surendran. So you all are welcome to interact with us and understand more about the ecosystems, products, and whatever we have. Look forward to connect and collaborations. Thank you. Ashwin.
Now let us have a brief Q&A session. I invite Prakash sir to hand over the memento to our speaker.
Is Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham University, in a very short span, they got 50 patents. And they have filed more than 100 patents. So in a university doing research, where the MSMEs can go and take technology, research. So such ecosystems are there in our country, in our own state. How much we are utilizing is a question. So we got people like this, who are ready to collaborate with the MSMEs. And we had that plywood case. They had a problem, and this team has come up with a solution which is satisfying to them. So it is possible It's not that research and industry is going parallel. There are somewhere it is converging also. So kindly make use of such things available. So I invite Vishesh for the announcements.
നമ്മൾ ചായക്ക് കിടക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ബിഫോർ പ്രൊസീഡിങ് ഫോർ ദ ടീ ബ്രേക്ക് I just wanted to inform you that we have few more sessions. The first will be taken by Autocast Limited, followed by SIFL, Steel and Industrial Forgings Limited, and Steel Industries Kerala Limited. Then we have a session from Flipkart, taken by Shri Deebu. So, and a few more sessions from government departments, including our office, depending upon the time. And there will be a B2B meet as well, from 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. So you all just keep this in mind and come back within 5 or 10 minutes after having the tea break. Thank you.
Namaskaram. Sri Abdul Majid, Managing Director of the Plywood Manufacturers Consortium Perimbavur, approached MSME Development and Facilitation Office Thrissur with one of their problem statements. This statement was circulated among the various stakeholders, and the DST supported TEC, Technology Enabling Center at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Kollam, came out with a solution. This solution, which is an IoT sensor-based solution, is to control the process in the plywood manufacturing. With the system, it is able to control the parameters like pressure, temperature, curing time, and thickness of the plywood. The system has been developed and is implemented in CP Sun's Plywood Perimbavur. The end user industry is very much happy about the solution from the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. This is a step towards the implementation of Industry 4.0 in the plywood industry. I congratulate the entire team at Amrita TEC for this achievement and also the plywood industry. Thank you.
The DST Amrita Technology Enabling Center was established to partly address some of the pressing needs of the SMEs. These include activities that provide awareness of latest technology trends, providing engineering solutions to enhance the productivity and efficiency, and also providing guidance and exposure to marketing and commercialization opportunities. We believe that by working hand in hand with the MSME Development Institute in Thrissur, we can accelerate India's march towards self-reliance and Atmanirbhar Bharat.
The overall objective of the plywood automation solution is to empower the industry with the capability to monitor and control the entire production cycle. All the production parameters are constantly being monitored throughout the cycle. If in between there happens to be a power outage, the cycle will continue to run, and once the power resumes, the system itself will automatically restart the entire process. The software will report all anomalies in temperature and pressure during the entire production cycle and also detects any variations in thickness measured just before the end of the cycle against expected thickness. The entire process will eventually be a very useful mechanism to know the quality of the products produced and also will help to understand the shortcomings of the current processes and take necessary actions to improve the production process.
MSME and Amrita TEC has developed a system to monitor, control, and access various parameters in plywood production line. Basically, this system controls pressure, temperature, time, moreover, the thickness variation up to 0.1 mm. Production team can access the plan issued by the management. Management can also access the entire production line through the gadgets on its go. Data of production of 1 day to 1 year can be stored in this system, which can be used in accounting also. It is a very good initiative to make our industry 4.0 level. Thank you, Amrita Tech. Thank you all.
The future belongs to those who believe in their dreams. A dream to create, a dream to grow and make a difference. And a billion dreams together weave the India story. A dream is powerful only when it is nurtured so that it can bloom into reality. SIDBI is proud to have been associated in nurturing an amazing ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation in India for the last 32 years. To back
പിന്നെന്താണ് നമ്മുടെ ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് ബാക്കിയൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് അത് Hello. All may please be seated after the tea. എല്ലാവരും ഒന്ന് ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് ഇരിക്കാമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് വി ആർ എക്സ്പെക്റ്റഡ് ഐ തിങ്ക് വി ക്യാൻ കം ടു ദ valedictory program by 5:30. Now 45 minutes left. So we have to complete 3-4 sessions. May please come. എല്ലാവരും സീറ്റിലേക്ക് ഇരിക്കുക. എല്ലാവരും ഫ്രണ്ടിലിരുന്നാൽ വളരെ ഉപകാരമായി. ഒരു 5:30 മണിക്ക് നമുക്ക് valedictory ഫംഗ്ഷൻ നടത്തണം. Be very quick. സ്റ്റോളിലുള്ളവരൊക്കെ valedictory ഫംഗ്ഷന് അകത്തേക്ക് വരണം. ഒരു 5:30ക്കാണ് valedictory ഫംഗ്ഷൻ നമ്മൾ വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. Before that we have to complete 3-4 sessions. How many sessions? 4 sessions are there. എല്ലാവരും ഉള്ളിലേക്ക് വരിക. എല്ലാവരും ഉള്ളിലേക്ക് വരിക പ്ലീസ്. എല്ലാവരും ഫ്രണ്ടിലേക്ക് ഇരിക്കുക. ഫ്രണ്ട് റോയിലേക്ക് കയറിയിരിക്കുക. Okay. Once again, I request all the peoples outside may get into the hall so that we will quickly start and we have to complete 4 more sessions. കുറച്ച് മുന്നിലോട്ട് ഇരുന്നാൽ നന്നായിരിക്കും. കുറച്ച് ഫ്രണ്ടിലോട്ട് ഇരുന്നാൽ നമുക്ക് ഒരു ഓഡിയൻസിന് സംസാരിക്കുന്ന സ്പീക്കർ വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് സം ഗുഡ് ഫീലിംഗ്.
For the next presentation, I would like to invite Shri Akhil S. as well as Shri Vishnu S. engineers from Autocast Limited.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Akhil, and I'm representing Mrs. Autocast Limited. So we'll start with the slides. Autocast Limited is a government of Kerala undertaking company. We are a state PSU, and we are established in the year 1984. And we are mainly focused on the production of all grades of ductile iron, grey iron, and steel castings. We are an ISO 9001-2015 certified and an RDSO approved A-class foundry. Actually, in fact, we are the only RDSO approved Class A foundry in the whole of South India. Now, our product range includes all grades of grey iron, ductile iron, and steel castings. And this grey iron, we are able to take production from 20 kg per piece to 4,500 kg per piece. Likewise, we are able to take the production of ductile and range 30 to 3,500 kg per piece, and steel in the range of 100 to 1,500 kg per piece. Now, coming to our production capability, on a total, we are able to produce 650 metric ton per month, which with grey and ductile iron to approximately 500 metric ton per month, and steel in the range we are able to produce up to 150 metric ton per month. And at present, we considering our order position, presently we are able to plan for like 300 to 350 metric ton in a month, and we are having a spare capacity from ranging from 300 to 350 metric ton per month and more. See, these are some of the fields we supply our products. We basically supply the Casnab bogie frames to Indian Railways, and we also supply to Cochin Shipyard Limited. Our fields also include construction and mining field, Ministry of Defense, wind and turbines, agriculture fields, pumps, valves, etc. These are some of our products. As you from the left, top and left, we will be able to see the assembled Casnab bogie frame, and yeah, both the photos are of assembled Casnab bogie frames. And below, you'll be able to see some of our all other products like flywheels, engine casing, gear cases, axle and cover, pump heads. We would like to show some of our products we supplied especially to Cochin Shipyard. Those belongs to chocks, and there are several types of chalk: Panama chalk, deck-mounted chalk, bulwark chalks. We have supplied all these items to Cochin Ship previously, and we are very proud to announce that we were able to supply solid ballast brick castings to Cochin Shipyard, which was used in the indigenous made INS Vikrant. This has been used as a counterweight. These are some of our other castings which we would like to give an idea what we are doing. There are many castings we take, like these are all ductile and steel. And you can also see a wind hub, which is in the range of 3 tons. Its weight actually. And we produce many pump bodies, shaft, and casings, etc. Now, coming to infrastructure, when we say Autocast is a ferrous jobbing foundry, we would like to give you an idea of what are our infrastructures. We have 2 induction furnaces of 6 metric ton each, and 2 medium frequency furnaces of 5 ton and 3 ton each, and 1 arc furnace of 5 ton capacity. High pressure molding line. This is one of our molding technique. We have an high pressure which we are able to take mass production of smaller castings ranging from 20 kg to 100 kg. This is a green sand molding technique. And we also have conventional techniques. There we use the CO2 process and also no-bake process, which is also known as resin process or alpha set process. These are all conventional techniques. Here we will be able to take a production of molds like castings ranging from 100 kg to 4,500 kg. We also have a street treatment furnace. Obviously, we are in the production of steel. We also have a small machine shop facility which is having a CNC machine and plano miller, a radio drilling machine. This is a small unit. Actually, we are not capable to do machining in a large scale. Some of our customers insist that they need a sample machined castings. Here we can do that. And also this machine shop, we are also offloading it. So any of you require a machine shop facility such as you can approach us. This is also our infrastructure. We have an engineering pattern shop department. We use mostly aluminum patterns for bulk production. Also, we also use wood type of pattern made of wood. And for single patterns and all, we use thermocol. So this is also an opportunity for other MSMEs. We are actually looking for pattern makers. We have R&D, which we mainly do casting simulation there. Before making the prototype, we simulate the castings. This is only we have this facility there. Here we can analyze any defects, any issues in the castings. We will be able to identify before the prototype production. Now coming to quality control. We have the strength testing machines. We have a UTM, we have an impact testing machine, hardness testing machine. Also we do the NDT checks like dye penetrant testing and ultrasonic flow detectors, etc. we have. Also we have a good laboratory facility. We do metallurgical analysis. Also we do chemical analysis. Also we have a sand laboratory which we will to do all the tests on sand such as moisture, its compressive strength, etc. And this also our laboratory facilities also we are offloading. So any of you require any testing on these areas, you can approach us. Now coming to fettling. Once the casting is produced, it has to be fettled. It has to undergo fettling. So we have basic infrastructure for fettling like short blasting machines, and we also do grindings on it. We are also expressed our interest on outsourcing fettling. It will come in the upcoming slides. So here I would like to show what we offer. Actually, we are a jobbing foundry, so we offer cast iron, ductile iron, and steel castings. Also, we will be able to give you our lab facilities, which you be able to do chemical analysis, sand analysis, and mechanical testing. Also, we have a small machine shop facilities. It is having CNC, radial drilling machine, plano miller, heavy lathe, etc. This also you can utilize. And before going to the next portion, eco-friendly brick for construction activities, I've told you we are in the sand molding technique. So some of our method that sand cannot be reused. For such sands, what we do is now we have installed a brick manufacturing machine. We will be able to produce bricks, means solid bricks for construction activities. Now, whom we are looking for? One area is fettling of castings. We are actually looking forward of suitable vendors, contractors who can do fettling. And we are also looking for pattern and mold box makers. We are also looking for civil and engineering works. These raw materials, I can show you the list. Civil and engineering works means we have a lot of fabrication works inside. Also, we have many roof repair works inside using asbestos sheet and this roof gutters, etc. Then RDSO approved component manufacturing units that I will explain later. These raw materials, we have some issues in sourcing raw materials. Actually, we are a foundry, we are in an isolated place. As you are all aware that foundries, they belong to a cluster group. But here, Chaitala, there is only one unit and we have some difficulty in sourcing materials. So these are as a foundry, our main raw materials are electricity, sand which is readily available in our plant itself. Means we have some areas. And this melting scrap we are procuring from outside. And these melting scrap normally come from Coimbatore areas and all. So if anybody here can provide us with melting scrap and all, it will be very good. Not just melting scrap. We have listed many ferroalloys here, like ferromanganese, ferrosilicon, etc. And this slides includes only melting components. Here we also listed out our molding requirements, like bentonite coal dust, all the chemicals which is used for alpha set process, which all the items are listed here. So any interested parties who can supply all these items, we are very welcome. I'm moving on to the next slide. Now going to the railway sector, since we are very proud to announce that we have turned our focus into railway cast and bogie productions. Now we are doing assembly also. See, this cast and bogie production means we are actually manufacturing, we are also actually taking castings of the side frames and bolster, which you can see here. There are two side frames there, and in between one bolster is there, and one friction words. These items actually we are producing in-house, and all the other components except the wheel and axles. These items, these are all small items, the elastomeric pad, center pivot assembly, that is small springs. These are all those items we are actually procuring from outside. And see, one of our problem with the Indian Railways is the timely delivery. Actually, the last two previous order, we were able to supply on time. It is actually a major achievement for us. For the upcoming orders, what we are facing is the raw material, procuring of all these items. So in order to solve that, means in the future, what we did is with the help of District Industries Office, which is in Alapura, and with the help of Taluk Industries Office, we arranged a MSME vendor meet. It happened in the month of September, last month. We actually called several MSME units in the engineering sector, which actually what we need with them is we want them to manufacture almost all items like what we are procuring from outside. Actually, when I say procuring outside, all these items should come from Kolkata, northern part of India, and this is a competitive market. The main problem is, so sourcing also is very difficult because they are also a competitor in bidding the cast and bogies. So we are looking forward MSME vendors who themselves can produce these items in their workshop. And there are many procedures they have to follow, like taking RDSO approval and getting to know what are the items and what are the infrastructure they would require to start such a production. All these things we also can help because we also have some good contacts with RDSO. So any interested parties, you can approach us, then we will also guide you how to go further. These are the list of items which we are procuring from this northern part of India, like a spring planks, springs, elastomeric plant. I actually met one party here today that they are able to supply us with elastomeric pad, which is having a rubber component also. Actually, we are very glad on that. And several items are also listed. So all these items, we have the drawings. So if you like that, we will be able to share it with you so that you can also understand whether you can produce it or not. These are the pictures of those components: spring planks, springs, brake beam, elastomeric pad, center pivot assembly, constant contact side mirror, wear plate. Thank you. Any questions?
You mentioned about the parts. Do you have any machining requirements?
Some of our customers does.
CNC milling, lathe?
Yes, we have. Yeah, you can. We can meet after this B2B meeting area. Yeah.
Are there any further questions? I now invite Shri Unni Gopan Sir, DGM of Cochin Shipyard, to hand over the memento to our speaker. For the next presentation, I invite Shri Deepu from Flipkart to the stage.
Good evening all. എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന മജോറിറ്റി മലയാളികളായതുകൊണ്ട് ഫുൾ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിലല്ലാതെ മിക്സ് ചെയ്ത് പറയാൻ ഞാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നതാണ്. അപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് എന്താണെന്ന്. ഇവിടെ വന്ന എല്ലാ പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടർ കമ്പനിയേക്കാളും ഒരു പ്രൈവറ്റ്, ആദ്യമായിട്ടാണ് ഒരു പ്രൈവറ്റ് ഇവിടെ വരുന്നത്. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ MSMEയുടെ ഒരുപാട് സ്കീമുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പ്രകാശൻ സാറിൻ്റെ സ്പെഷ്യൽ ഇൻവിറ്റേഷനും ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പം മൂവിങ് ഫോർവേഡ്, ഓക്കെ, ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് എന്നാന്ന് അറിയാവുന്ന ആൾക്കാരായിരിക്കും മജോറിറ്റി. എങ്കിൽ പോലും ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കമ്പനി വാൾമാർട്ട് പറഞ്ഞ US കമ്പനിയുടെ സബ്സിഡിയറിയാണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ. ഈ കറണ്ട് സെഷനിൽ ഐ വിൽ ബി ഗോയിങ് എക്സ്പ്ലെയിനിങ് ഹൗ യു ക്യാൻ സെൽ ഇറ്റ് ടു വാൾമാർട്ട് ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ ടു സെൽ ഇറ്റ് ടു ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട്. ബേസിക്കലി ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട്, ആസ് യു നോ, ഇസ് ഇന്ത്യാസ് ലാർജസ്റ്റ് ആൻഡ് ദ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇ-കൊമേഴ്സ് മാർക്കറ്റ് പ്ലേസ് ബേസ്ഡ് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ബാംഗ്ലൂർ. ബാംഗ്ലൂർ ബേസ്ഡ് ആണ്. ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ടിൻ്റെ അടി വരുന്ന കമ്പനീസാണ് ഈ കാണുന്നതൊക്കെ. നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഓർഡർ ചെയ്താൽ വീട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോയി വരുന്ന ഡെലിവറി ബോയ്സ് ഈ കാർട്ടിൽ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്ത് ഈ കാർട്ടിൻ്റെ കമ്പനീസാണ്. ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് ഹോൾസെയിൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്കൊരു ഹോൾസെയിലായിട്ട് ഫോൺസോ ഹോൾസെയിലായിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഐറ്റം മേടിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ യു ക്യാൻ ഡയറക്ട്ലി അപ്രോച്ച് ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് ഹോൾസെയിൽ. ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് ക്യുക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അതിൻ്റെ തന്നെ ഒരിതാണ്. വിത്തിൻ 30 to 45 minutes യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് യുവർ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ്. കേരളത്തിലില്ല, ബാംഗ്ലൂർ, ഹൈദരാബാദിലുള്ളേ ഉള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ ഒരു ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് ഹെൽത്ത് എന്നാണ് പുതുതായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തതാണ്. വിത്തിൻ ലാസ്റ്റ് 8 months ആയതേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഇറ്റ് ബേസിക്കലി ഡെലിവർ യു ഓൾ ദ ഫാർമസി ആൻഡ് ഓൺലൈൻ കൺസൾട്ടൻസീസ് ദർ. ആൻഡ് ദെൻ വി ഹാവ് മിന്ത്ര. മജോറിറ്റി ലേഡീസിന് അറിയായിരിക്കും, ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഫാഷൻ ഡ്രസ്സസ് ഉള്ളത് മിന്ത്രയിലാണ്. ജീവ്സ് അഗെയിൻ, ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങളൊരു TV അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു വാഷിംഗ് മെഷീൻ ഓൺലൈനായിട്ട് മേടിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിൽ വന്ന് ഇൻസ്റ്റാൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ് ജീവ്സ്, ഫ്രീ ഓഫ് കോസ്റ്റ്. അടുത്തത് ഫോൺ പേ, എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയായിരിക്കും. ഗൂഗിൾ പേ അതുപോലുള്ള ഒരു UPI ആപ്ലിക്കേഷനാണ്. ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് റീഫർബിഷ്ഡ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ സെക്കൻഡ് ഹാൻഡ് ഫോൺസ്, സെക്കൻഡ് ഹാൻഡ് TVസിനുള്ള മാർക്കറ്റ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതലാണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അങ്ങനത്തെ സാധനങ്ങൾ സർട്ടിഫൈഡ് വെരിഫൈഡ് ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് മേടിക്കാം. അടുത്ത ക്ലിയർ ട്രിപ്പ് ഓൺലൈൻ ട്രാവൽ ബുക്കിംഗ് ആണ്. ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഹോട്ടൽസ് അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഫ്ലൈറ്റ്സ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതുവഴി ബുക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. സോ നിങ്ങളെ ബോറടിപ്പിക്കുന്നില്ല, പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ കാര്യത്തിലേക്ക് കടക്കാം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ടിനെ പറ്റി നോക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ മൊത്തം 35 മില്യൺ കസ്റ്റമർ ബേസ്ഡ് ആണ് പാൻ ഇന്ത്യയിലുള്ളത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ MSMEസിന് ഏറ്റവും ലോ കോസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ബിസിനസ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാം, സെല് ചെയ്യാം. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സെല്ലർ പ്രൊട്ടക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. അതായത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു സാധനം വിൽറ്റ് കഴിയുമ്പോഴത്തേന് ഇൻ കേസ് എവിടെയെങ്കിലും വെച്ച് നഷ്ടപ്പെടുവാണെങ്കിൽ ഇൻഷുറൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എത്രയും പെട്ടെന്ന് MSMEയിലേക്ക് പോകാം. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും ഒരു വാലിഡ് GST ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ടിൽ എപ്പം വേണേൽ സെല് ചെയ്യാം. അതിനുവേണ്ടി നമുക്കൊരു MSME ഓൺബോർഡിങ് സ്കീമുണ്ട്. അതായത് വിത്തിൻ 10 മിനിറ്റ്സ് നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്രൊഡക്ട്സിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കുക, GST നമ്പർ കൊടുക്കുക, ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി അപ്ലോഡ് ചെയ്യുക. ഇത്രയും മാത്രം മതി. ഞങ്ങളൊന്ന് വെരിഫൈ ചെയ്യും. അതും വിത്തിൻ 1 ഡേ തീരുന്നതായിരിക്കും. സോ പെട്ടെന്ന് ഞാനൊന്ന് പറയാം. ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ടിൻ്റെ അടിയിൽ വരുന്നതാണ് ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് സമ്മർത്ത്. ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് സമ്മർത്ത് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ ഒരു NGOയോ കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് സൊസൈറ്റിയോ ട്രസ്റ്റോ അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ we have our own CSR fund which is around 600 crores. We'll be giving to the eligible organization. We'll be funding them entirely to sell their products across. Eligible ആയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ they can even sell it to US, UK, Canada via Walmart. Vriddhi is a pure CSR fund only for MSMEs. It is funded by Walmart again. Eligible MSMEs ആണെങ്കിൽ Vriddhi will support you in hand holding except for products which is explosive അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലിക്കർ പോലത്തെ പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് അല്ലാത്ത ഏത് പ്രൊഡക്ട്സും വൃദ്ധിയിലൂടെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യും. വൃദ്ധി നിങ്ങളെ ഫണ്ട് ചെയ്യും. വൃദ്ധി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ട്രെയിനിങ് തരും. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വാൾമാർട്ടിൻ്റെ സ്റ്റോർസ് അക്രോസ് വേൾഡിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് എലിജിബിൾ ആണെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളെ സെല്ല് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് വൃദ്ധി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ പ്രോഗ്രാം. ബാക്കിയൊക്കെ നിങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് വലിയ ബന്ധമില്ലാത്തതാണ്. ലീപ്പ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പിന് ഫണ്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. സ്കോവ അക്കാഡമി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മുടെ സപ്ലൈ ചെയിനെ പുഷ് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. വുമൺ എംപവർമെൻറ്റ് അങ്ങനെ. അപ്പം ഇതുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടാത്ത സ്കീംസ് ഞാൻ ഒഴിവാക്കുവാണ്. സോ അടുത്തത് ഇപ്പം യൂഷ്വലി നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരു ഡൗട്ട് കാണും. കാര്യം ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ടിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ പല പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കുന്ന എങ്ങനെ, പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ഫോട്ടോഗ്രാഫി വേണോ, നിങ്ങളുടെ ആൾക്കാർ വേണോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ കാണും. കാര്യം മജോറിറ്റി MSMEസിന് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സപ്പോർട്ട് കാണത്തില്ല. അപ്പം ഞാൻ ചെറിയൊരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ പറയാം. ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങൾ ഈ കാണുന്ന ഒരു സാരിയുടെ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ നിങ്ങൾ ആരെങ്കിലും സാരി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും വിൽക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ 2-3 ഇമേജസ് മാത്രം മതി മൊത്തം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അയക്കാൻ. ഒരു ബെഡ്ഷീറ്റിലോ കട്ടിലേലോ വല്ലതും ഇട്ടിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ പല്ലു, ബാക്ക് സൈഡ്, ഫ്രണ്ട് സൈഡ് മാത്രം എടുത്ത് അയച്ചു തരാണ്. ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി നമ്മുടെ ടെക്നോളജി ഇതുപോലൊരു ലേഡിയുടെ ദേഹത്ത് ആ സാരി ഉടുപ്പിച്ചായിട്ട് കാണിക്കും. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ബാക്ക് സൈഡും ഫ്രണ്ട് സൈഡും ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി കാണിക്കും. അതിനുവേണ്ടി നിങ്ങളൊരു മോഡലിനെ കൊണ്ടുവരുമോ അല്ലാതെ ഒരു ഡോളിൻ്റെ പുറത്ത് ചെയ്യുകയോ ചെയ്യേണ്ട, സിസ്റ്റം ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി ചെയ്യും. എൻ്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു എക്സാമ്പിളാണ്. അപ്പം ഈ 2 ഇൻപുട്ട് ഇമേജസ് കൊടുത്താൽ ഈ 6 ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ഇമേജസ് ഹൈ ക്വാളിറ്റി ആയിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തരും. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ബെഡ്ഷീറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്ക് സെയിം ആണ്. ബെഡ്ഷീറ്റിൻ്റെ ഫ്രണ്ടും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ബാക്ക് സൈഡും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ തലയണക്കവനും കാണിച്ചാൽ നല്ലൊരു ബെഡേൽ നല്ലൊരു ഹോട്ടലിൽ ഇടുന്നതായിട്ട് ചെയ്ത് കാണിക്കും. സോ അതാണ് എൻ്റെ അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ്. സെയിം ഇത് എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ചെയ്യേണ്ട ചുരിദാർ അങ്ങനെയല്ല. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ടേബിൾ മാറ്റ് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി ടേബിളിൽ തന്നെ പ്ലേസ് ചെയ്ത് തരും. അപ്പം ഇതൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു സാധാ ഒരു മൊബൈൽ ക്യാമറയിൽ എടുത്താൽ മതി. ഇതിൻ്റെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ചെയ്തോളും. ഇതെല്ലാം ഫ്രീ ഓഫ് കോസ്റ്റ് ആണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ യാതൊരു കോസ്റ്റും മേടിക്കുന്നില്ല. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഫ്രീ ട്രെയിനിങ്ങും. GST മാൻഡേറ്ററി ആണ്. ആസ് ഓഫ് നൗ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ സ്കീം അനുസരിച്ച് പുതിയ നിയമം വരുന്നെന്ന് കേട്ടു. MSMEസിന് GST വേണ്ട എന്നുള്ളത്. പക്ഷേ അത് എത്രമാത്രം സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആകുന്ന തരത്തിലെ കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾ പാൻ ഇന്ത്യ വിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ ഇപ്പോൾ ആസ് ഓഫ് നൗ നമ്മൾ ചോദിക്കുന്ന 2 ഡോക്യുമെൻറ്റേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഒന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ MSME എന്നുള്ള സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്, 2 GST, മൂന്നാമത്തെ ഫുഡ് പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് ഡീൽ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഫസായുടെ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്. ഈ 3 മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. സോ ഡ്രസ്സ് മാത്രമല്ല, എന്തും നിങ്ങളുടെ വിൽക്കുന്ന ഇപ്പം എൻ്റെ പേരിന് ഒരു പേന ആണെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി ഏതെങ്കിലും സ്ഥലത്ത് വെച്ചെടുക്കാം. ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ഇമേജസ് ഞങ്ങൾ മാറ്റിക്കോളാം. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങൾ ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ടും ആമസോണും കഴിഞ്ഞ് കോവിഡിൻ്റെ കാലത്ത് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ഫേമസ് ആയിരുന്നു. ഒരു തേങ്ങയുടെ ചിരട്ട വിറ്റത് 1200 റുപ്പീസിനാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ വിറ്റത് 2700 രൂപയ്ക്കാണ്. അത് സ്വാഭാവികം ആൾക്കാർ മേടിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് വിൽക്കുന്നയാളുടെ കഴിവ് പോലെ ഇരിക്കും. അതിൻ്റെ താൾ എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട് തേങ്ങയാണ്, തേങ്ങയുടെ ഇതാണ്. പക്ഷേ മേടിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്ക് അത് കണ്ടപ്പോൾ അട്രാക്റ്റീവായി. അതുപോലെ 75 പീസസാണ് ഓൾ ഇന്ത്യ വിറ്റ് പോയത്. കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് വിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ഒത്തിരി ഇന്നോവേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സാധനങ്ങൾ. ഞാൻ ചിലത് മാത്രം പറയാം. കാര്യം ഇപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഇവിടുന്ന് ചിപ്സ് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ അതൊക്കെ എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാവുന്ന സാധനമാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടുന്ന് ഒരു പാക്കറ്റിൽ 10 ചാണകത്തിൻ്റെ റോള് പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. 70 രൂപയ്ക്കാണ് പാലക്കാട് ഒരാൾ വിൽക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ നല്ല സെയിലാണ്. പുറത്തോട്ട് നോർത്ത് ഇന്ത്യസ് അവർ പൂജയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഈ സാധനം കത്തിക്കാൻ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഔഷധ ഗുണങ്ങളാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഗോമൂത്രം വരെ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അതും കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്നാണ് പോകുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ ഈ പറയുന്നത് കളിയാക്കാനല്ല, ഇതിലെല്ലാം ബിസിനസ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി കണ്ടെത്തിയ മലയാളികളുണ്ട്. അവർ കുഞ്ഞു ബിസിനസ്, ഇപ്പം ഇവിടെ നോക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ ഓണാട്ടുകാരെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് സൊസൈറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. 300 കിലോ ആണ് എല്ലാ മാസവും അവർ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ചിപ്സ് തരുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് എടുത്തെടുത്ത് പറയുന്ന കുറേ ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ചേക്കുട്ടി പാവ ഞങ്ങൾ വഴി ഒരുപാട് വിറ്റ് പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പം അത് MSME അല്ല, ഒരു CSRൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ചെയ്തത്. പക്ഷേ MSME നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ രജിസ്റ്റേർഡ് വളരെ കുറവാണ്. സത്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് 12,000 MSMEs നമ്മളെ വിൽക്കുന്നുള്ളൂ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കുടുംബശ്രീ നമ്മുടെ അടി വരുന്നുണ്ട്. കുടുംബശ്രീയുടെ ചക്കവരട്ടി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഇട്ടാൽ 17 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 18 മിനിറ്റ്സിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് മൊത്തം പ്രൊഡക്ട്സും വിറ്റ് തീരും. കാര്യം അതുപോലെ ഡിമാൻഡാണ് സീസണൽ ഫുഡ്സ് ആയിട്ട്. അപ്പം എന്ത് വിൽക്കാം എന്നുള്ളത് ഇത് മാത്രം. എക്സ്പ്ലോസീവ് വിൽക്കാൻ പാടില്ല, ലിക്കറുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള സാധനങ്ങൾ വിൽക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. ബാക്കി എന്തും മാർക്കറ്റ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തോന്നുവാണെങ്കിൽ, മാർക്കറ്റ് ഇല്ലെന്ന് തോന്നിയാൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഇട്ട് നോക്കിയോ, എവിടുന്ന മാർക്കറ്റ് വരുന്നത് നമുക്കറിയാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. അപ് ടു യു. അപ്പം പെട്ടെന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന പോലെ ഇതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ വുമൺ ഓൺടർപ്രണേഴ്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ NGOs ആണെങ്കിൽ, ട്രസ്റ്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ, കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് സൊസൈറ്റി ആണെങ്കിൽ, അങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർക്കൊരു സ്പെഷ്യൽ സ്കീമാണ് സമൃദ്ധം എന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ പേര്. സമൃദ്ധത്തിൻ്റെ അടിയിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ യൂഷ്വലി ഇപ്പം എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം ഒരു ഓൺലൈൻ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം എങ്ങനെയാണ് പ്രോഫിറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് റവന്യൂ കിട്ടുന്നതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ബേസിക്കലി സെല്ലേഴ്സിൻ്റെ കമ്മീഷനിൽ നിന്നാണ്. അങ്ങനെയാണ് എല്ലാ പ്രോഫിറ്റും ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പം ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള സ്കീമിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് ഇവർ കമ്മീഷൻ എടുക്കാറില്ല. 100% ഫ്രീ ആണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സെല്ല് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് 100% നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തരും. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഫുൾ ഓൺ ബോർഡിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ഫോട്ടോഷൂട്ട്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ട്രെയിനിങ് എല്ലാം ഫ്രീ ആയിരിക്കും. പിന്നെ ഒരു ഗുണം എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റുമായിട്ടുള്ള ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട എല്ലാ എക്സിബിഷനും നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റോളിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എപ്പോഴും ഒരു പ്ലേസ് കാണും, വുമൺ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ NGO ട്രസ്റ്റ് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്ക് വേണ്ടി. അപ്പം എനിക്കറിയാം ഇനി 2 സെഷനും കൂടെ ഉണ്ടെന്ന്, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ നിർത്തുവാണ്. പ്രകാശ് സാറിന് വളരെയധികം നന്ദിയുണ്ട്. ലാസ്റ്റ് മിനിറ്റുള്ള ഇതിലാണെങ്കിലും റിക്വസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യിച്ചുകൊണ്ട്. സോ ആർക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിലും എന്തെങ്കിലും ചോദ്യം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ചോദിക്കുക. ഇപ്പം എല്ലാവരും ഇവിടെ പറയുന്ന പോലെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പുറത്ത് സ്റ്റാളില്ല, ഞാൻ മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അപ്പം എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എന്നോട് ചോദിക്കാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പ്രകാശ് സാറിൻ്റെ എൻ്റെ നമ്പർ കാണും. അപ്പം ദയവായി എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ചോദിക്കാം. എൻ്റെ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഇതാണ്, അതിന് എത്ര കമ്മീഷൻ വരും എന്ന് ചോദിക്കരുത്. കാര്യം അത് ഒരു ലോങ് ലിസ്റ്റാണ്. ഡ്രസ്സിന് ഇത്ര %, ആയുർവേദ ഐറ്റംസിന് 5%. അത് കാണാപ്പാടം പറയാൻ എനിക്കറിയത്തില്ല, എങ്കിൽ പോലും അറിയാവുന്നിടത്തോളം പറയാം. പറയാലോ. ഇദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ഫോൺ നമ്പർ 9846646206. എല്ലാവരും പറയുന്ന പോലെ എപ്പോൾ വിളിച്ചാലും എടുക്കുന്നൊന്നുമില്ല. മെസ്സേജ് അയയ്ക്കുക, വാട്സാപ്പിലോ മെസ്സേജ് അയയ്ക്കുക. ഞാൻ ഒരു ദിവസം വൈകുന്നേരത്തിന് മുമ്പ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടീമിന് കൊടുക്കുക. കൺസേൺഡ് ഞാനിത് ഡീൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളല്ല, ഞാൻ ഗവൺമെൻറ് റെപ്രസെൻറ്റേറ്റീവ് ആണ്. അപ്പം എന്താണെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതിലേക്ക് വാട്സാപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക, ഞാൻ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടീമിന് കൊടുക്കുക, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എൻ്റെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെ റിപ്ലൈ തരും. അന്നത്തെ ദിവസം വൈകുന്നേരത്തിന് മുമ്പ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് റെസ്പോൺസ് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കാം. അപ്പം യൂഷ്വലി ഓഫീസ് ടൈമിൻ്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് വിളിച്ചാൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ എടുക്കത്തില്ല. പക്ഷേ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഫേക്ക് പ്രോമിസ് തരുന്നതിൽ താല്പര്യമില്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അഡ്വാൻസ് ആയിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞത്. എൻ്റെ പേര് ദിബു എന്നാണ്, ദിബു തോമസ് ജോയ്. മലയാളി തന്നെയാണ്, പക്ഷേ ഓഫീസ് ബാംഗ്ലൂരിലാണ്. എന്തായിരുന്നു? 06. ഒന്നുകൂടെ പറയണോ നമ്പർ? 9846646206. പിന്നെ ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ പറഞ്ഞോളൂ. നിങ്ങൾ എങ്ങനെ വിൽക്കുമെന്നോർത്ത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് നമ്മുടേതായ പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നില്ല, അങ്ങോട്ട് പാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് നമ്മുടേതായ രീതിയിൽ ആരും എന്നെ വിളിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ കൂട്ടത്തിലുള്ളവരാണെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ എടുത്ത് റെസ്പോണ്ട് ചെയ്തോളാം. അപ്പം പാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചാൽ മതി. നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിൽ 121 ഹബ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. ഹബ്ബെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ചെറിയ ഫെസിലിറ്റിയാണ്, വെയർ ഹൗസ് പോലത്തെ. അവിടുന്ന് നിങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്തുള്ള ഹബ്ബുമായിട്ട് നിങ്ങളെ അസൈൻ ചെയ്യും. അവിടുന്ന് അവർ വന്ന് നിങ്ങളുടെ സാധനം കളക്ട് ചെയ്തോളും. അല്ലാതെ ഹബ്ബിൽ കൊണ്ടേ കൊടുക്കുകയോ അങ്ങനെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുകളൊന്നുമില്ല, അവർ ടേക്ക് കെയർ ചെയ്തോളും.
സാറേ, ഒരു സംശയമുള്ളത്, നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഫോട്ടോഷൂട്ടിൻ്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞത്, നമ്മളത് എങ്ങനെയാണ് അത്
അല്ല, ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ, ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ മൊബൈലിൽ എടുത്ത് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി അപ്ലോഡ് ചെയ്താലും ഓക്കെ. അങ്ങനെയല്ല, ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരുപാട് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, 100 പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, പാടാ എന്ന് തോന്നുവാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ടീം വരുന്നത്, ഇപ്പം കഴിഞ്ഞ തവണ വ്യാപാരിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓഫ് കേരളയുടെ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് സൊസൈറ്റിയോ NGO അങ്ങനെ വല്ലതും ആണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ടീം, കുഞ്ഞൊരു NGO ആണെങ്കിൽ പോലും ബോംബെയിൽ നിന്നാണ് വരുന്നത്, മലയാളം അറിയാവുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ്, അവർ വന്ന് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്ത് ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്തോളും.
പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് സാനിറ്ററി നാപ്കിനാണ് ഓൾറെഡി ലിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് ആമസോൺ സെല്ലറിൽ. അതെന്തോ ഒരു ഈ നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ വരാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു ഡെലിവറി സമയത്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പോൾ
എൻ്റെ നമ്പർ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അപ്പം നിങ്ങളുടെ ആ കംപ്ലയിൻറ്റ് എനിക്ക് അയച്ചതാ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടീമിനോട് പറയാം. അപ്പം കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഉള്ള ഒരാളാണ്, മലയാളിയായ ഒരാളാണ്, അദ്ദേഹം നിങ്ങളെ ഇത് ചെയ്തോളും.
പിന്നെ ഈ സ്റ്റോർ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് അവിടെ കൊണ്ട് കൊടുക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ പാക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല, അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഫെസിലിറ്റി?
അല്ല, അങ്ങനെയല്ല. കാര്യം എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഒരു പാക്കിങ്ങിന് നിങ്ങളോട് പറയും. കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വരുന്ന ഓർഡർ എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് അറിയത്തില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ 1 or 2 ആയിരിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 10, 15 ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തന്നെ അവർ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു തരും പാക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയാണ്. അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും പാക്കിംഗ് മെറ്റീരിയലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തരും. അപ്പോൾ അതിലേക്ക് പാക്ക് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. എന്തിനാണ് പാക്കിംഗ് മെറ്റീരിയൽ തരുന്നതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് ഒഴിവാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയാണ്. അത്രയേ ഉള്ളൂ. അത് പേപ്പറിൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്പെഷ്യലൈസ്ഡ് ഫോമാണ്, പെട്ടെന്ന് കയറി പോകാതിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതും അവർ തന്നെ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യും നിങ്ങൾക്ക്. അതെ. ഇല്ല, വെയിറ്റ്, അതായത് 10 കിലോയുടെ മുകളിലുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മളത് വേറൊരു കാറ്റഗറിയിലേക്ക് പോകും, ലാർജ് എന്ന് പറയും. ഇപ്പം അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് വരുന്നതാണ് 25 കിലോയുടെ മുകളിൽ, ഫർണിച്ചർ, ഫ്രിഡ്ജ് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള സാധനങ്ങൾക്ക് കോസ്റ്റ് സെപ്പറേറ്റ് കൊടുക്കേണ്ടി വരും, വെയിറ്റ് ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം മൊബൈൽ പോലത്തെ ഉള്ള സാധനങ്ങൾ അവരുടെ ആ വിഷ് മാസ്റ്റർ, നിങ്ങൾ ഡെലിവറി ബോയ്സ് എന്ന് വിളിക്കും, ഞങ്ങൾ വിഷ് മാസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് എന്ന് വിളിക്കും. കാര്യം നമ്മുടെ ഓരോരുത്തരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങൾ വിഷ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കൊണ്ടു തരുന്നതുകൊണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ബാഗിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് പറ്റുന്ന സാധനങ്ങളാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ എക്സ്ട്രാ മേടിക്കത്തില്ല, അങ്ങനെയുണ്ട്. അപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വരുന്നൊരു ഇൻവിറ്റേഷൻ മെയിലിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് എല്ലാം കാണും, ഇത്രയാണ് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഡെലിവറി ചാർജസ്. പിന്നെ വേറൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്, ഞങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളോട് ഒരിക്കലും പറയത്തില്ല നിങ്ങൾ ഇത്ര രൂപയ്ക്ക് വിൽക്കണമെന്നൊരു സാധനം, അത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇഷ്ടമാണ്. പക്ഷേ MRP എന്ന് എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട്, അതിന് മണ്ടേ നിങ്ങൾ ലിസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യരുത്. MRP ഇല്ലാത്ത പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആണെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പം 10 രൂപയുടെ സാധനം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് 15 രൂപ അപ് ടു നിങ്ങളുടെയാണ്, ഞങ്ങളത് വെക്കത്തില്ല. നിങ്ങൾക്കത് എപ്പോഴാണ് പ്രശ്നം വരുന്നതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, സെയിം കോമ്പറ്റേറ്റർ തന്നെ 10 രൂപയ്ക്ക് സാധനം വിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ സാധനത്തെ ആൾക്കാർ മേടിക്കാതാകുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവും വേറൊരാൾ ഇതിലും കുറഞ്ഞ രീതിയിൽ വിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ഫൈനൽ പ്രൈസ് എമൗണ്ട് ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്യത്തില്ല, MRP കൂടുതൽ വിൽക്കരുത് എന്ന് മാത്രമേ പറയുന്നുള്ളൂ. വിൽക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി പറ്റും. അങ്ങനെ ഒത്തിരി സാധനങ്ങൾ, ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ, ഇവിടുന്ന് മറ്റേ തുണിത്തരങ്ങളെല്ലാം പോകുന്നുണ്ട്, MRP ടാഗ് ഇല്ലാതെയാണ് പോകുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് പെൻഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, ഞങ്ങൾ ഹാൻഡ് മെയ്ഡാണ്, ഞങ്ങൾ ഇത്രയാണ് കൊടുക്കുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് കൊടുക്കാറുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ബില്ല് കൊടുക്കുമ്പം അത്തേൽ കാണുമല്ലോ എപ്പോഴും. അപ്പം ഇപ്പം കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഖാദി ബോർഡ് കഴിഞ്ഞ 1.5 മാസമായി നമ്മളുമായിട്ട് അസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ എല്ലാ മാസവും അറൗണ്ട് 47,000 സെയിൽസ് അവർക്ക് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ബാക്കി കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്തതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടേ ഉള്ളൂ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇവിടെ കേരളത്തിൽ നോക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ കേരള ടെക്സ്റ്റൈൽ കോർപ്പറേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ സ്പൈസസ് ബോർഡുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ കുറേ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്, സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെൻറ് സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളും ഇപ്പം ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ടിൻ്റെ ഈ ഇതിൻ്റെ അടിയിൽ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇത് CSR ആയതുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എലിജിബിൾ ആണെങ്കിൽ ആ ഫണ്ടും കിട്ടുകയും ചെയ്യും. വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും? അപ്പോൾ ഇല്ലെന്ന് പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ എന്നിരുന്നാലും ഇവിടെ വന്നതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ ചോദ്യം കിട്ടിയാൽ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഞാനൊരു ഹാഫ് ആൻ അവറിൽ പോവും. അപ്പം അതുവരെ ഇവിടെ കാണും. എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യു ക്യാൻ ഓൾവേസ് കോൺടാക്ട് മീ. എൻ്റെ നമ്പർ ഇനിയും കിട്ടാത്ത ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പുറയിലുണ്ട്, കാർഡ് തരാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പ്രകാശ് സാറിൻ്റെ ഉണ്ട്. സോ വൺസ് അഗെയിൻ ഐ എം എക്സ്റ്റെൻഡിങ് മൈ whole hearted support to Prakash sir for his kind opportunity to come and explain about Flipkart and the opportunities here. Thank you once again. Bye.
I would Shri Sharath from Steel and Industrial Forgings Limited, Thrissur, to the stage.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. എൻ്റെ പേര് ശരത്ത്. ഞാൻ തൃശ്ശൂരിൽ നിന്നാണ് വരുന്നത്. എൻ്റെ കമ്പനിയുടെ പേര് സ്റ്റീൽ ആൻഡ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ ഫോർജിങ് ലിമിറ്റഡ്. ഞാൻ ആദ്യം ഞങ്ങളുടെ കമ്പനി എന്താണ് ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന് ജസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ഇൻട്രൊഡക്ഷൻ ആണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതായത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ കമ്പനി കേരള സർക്കാരിൻ്റെ 100% ഷെയറുള്ള ഒരു കമ്പനിയാണ്, 100% ഷെയറിൽ. ഇപ്പോൾ ഏകദേശം നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ഫെസിലിറ്റി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ 5 കിലോ തൊട്ട് 750 കിലോ വരെയുള്ള ഫോർജിങ്സ് ആണ് നമ്മൾ അവിടെ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഏകദേശം 1500 ടൈപ്പ് ഫോർജിങ്സ് നമ്മളവിടെ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ബാക്കി നമ്മുടെ മെറ്റീരിയലുകളും അതൊക്കെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഇൻഹൗസ് ഫെസിലിറ്റി. അതായത് 16 ടൺ ഹാമർ ഒരെണ്ണം ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ 16 ടൺ ഹാമർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ വളരെ കുറച്ച് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഉള്ളൂ. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഒരു 6 ടണ്ണിൻ്റെ ഹാമർ, പിന്നെ 1 ടൺ ഡൈ മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് ഫെസിലിറ്റീസൊക്കെയാണ് പറയുന്നത്. ഇനി നമ്മുടെ ഒരു വേറെ തന്നെ നമുക്കൊരു എയറോസ്പേസ് മെഷീനിങ് യൂണിറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. അത് ഷൊർണൂർ ആണ്. അവിടുത്തെ ഒരു ഫെസിലിറ്റീസാണ് ഈ പറയുന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഇത്രയും മെറ്റീരിയൽ, റോ മെറ്റീരിയൽ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് ഫോർജിങ്സ് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഇതിപ്പോൾ ISROയ്ക്ക്, അതേപോലെ ഡിഫൻസിൻ്റെ കുറേ ഇതിലേക്ക് DRDOൻ്റെ ഇതിലേക്കൊക്കെ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇതൊക്കെ ഓരോ സ്റ്റീൽ ഗ്രേഡുകളാണ്. ഈ MSRR എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന HALന് വേണ്ടി നമ്മൾ സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഇതാണ്. MDN 11 ടൺ PH എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ബ്രഹ്മോസ് എയറോസ്പേസിന് നമ്മൾ സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്ന കുറേ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റുകളാണ്. ഇത് നമ്മൾ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ഫോർജിങ്ങളുടെ കുറച്ച് ഫോട്ടോസും ഇതൊക്കെയാണ്. ഇനി പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യത്തിലേക്ക് വരാം. SAFLനെ MSMEകളെ എങ്ങനെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും? അതായത് ഞങ്ങൾ 3 ഇതായിട്ട് എടുക്കാം. ഒന്ന് പർച്ചേസിങ്ങിൽ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഔട്ട്സോഴ്സിങ്, നമ്മൾ ഹീറ്റ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്, പിന്നെ മെഷീനിങ്, ഇതെല്ലാം ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ആക്ച്വലി ഇതൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഹീറ്റ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെൻറ്റും മെഷീനിങ്ങും ഒക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നത് നമ്മൾ എല്ലാം കോയമ്പത്തൂർ, ചെന്നൈ ബേസ്ഡ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ അത്തരം ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് നമ്മൾ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ അതിനുള്ള വേണ്ട സൗകര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തു കൊടുക്കുന്നതാണ്. എല്ലാവിധ സപ്പോർട്ടും നമ്മുടെ അടുത്ത് നിന്ന് കിട്ടും. പിന്നെ ടെസ്റ്റിംഗ് സർവീസുകൾ, കാലിബ്രേഷൻ സർവീസ്, ഇതൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ പുറമെ നിന്നാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. എല്ലാം കേരളത്തിന് പുറത്തുള്ള ആൾക്കാരാണ് നമുക്ക് ഇത്തരം സർവീസുകളൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇനി ഞങ്ങളുടെ കോൺടാക്ട് ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് ആണ് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ പർച്ചേസായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള എന്ത് കോൺടാക്റ്റിനും എന്നെ ബന്ധപ്പെടാം. എൻ്റെ പേര് ശരത്. മറ്റ് ഹീറ്റ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ്, കാലിബ്രേഷൻ, മെഷീനിങ് ഓഫ് ടെസ്റ്റ് ബാർ എന്നിവയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് മിസ്റ്റർ ദീപ് കുമാർ. പിന്നെ മെഷീനിങ് വർക്ക്സ്, CNC മെഷീനിങ് വർക്കുകളൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ഒരുപാട് പുറത്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിന് മിസ്റ്റർ റിയാസുദ്ദീനെ ബന്ധപ്പെടാം. എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ചോദിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മളൊന്ന് ചെയ്യാം. ജംപ് ത്രൂ നമ്മൾ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ല. നമ്മൾ ഈ ടെൻഡർ സൈറ്റ് വഴിയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. 5 lakhsന് അബവ് ഉള്ളത് ഈ ടെൻഡറിൽ പോവും. അതിന് താഴെയുള്ളത് ഇമെയിലായിട്ടോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ക്ലോസ്ഡ് കൊട്ടേഷനായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. എന്ത് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? സപ്ലൈ സർവീസാണ്. കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ എന്നെ ഫോൺ വിളിച്ച് കിട്ടിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വാട്സപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ അതിനെ എപ്പോഴെങ്കിലും ഞാൻ എന്തായാലും റിപ്ലൈ തരും. നമുക്ക് ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമുക്ക് സംസാരിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ കുറച്ചും കൂടി എളുപ്പമായിരിക്കും.
നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ടെസ്റ്റ് കാലിബ്രേഷൻ സർവീസ് വേണ്ടിയത് പ്രോസസ് ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻസിനാണോ അതോ ലാബ് എക്യുപ്മെൻറ്റുകളാണോ?
ലാബ് എക്യുപ്മെൻറ്റും ഉണ്ട്, പിന്നെ ഫർണസുകളുണ്ട്.
ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ കാലിബ്രേഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഹീറ്റ് ട്രീറ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കോമ്പണൻസ് ആണോ?
കോമ്പണൻസ്.
ഫിനിഷ് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് അല്ല?
ഫിനിഷ് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് അല്ല, നമ്മൾ ഫോർജിങ് ആണ് തരുന്നത്. മെഷീനിങ് ചെയ്തിട്ടല്ല.
മില്ലിങ്ങിന് മുമ്പാണ്?
ആ, മെഷീനിങ്ങിന് മുന്നെയാണ്.
അപ്പോൾ സൈസ് എന്തായിരിക്കും നോർമലി?
സൈസ് നമുക്ക് മാക്സിമം വരുന്നത് 750 ഡയ. 1000 ഡയ വരെ നമുക്ക് കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് മാക്സിമം 750 ഡയ, ഏകദേശം ഒരു 750 kg മാക്സിമം. അത് ചെറിയ ഫോർജിങ് തൊട്ട് വലിയ ഫോർജിങ് വരെ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
നമുക്ക് അവിടെ പ്ലാന്റ് വന്നാൽ കാണാൻ പറ്റും?
കാണാൻ പറ്റും, തീർച്ചയായും കാണാൻ പറ്റും. ഓക്കെ. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
I would like to invite Srimati Jayashree KK, DGM of Cochin Shipyard, to hand over the memento to our speaker. For the next presentation, I would like to invite Shri Harish, Manager, Steel Industrials Kerala Limited, to the stage.
നമസ്കാരം, എൻ്റെ പേര് ഹരീഷ്. സ്റ്റീൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ് കേരള ലിമിറ്റഡ് എന്നാണ്. സ്റ്റീൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ് കേരള ലിമിറ്റഡ് 1974 തുടങ്ങിയൊരു സ്ഥാപനമാണ്. ഒരു 5 ബിസിനസ് വെർട്ടിക്കൽസാണ് സ്റ്റീൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ് കേരള ലിമിറ്റഡിനുള്ളത്. ഒരു ഹെവി എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ്, സ്റ്റീൽ സ്ട്രക്ചർ, മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ്, അതൊരു 2 യൂണിറ്റുകളിലായിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. 2 ആലപ്പുഴ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്റ്റിലാണ്, ഒന്ന് തുറവൂരും ഒന്ന് ചേർത്തലയും. പിന്നെ ഒരു ഫോർജിങ് യൂണിറ്റ് ഉണ്ട് ഒറ്റപ്പാലത്ത്. പിന്നെ ഷിപ്പ് ബിൽഡിംഗ് ആൻഡ് ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് യൂണിറ്റ്സ് എന്നുള്ള കൺസെപ്റ്റിൽ 2 യൂണിറ്റുകളാണുള്ളത്. വൺ ഈസ് ഇൻ ബേപ്പൂർ ആൻഡ് വൺ ഈസ് ഇൻ അഴീക്കൽ. പിന്നെ പ്രൊജക്ട് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ അക്രഡിറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഏജൻസിയാണ് ഫോർ സിവിൽ സ്ട്രക്ചർ ആൻഡ് ഇലക്ട്രോ മെക്കാനിക്കൽ പ്രോജക്ട്സ്. അപ്പോൾ ആ മോഡൽ പ്രൊജക്ട് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് കൺസൾട്ടൻസി വർക്ക്സും സിൽക്ക് ഏറ്റെടുത്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതാണ് മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് യൂണിറ്റ്സ്. ആദ്യത്തെ 2 യൂണിറ്റുകളും ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ യൂണിറ്റ്സ് ആണ്, സ്റ്റീൽ ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻസ്. അതിൽ ജനറൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് വർക്ക്സ് തുറവൂര് ഫർണിച്ചർ ഐറ്റംസും കൂടി ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, സ്പെഷ്യലൈസ്ഡ് ഐറ്റംസ് ആയിട്ട്. ബാക്കിയുള്ള സിൽക്കിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ യൂണിറ്റുകളും, ഇപ്പോൾ ഫൗണ്ടറി യൂണിറ്റ് ഒരു ഫൗണ്ടറി പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ബാക്കി സ്റ്റീൽ ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ യൂണിറ്റ്സ് ഒക്കെ പ്രൊജക്ട് ബേസ്ഡ് യൂണിറ്റ്സ് ആയിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പ്രൊഡക്ട്സുകളല്ല, പ്രൊജക്ട്സുകളായിട്ടാണ്. സോ അവർ റിക്വയർമെൻറ്റ്സ് വാരി. ഇത് കേരളത്തിൽ ഉള്ള ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഓഫീസസ് ആണ്. ലൈസനിങ് ഓഫീസ് ഫ്രം ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം ടു ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു ഷിപ്പ് ബിൽഡിംഗ് യൂണിറ്റ് അഴീക്കലുണ്ട്. അതാണ് സിൽക്ക് സ്പാൻ ഓഫ് സിൽക്ക് എങ്ങനെയാണ് കേരളത്തിലുള്ള സിൽക്ക് എവിടേക്കുള്ളതെന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ. ഇത് സ്റ്റീൽ ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ യൂണിറ്റ് ചേർത്തലയാണ്. ഇത് ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ ഷോപ്പാണ്. ഒരു 4000 മീറ്റർ സ്ക്വയർ ഷോപ്പ് ഫ്ലോർ ഏരിയ ഉണ്ട്. ഒരു 600 മെട്രിക് ടൺ കപ്പാസിറ്റി പെർ ഇയർ ആണ് ഷോപ്പ് ഫ്ലോർ ഏരിയ കപ്പാസിറ്റി. ഇത് ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ യൂണിറ്റുള്ള മെഷീനറീസ് അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. CNC പ്ലാസ്മ ഓക്സിഫിൽ കട്ടിംഗ് മെഷീൻ, റോളിംഗ് മെഷീൻസ്, പ്രസ് ബ്രേക്ക്, ഷിയറിംഗ് മെഷീൻസ്, ഹാൻഡ് വർക്ക്, ഇതെല്ലാം നോർമൽ ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഹെവി ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ, ലൈറ്റ് മീഡിയം ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ ആയിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ മെഷീനറീസും സ്റ്റീൽ ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ യൂണിറ്റിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. പ്രീ എഞ്ചിനീയർഡ് ബിൽഡിങ്സ്, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ സ്റ്റീൽ സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സ്, സ്റ്റോറേജ് ടാങ്ക്സ്, പ്രഷർ വെസൽസ്, സ്റ്റീൽ ബ്രിഡ്ജസ് എല്ലാം ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് ഡിസൈൻ. ഇത് കുറച്ച് കംപ്ലീറ്റഡ് പ്രൊജക്ട്സ് ആണ്. TTPL, ഗവൺമെൻറ് ക്ലയൻസ്, പ്രൈവറ്റ് ക്ലയൻസ് എല്ലാം ഉണ്ട്. Plate rolling works for Kochi Water Metro, that's done for a private client. Viewing platform, Malambura Dam. KMML വേണ്ടി ചെയ്ത കുറച്ച് ബിൻസ് ആണ്, സ്ലറി ബിൻസ്. ഇതെല്ലാം ഫെസിലിറ്റീസ് ആൻഡ് ചെയ്ത വർക്കുകളാണ്. ഇതൊരു സെക്കൻഡ് നെക്സ്റ്റ് യൂണിറ്റാണ് ജനറൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് വർക്ക്സ് തുറവൂർ. ഇവിടെയും ഷീറ്റ് മെറ്റൽ വർക്ക്സ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, പ്ലസ് ഹെവി ആൻഡ് മീഡിയം ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ വർക്ക്സും ഈ യൂണിറ്റിൽ ഏറ്റെടുത്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. 3705 മീറ്റർ സ്ക്വയർ ഏരിയ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. പ്ലാൻ കപ്പാസിറ്റി 300 മെട്രിക് ടൺ പെർ ഇയർ. ഇവിടെ ഒരു പൗഡർ കോട്ടിംഗ് യൂണിറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. ആൻഡ് വി ഹാവ് 7 ടാങ്ക് പ്രോസസ് ആൻഡ് അലുമിനിയം പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള പ്രോസസ്സും ഫെസിലിറ്റീസും അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. ഫർണിച്ചർ പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ അക്രഡിറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഗവൺമെൻറ് ജിയോ പ്രകാരമുള്ള ഫർണിച്ചർ ഡയറക്റ്റ് സപ്ലൈ ഉള്ള ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓർഡേഴ്സും സിൽക്കിന് അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. Hospital related items, hospital codes, other hospital items. The foundry unit, it is in Attapalam, Palakkad district, 600 metric ton per year plant capacity. Cast iron based products are full out 1 metric ton induction furnace available. And these are the other equipments available in furnace foundry unit. Lab equipments. Water authority ki vendittulla ഒരുപാട് ഐറ്റംസ് ആണ് മെയിൻ ആയിട്ട് കാസ്റ്റ് അയൺ ഐറ്റംസ് ആണ് ഫൗണ്ടറി യൂണിറ്റിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പ്ലസ് ക്യാംകോഡ്, ഫ്ലൈ വീൽ, സ്റ്റെൽക്കിനുള്ള കുറച്ച് മെറ്റീരിയൽസ് ദാറ്റ്സ് ഓൾ വി സപ്ലൈസ്. കസ്റ്റമൈഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള മെയ്ഡ് കാസ്റ്റിംഗ്സ് അപ് ടു 2 മെട്രിക് ടൺ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഫൗണ്ടറി യൂണിറ്റിനുണ്ട്. ഗവൺമെൻറ് അക്രഡിറ്റഡ് ഏജൻസി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. പ്രൊജക്ട് എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ഡിവിഷൻ തൃശ്ശൂരാണ് അത് ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഹെഡ് ഓഫീസ് ഈസ് ആൾസോ ഇൻ തൃശ്ശൂർ. പ്രൊജക്ട് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് കൺസൾട്ടൻസിയിൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് റിലേറ്റഡ് വർക്ക്സ് ആണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതിൽ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ ഓഫ് മൾട്ടി സ്റ്റോറി ബിൽഡിംഗ്സ്, കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി മാർക്കേഴ്സ്, ഹൈഡൽ പ്രോജക്ട്സ്, മിനിമാസ്റ്റ് സോളാർ മിനിമാസ്റ്റ് ലൈറ്റ്സ്, LED സ്ട്രീറ്റ് ലൈറ്റ്സ്, CCTV എല്ലാം ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിൽ some of the projects provided as PMC. അത് അഴീക്കൽ ഷിപ്പ് ബിൽഡിംഗ് യൂണിറ്റ് ആണ്. ഒരു 6 meter വാട്ടർ ഡെപ്ത് അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. ഇൻ വളപട്ടണം റിവറിൻ്റെ സൈഡിലാണ് ഉള്ളത് അഴീക്കൽ യൂണിറ്റ്. ഇവിടെ ഷിപ്പ് ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ബോട്ട് ഡിസൈൻസ്, ബിൽഡിങ്സ്, കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ എല്ലാം യൂണിറ്റിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. വാട്ടർ ഫ്രണ്ട് അവൈലബിലിറ്റിയാണ്. വളപട്ടണം റിവറാണ് കാണുന്നത്. ഷിപ്പ് ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് വന്നൊരു ഷിപ്പിൻ്റെ ഫോട്ടോ ആണ്. Dry docking slip ആണ്. So just ഇപ്പോൾ completed ആയിട്ടുള്ളൂ. It's in commissioning. Next month it will be commissioned. Dry docking slip for the repair and fabrication of 50 metric ton weight വരെയുള്ള ബോട്ടുകൾ, സീ ഗോയിങ് വെസൽസ് റിപ്പയർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഫെസിലിറ്റി ഡ്രൈ ഡോക്കിംഗ് സ്ലിപ്പിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. ഷിപ്പ് ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് യൂണിറ്റ് ബേപ്പൂർ. ദിസ് വാസ് ആക്ച്വലി ഷിപ്പ് ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് മുന്നേ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ബേപ്പൂർ. നൗ ബിക്കോസ് ഓഫ് സം ഇഷ്യൂസ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല ഷിപ്പ് ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് യൂണിറ്റ്സ്. ബട്ട് അണ്ടർ PMC ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് ആണ് മെയിനായിട്ടുള്ള യൂണിറ്റിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. സ്റ്റേറ്റ് വാട്ടർ ട്രാൻസ്പോർട്ട് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിന് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ബോട്ടുകളുടെയാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ അത് തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു, ചെയ്യുന്നത് മാക്സിമം ആയിട്ടുള്ള വർക്കുകൾ പ്രൊജക്ട് ബേസ്ഡ് ആണ്. ഫൗണ്ടറി റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള വർക്കുകളിലോ സാധനങ്ങളിലോ ഏതെങ്കിലും MSMEക്ക് ഓർ എനി യൂണിറ്റ്സ്, ഇഫ് പ്രൈവറ്റ് ഓർ ഏതെങ്കിലും സ്ഥാപനത്തിനാണെങ്കിലോ ഞങ്ങളെ സമീപിക്കാവുന്നതാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സപ്പോർട്ട്സ് വി ക്യാൻ ഡു. പൊതുവെയുള്ള ഒരു അഭിപ്രായം വെച്ചാൽ ഞങ്ങൾ പ്രൈവറ്റാണ്, ഞങ്ങളൊരു ഗവൺമെൻറ് സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്ത് സപ്പോർട്ട് കിട്ടും എന്നൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ആൾക്ക് ജനറലി ഒരുപാട് ആൾക്കാർ ചോദിക്കുന്ന ചോദ്യമാണ്. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഇഷ്യൂസ് ഒന്നുമില്ല. എല്ലാവർക്കും വരാം, ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഷോപ്പ് കാണാം, ഫെസിലിറ്റീസ് കാണാം. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഏതെങ്കിലും കമ്പനിക്ക് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ സഹായങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആണ് മ്യൂച്വൽ ബെനിഫിഷ്യൽ ബേസിസ് വി ആർ റെഡി ഫോർ ദാറ്റ്. ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റോ ഡിസൈനോ എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിലും വി ആർ ഓപ്പൺ ഫോർ ദാറ്റ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ മെയിനായിട്ടുള്ള പർച്ചേസുകൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ പ്രൊജക്ട് ബേസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പർച്ചേസുകൾക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ ഫെസിലിറ്റീസ് പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഏതെങ്കിലും പ്രൊജക്ട്സോ വെബ്സൈറ്റിലോ നിങ്ങൾ കാണുകയാണെങ്കിൽ യു ക്യാൻ ഷെയർ യുവർ ബ്രോഷേഴ്സ് ആൻഡ് തിങ്സ് ആൻഡ് യു ക്യാൻ കോൺടാക്ട് അസ്. ഇതാണ് കോൺടാക്ട് ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ്. fabrication, can contact Mr. Shalbin, and foundry Sriraj, and naval related Mr. Jazil, and general myself Harish, and these are my email IDs. Mail ID share cheyam or WhatsApp cheyam, I will reply. Thank you.
Now the floor is open for a brief question answer session.
Thank you all. So, okay.
ഹലോ ഈ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് സൊല്യൂഷൻസ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നല്ലോ
Sir.
അതിനകത്ത് എന്തൊക്കെ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് എക്സ്പെർട്ടീസ് ആണ് നിങ്ങൾക്കുള്ളത്?
So,
പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഡിസൈൻ
സോ ഞങ്ങൾ ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള, അതായത് സ്റ്റീൽ ഫാബ്രിക്കേഷൻ റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡിസൈൻസ് ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ സ്റ്റീൽ ബിൽഡിങ്സ് ആയിട്ടും പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് ആയിട്ടും ചെയ്യാറുണ്ട്.
അതല്ലാതെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഷിപ്സ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, അതുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഡിസൈൻ
സർ ഡിസൈൻ ഇൻ ഹൗസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, ആൻഡ് വെറ്റഡ് ബൈ ക്യൂസാറ്റ് ഓർ സം എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജസ് വെറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാം വർക്ക്സും ചെയ്യാറുള്ളത്. ഡിസൈൻ ഇൻ ഹൗസ് ഡിസൈൻസ് ഉണ്ട്.
അപ്പോൾ ഡിസൈനിന് സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ ഉണ്ടോ, അതോ എങ്ങനെയാണ്, എന്തൊക്കെ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ?
ഇല്ല സർ, ഇപ്പോൾ ഔട്ട്സോഴ്സ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ ഔട്ട്സോഴ്സ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഡിസൈൻ മാത്രം, കാൽക്കുലേഷൻസ് ആൻഡ് സപ്പോർട്ട് മാത്രം ഇൻ ഹൗസ് എഞ്ചിനീയേഴ്സ് വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്യണത്.
ഇപ്പോൾ ഇലക്ട്രോ മെക്കാനിക്കൽ സിസ്റ്റംസ് ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള കേപ്പബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടോ?
ഇല്ല സർ, അത് PMC അക്രഡിറ്റഡ് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഇതിൽ മാത്രമാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അതെല്ലാം ഔട്ട്സോഴ്സ് ചെയ്യാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഔട്ട്സോഴ്സ്ഡ് ആയിട്ട് തന്നെയാണ് PMC അക്രഡിറ്റേഷൻ എന്നുള്ളതിൽ ഒരു ഔട്ട്സോഴ്സ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന സാധനങ്ങളാണ് ഇലക്ട്രോ മെക്കാനിക്കൽ സിസ്റ്റംസിലുള്ളത്.
ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
Are there any more questions? I would like to invite Shri V. Shrikant, DGM of Cochin Shipyard, to hand over the memento to our speaker. For the next address, I would like to invite Shri Ambrose Royson, Assistant Director of MSME Testing Center, Chennai, to the stage.
Good evening. So it's getting late, I won't take much of time. To facilitate testing for the MSMEs, under the aegis of Ministry of MSME, 4 testing centers are functioning, one each at Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai and Chennai. And I represent the MSME Testing Center, Chennai, and we also have testing stations at 7 locations. And in Chennai laboratory, we have testing facilities for the complete testing of water, packaged drinking water, including radioactive residue. And construction material, we test steel, cement, brick, tile, paints, cables, conductors. And we do test plywoods, wood, doors, door shutters, PVC and wood particle. And we are accredited to NABL, and we are BAS approved lab for 27 IS codes. We get a lot of sample from Kerala also for packaged drinking water and steel, structural steel as well as TMT or bars through BAS. Of course, not directly from manufacturers. Through BAS we used to get. And we are regularly testing testing service for rides, CPWD, railways, etc. And that is what we do. And we have a small video about the facilities we have in our laboratory. Vishesh ji. incubators for microbiological testing of water. Any questions, please? Sir. You can do the testing, sir. Facilitate means, so we are doing, sir, already. We are getting samples from, of course, not directly from the MSMEs. For the IIT Palakkad, we are getting samples. And similarly, for the BAS license, we are getting samples through the BAS Kochi branch. Not directly from the MSMEs.
We got some MSME ministry offices here, where we can have a point where we can collect the samples.
Sure, sir. So that actually, sure, that can be done, sir. But that actually, sir, if doing that should not delay, because so when we collect and send, there should be some substantial quantity to. Yeah. Either the TI Etamanur can. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they have to ISA, BAs, they have to test their products, BAs.
So now we don't have BA, like the plywood IS is not under the BA scope. Maybe the next BA scope additions, we may include it. We have the complete facility for plywood, but it is not under the BA. We have only 26 IS covered under BA scope.
Like footwear, recently it has
It is about,
come under,
yeah.
but it is some court order it has been. So like some products are coming to the compulsory licensing,
Yeah.
So such products may require the testing.
Yes, sir.
So
We are about to add, because our enable audit is due. And in the December audit, we are adding our complete footwear testing facility under NABL. And for BAS, NABL is mandatory. So we are adding many products into our NABL scope. Once that is added, we can go for BAS scope addition. So when BAS scope due will be somewhere in 23. So of course, we'll be adding the complete footwear, and plywood also we will be going.
Are you planning to the hallmarking facility? Or
No, sir, not for gold. No, sir. No, electronics, we don't have facilities, sir. Testing station, Bangalore has some facility for, they have for LED complete products, and they may have for UPS also. You may contact them. Bangalore testing station. So they have, yeah. IDMI Mumbai. No, Bangalore may also having, sir, because they have added many facilities now recently. You may just, like LED lights, I am sure they have, but you can just have a word with them for UPS if they have.
So the testing charges are very.
Not, we can't say that.
You don't want.
Sir, our charges, we can't say it is less. Of course, we give concession for MSMEs, but because of our overheads. So we don't need to make profit, but we are mandated to manage our routine expenditures from the revenue. So our testing charges are a bit high than the private parties, because their overheads are negligible compared to our overheads. So we can't say that we test at a cheaper rate. We do give concession for micro units at 25% and for small unit at 10%. And of course, when you go for BAS licensing and other things, it is up to BAS to decide where you have get it tested. They themselves send to the labs, so their cost is now the point.
Sir, one question.
Yes.
So material characterization studies can be done?
No, sir.
No.
I would like to invite Vishesh sir to hand over the memento to our speaker. For the next address, I would like to invite Shri Prem Kumar C, DGM of MSME Technology Center, Kochi, to the stage.
Good evening to all. I am Prem Kumar from MSME Technology Center, Kochi. So basically, MSME Technology Center is an autonomous body. It is an autonomous body under Ministry of MSME. So earlier we are having total 18 technology centers under MSME Ministry. And this is these new technology centers are under the Technology Center System Program, TCSP program, with the help of World Bank and Ministry of MSME. So this is the list of centers we are having. Total 10 existing tool rooms are available and 8 technology centers are already, it is listed below. So out of this, 2 centers are for especially for ESDM centers, Electronic Service and Testing Centers, and one is for glass-based industries development centers, and one is for flower and fragrance development center. Other 10 are tool rooms. So we are basically mandated to 3 services. One is for design and manufacturing. So we used to do product designs, and we used to do design and manufacturing of molds, press tools, jigs, fixtures. And also we are doing some precision components, aerospace components for HALs, ISRO, and DRDO also. The next is skill training program. So we used to conduct long-term trainings as well as short-term training in the field of CAD/CAM, CNC, and additive manufacturing, as well as we are conducting mechatronics courses also. In consultancy, we used to do process and product development. We are in course curriculum development also we used to do. So in Kochi, we are planning to start 2 diploma courses. One is for diploma in tool and die making. This is a 4-year diploma course. And one more diploma in mechatronics. That is a 3-year diploma course. As well as we are going to start ITI in machinist and fitter trade. As well as short-term training, we are going to start AutoCAD, MasterCam, SolidWorks, and PLC programming. So not only this, now the TC Technology Center is under construction stage. So most probably 23 June we are expecting to be completed. After that we are planning to start our training activity. And the diploma courses will be started from 24 onwards. So in addition to that short-term course, we are more than 76 NSQF compliance courses are there in our curriculum. So that courses also we very soon we will be starting that in our centers. So some of the labs which is going to come up at the TC Kochi. One is full welding QC lab and automation lab, chemical and metallurgical testing lab, additive manufacturing lab, solar energy lab, and metrology lab, and we are also having CNC simulation lab also we will going to come up here. And some of the production machines which are going to establish at our center is, we are going to have CNC 5-axis CNC milling machine, 3-axis vertical milling machine, CNC wire EDM, CNC EDM die singing machines, laser profile cutting, 3D printers, and injection molding machine, hydraulic press, vacuum heat treatment plant, and surface and other grinding machines. So with this, I can conclude this thing. If any query is there, please ask me. Sir, machines are not at construction building, it is still not yet completed, no, that's why. So I request, because this is in construction stage, but our mentor TC having full-fledged tool rooms they are having in Orissa. So I request MSMEs, whoever request any tooling items or production of components, precision components, we used to do some 2 micron, 3 micron jobs for aerospace components. So if any components is required, so you can please contact me so that we can facilitate that manufacturing facilities at our Mentor TC in Bhubaneswar. And one more thing, we are having 3D metal printer also in our Mentor TC. For if any requirement is there, please you can contact us. Okay, anything, sir?
Thank you, sir. I now invite Vishesh sir to hand over the memento to our speaker.
Good evening to you all. So we are coming to the conclusion. So after 2 days, this evening gives a lot of pleasure and immense pleasure to address you. I am to welcome Sri Kumar sir from CSL to the dais. Then our joint director, Sri Prakash, GS Prakash. May I please come to the dais? Then we have SIDBI DGM, Mr. Karthikeyan sir. Karthikeyan sir must be here somewhere around. Please come up. Okay. I think we started our work nearly 2 months back, almost 2 months back. Sina madam, please come to the stage. Actually, she was, please come to the stage. Actually, she was telling me not to come. Anyway, so let me brief up our effort. All PSUs may, all stall people may come to the front side so that we can have a small crowd. All are requested to please come forward. Actually, we started our work nearly 2 months back. Every year, you used to get a target of VDP, vendor development programs, almost every year. You know, last 2 years we had this corona problems. So that time we couldn't do any physical programs. So what we did is, we had to organize nearly 8 number of online programs. The same VDP we were organizing nearly 8 numbers. So this is the first physical VDP organizing after our pandemic. So with that, it's a pleasureful event for everyone to come together, because we never expected this much of people will come. Normally, we have sent invitation to nearly 600 to 700, nearly 700 people. So we are telling maybe 100 may come. That's our experience. Maybe 1/6 or 1/4, not more than that. But here the thing is totally different. Many people have turned up. Nearly 400 to 450 people have been given confirmations, and almost 300 plus vendors have come, other than PSUs. Yesterday we had near to 400. Today we had almost near to 300. So we are very much pleasureful in addressing this event and concluding this event. Nearly 43 department and PSUs have come up, except a few, maybe only countable numbers, 2, 3 couldn't come. And some people all joined online. 2 or 3 only, they said some excuses because of some reasons they couldn't come. Otherwise, all PSUs department have come up. And we had very good B2B meet also. What we hope is, just now we have completed 7 PSUs, means 6 PSUs are there, including SIDBI, our partner. And they are looking for some MSME vendors or clients. So we hope immediately after this valedictory function, so they can sit together. Definitely MSME, those who are interested for the banking with the SIDBIs or any of the PSUs, you are most welcome. You can spend time over here. So with this word, I welcome all PSUs, MSMEs, along with our guests who are on the dais. Now I hand over mic to our Joint Director, Sri G.S. Prakash.
Dear friends, let me first thank Cochin Shipyard and SIDBI for associating with us in organizing this event. Any event can be considered successful when it gives some value for our future operations or for our future activities. So I think that all the stakeholders could gain immensely from this today's interactions. The highlights of the program, yesterday we had the inauguration, the minister was there, because it was considered as one of the national events, being the honoring of the MSME vendors in INS Vikrant. The INS Vikrant itself is a national project of importance. Even Union Minister level, even Prime Minister level, I think this program was informed. That's what we got, the information we got. So this program is really taken to that level. But when it comes to the micro level, whether our MSMEs, our PSUs, whether they got the benefit, whether they could get, that is the core of the core takeaway from this program. In that sense, I got some feedback, very encouraging, because BPCL, the CGM, had a video, just now he had in a video message, he told me that nearly around 100 vendors are registered, visited their stalls and registered with them. Registered in the sense for future interaction, not like vendor registration, but for future interaction. Likewise, many people have come and told me the program was really useful for them. So it gives us satisfaction, because we have taken a lot of effort to bring as many as 27 PSUs to this platform. Apart from different departments, stakeholders like TREDS, GEM, SIDBI, Technologies Enabling Center, testing centers, Flipkart type of people. No? So total 42 organizations came here and they interacted with you. I think around 350 plus 300, more than 600 delegates from the MSMEs participated in the program 2 days. So it is a satisfying moment as far as we are concerned, because we wanted to give value for the whatever money we are spending, we wanted to give the maximum value to the stakeholders. So in this endeavor, I think the support we received from Kochi Shipyard is really wonderful. We got their entire top management was with us throughout the program, and they helped us. Whatever we wanted, they were very ready with the support we require. And SIDBI also came up with a timely support when we thought that we got some financial shortage. They also came with the support. So I thank both of them for their help and support. I thank all the participants who have been here for the 2 days. At least now itself around 70-80 people are here. That shows that it has been a good response from your side also. And of course, see, these type of programs is basically a networking program. It is not that we are going to get something immediately, but the networking, what you are going to gain from here, the type of relationship you are going to get. As I told you in the beginning, if you suppose you want to go to Cochin Shipyard to meet the procurement head or a DGM or a CGM, it is not just possible. So the 27 procuring authorities came and interacted with you, and you got their contact details, their procurement procedures. So there is a rich information. So from that information, you have to further assimilate and you have to come to some conclusions, what is useful for you. Then you have to take a business decision based on that. So that is a process. So that will take, it's a lengthy process. It's not just an immediate maybe not be happening. It may be happening in the future also. So that way the program, I feel as an organizer, it's not like I wanted to say that I feel it's a success. I thank one and all for the, I congratulate the officers who work in my office, the coordinator, Sri Martin Chako, and his team, the team of all my officers and staff who worked very hard to make the program as a success. And also I congratulate the Cochin Shipyard team also for working with us, and also the SIDBI. And last but not least, all the participants who have cooperated us. There could be many shortcomings also, kindly excuse with us, because many times we got to rush through the sessions because of the time. Maybe you may kindly excuse with us. And with these words, let me conclude. Thank you.
This program was made successful, not only MSME DFO. The equal partnership is with the CSCL as well as our SIDBI. So on behalf of CSL, Cochin Shipyard, we have with us Mr. Sri Kumar, he is DGM. So I request him to say a few words about the program and about his impression about the program. Thank you.
Very good evening. Prakash sir, Karthikeyan sir, Martin sir, Seena, and my dear friends. ഈ MSME വെണ്ടർ മീറ്റിന് അറേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് MSME DFO ഓഫീസിൽ നിന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കിട്ടിയപ്പോൾ ഇത്രയും ഒരു ഗ്രാൻഡ് ഫങ്ഷനായിട്ടുള്ള എനിക്ക് രൂപപ്പെടുത്താനായിട്ട് വെൻ വി സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് വർക്കിംഗ് നമ്മളൊരു കുറച്ച് വർക്കുകൾ ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. ലൈക്ക് വി ആർ ഹാപ്പി ടു സീ ദാറ്റ് ഇറ്റ് ഹാസ് കം അപ്പ് ടു ദിസ് ലെവൽ, എ ഗ്രാൻഡ് ഫങ്ഷൻ. നമ്മൾ ഓഫ് കോഴ്സ് ഇതിൻ്റെ മെയിൻ വർക്ക് മുഴുവൻ ചെയ്തിരുന്നത് MSME DFO ഓഫീസ് തന്നെയാണ്. ഓഫ് കോഴ്സ് വി ഹാവ് ഓൾസോ എക്സ്റ്റെൻഡഡ് അവർ ബെസ്റ്റ് പോസിബിൾ സപ്പോർട്ട് as per their request and guidance. കൂട്ടത്തിൽ തന്നെ എല്ലാ MSME വെണ്ടേഴ്സിൻ്റെയും ഒരു ഫുൾ ആക്റ്റീവ് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ കാണുന്നുണ്ടായി. ഈ 2 ദിവസത്തിൽ what I understand is there has been immense interaction between the MSME firms and the PSU firms. PSU കുറേ the 27 PSUs were here, and of course this function has been has come to this extent with this extensive support from SIDBI as well. So thanks for them. നിങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും ആക്റ്റീവ് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് താങ്ക്സ് വലിയൊരു താങ്ക്സ് പറയുന്നു. ഈ ഒരു ഇൻട്രാക്ഷൻസിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ആക്ഷൻ ദിസ് ഹാസ് ടു ബി കണ്ടിന്യൂഡ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നല്ലൊരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. വാട്ട് വി സീ ഇസ് ദാറ്റ് എസ്പെഷ്യലി ഓൾ ദ PSUs ഹാവ് ബീൻ ഇൻസ്ട്രക്റ്റഡ് ബൈ ദി ഗവൺമെൻറ് ടു കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ഓൺ ദി ഇൻഡിജിനൈസേഷൻ. മാത്രമല്ല MSME ഫേംസിനുള്ള കൂടുതൽ ഫെസിലിറ്റീസ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഇൻവോൾവ് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കുക, നിങ്ങൾ പ്രൊമോട്ട് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടുന്ന സപ്പോർട്ടുകളെല്ലാം തരാനുള്ള ഇൻസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ തന്നെയുണ്ട്. സോ വി ആർ ഓൾസോ ഫോർ ദാറ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യിലുള്ള പ്രോഡക്റ്റും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇനി ഓഗ്മെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സർവീസ് റേഞ്ചുകളും ഞങ്ങളോട്ട് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുക. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്ന് എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ when we meet you, like when you are having understood your facilities and features, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ എന്താണ് നമുക്ക് കൂടുതൽ ഓൾറെഡി നമ്മൾ കുറേ ഇൻട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞു. എല്ലാ PSUസും ഇവിടെ വന്നിരുന്ന എല്ലാ PSUസും ഇൻട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞു. കൂടുതൽ ഇൻട്രാക്ഷൻസും കൂടുതൽ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് നമുക്ക് ഇനിയും നമുക്ക് ഫർദർ കോൺടാക്ട്സിലൂടെ നമുക്ക് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് തോന്നുന്നത്. ഹോപ്പ് ഓൾ ഓഫ് യു വിൽ ബി ഇൻ ദ സെയിം പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം. ഈ ഒരു ഫംഗ്ഷൻ ഇത്രയും ഗ്രാൻഡാക്കിയ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഈച്ച് ആൻഡ് എവറി പേഴ്സണൽ എ ബിഗ് താങ്ക്സ്. താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച്.
Very happy to call up Mrs. Sina. ബിക്കോസ് സീന മാഡമായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ കൂടുതലായിട്ട് വ്യക്തിപരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഇൻട്രാക്ഷൻസ്. നമുക്കറിയാം CGM ഈസ് ദ CMD ഈസ് ദ ഓൾ ടോപ്പ് ഒഫീഷ്യൽസ് വെയർ ഇൻവോൾവ്ഡ്. ബട്ട് ഡയറക്റ്റ്ലി സ്പീക്കിംഗ് സീന മാഡമായിട്ടാണ് കൂടുതലായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ സംസാരിക്കുകയും കാര്യങ്ങൾ പ്രോഗ്രസ് ചെയ്യും. സോ ഐ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് സീന മാഡം ടു ടെൽ അബൌട്ട് ഹെയർ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് അബൌട്ട് ഓർഗനൈസിങ് ദിസ് പ്രോഗ്രാം. താങ്ക് യു. പ്ലീസ് കം അപ്പ്.
Good evening to all present here. Prakash sir പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ I feel like the intended outcome is giving us so much of happiness. എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ CSL is committed to nation building policies that I have already stated in my presentation. So we are always there on the lookout for new potential MSME vendors to develop them, to give opportunity to them. IAC building construction നമ്മൾ ഒരു പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ കണ്ടതാണ്. അവരുടെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഷെയറിങ് നമ്മൾ കേട്ടു. അതൊക്കെ വെച്ച് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോൾ വിമൻ ആൻഡ് SC/ST വേണ്ടി ഞങ്ങൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ ജനുവരിയിൽ ഒരു വെണ്ടർ മീറ്റ് ഞങ്ങളായിട്ട് ഫിക്കിയുമായിട്ട് ചേർന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. അപ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് നല്ല റെസ്പോൺസാണ് കിട്ടിയത്. നമ്മൾ ഇതിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഒരു പ്രയോജനം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു ഗുണകരമായിട്ട് വന്നത് നമുക്ക് എക്സലൻറ്റ് ടെക്നിക്കൽ സെഷൻ ബൈ ദ ഗവൺമെൻറ് അതോറിറ്റീസ്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ DPIIT നമുക്ക് മേക്ക് ഇൻ ഇന്ത്യ പോളിസി നമ്മൾ ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോഴും പല CPSUസിനും പല പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടർ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾക്കും അതിനെപ്പറ്റി ഒരു വ്യക്തത നമുക്ക് വായിച്ച് മനസ്സിലാക്കി എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഓഫീസ് ഓർഡേഴ്സ്, ഓഫീസ് മെമ്മോറാണ്ടംസ് ഒക്കെ നമുക്ക് വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ ചിലപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് അത്രയും ഒരു ക്ലാരിറ്റി കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഒരു ടെക്നിക്കൽ സെഷൻ എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം എനിക്കത് വളരെ ഐ ഓപ്പണിംഗ് ആയിരുന്നു. പല കാര്യങ്ങളും നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയതിനേക്കാളും വ്യത്യാസങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു നല്ല എക്സലൻറ്റ് ടെക്നിക്കൽ സെഷൻസ് വി ഹാഡ്. ബട്ട് തിങ്സ് ലൈക്ക് ടൈം ലിമിറ്റേഷൻസ്, പ്രകാശ് സാർ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ടൈം ലിമിറ്റേഷൻസ് അത് കുറച്ച് കൺസ്ട്രെയിൻസ് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇത്ര അധികം CPSUസിനെ ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് അവരുടെ റിക്വയർമെൻറ്റ്സിന് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ MSME സംരംഭകർക്ക് ഒരു അവസരം കിട്ടിയത് ഒരു വലിയ കാര്യമാണ്. പിന്നെ ഒരു കാര്യം പറയാനുള്ളത്, നമ്മൾ ടേക്ക് അവേസ് നമ്മളെല്ലാ കാര്യത്തിലും അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് എന്ത് എനിക്ക് പ്രയോജനം കിട്ടുമോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എൻ്റെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷന് എൻ്റെ ഫേമിന് എന്ത് പ്രയോജനം കിട്ടുമെന്ന് നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കുമ്പോൾ പെട്ടെന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഇന്നോ നാളെയോ ഒരു ഗുണകരമായ മാറ്റം ഒരു പെട്ടെന്നൊരു പോസിറ്റീവ് ഔട്ട്കം ഒന്നും വരണമെന്നില്ല. പറയാൻ കാരണം ഞങ്ങൾ 2018 ഒരു ലഘു ഉദ്യോഗ എക്സ്പോ നടത്തി. അതിൽ ഒരുപാട് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പലരും വന്ന് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തു പോയി. എത്ര പേർക്ക് ബിസിനസ് കിട്ടിയെന്നൊന്നും അറിയില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഇന്നലെ എന്നോട് ഒരു ഫേം വന്ന് എന്നോട് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഷെയർ ചെയ്തത്, അന്ന് ഇതുവരെ അവർ കൊച്ചിൻ ഷിപ്പ്യാർഡിൽ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ അവർ പലയിടത്തും ഇപ്പോൾ ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. അവരുടെ ടേൺ ഓവർ 1 crore ചെറുതായിട്ട് തുടങ്ങിയതാണ്, ഒരു 1 lakh വെച്ചിട്ട് തുടങ്ങിയതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ 4 വർഷമായിട്ടുള്ളൂ. അതിന് ശേഷം കോവിഡും ആയിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ എന്നിട്ട് പോലും അവരുടെ ആ ടേൺ ഓവർ 1 crore തന്നെ ഐ വാസ് സോ ഹാപ്പി ദാറ്റ് വി വിൽ ഹാവ് ദ ഇൻറ്റൻറ്റഡ് ഔട്ട്കം ഇൻ ദ നിയർ കോഴ്സ് ഓഫ് ടൈം അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ അതാണ് അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഗുണം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. പിന്നെ എനിക്ക് വേറൊരു കാര്യം പറയാനുള്ളത്, ഞങ്ങൾ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചതുപോലെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് രജിസ്റ്റേർഡ് ആയിട്ട് ഓൾ ഓവർ ഇന്ത്യ വി ഹാവ് 1951 MSME വെൻഡേഴ്സ്. നമ്മളെല്ലാവരെയും ഇൻഫോം ചെയ്തു ആൻഡ് വി ഗോട്ട് ഓവർവെൽമിങ് റെസ്പോൺസ് ഫ്രം ഈച്ച് ആൻഡ് എവറി വൺ. ബട്ട് നമുക്ക് എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് ലിമിറ്റേഷൻസ്, വെന്യൂ ലിമിറ്റേഷൻസ് കാരണം കുറച്ച് റെസ്ട്രിക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വന്നു എന്നൊരു വിഷമമുണ്ട്. അത് ഇനിയും നമ്മൾ പ്രകാശ് സാറിനോട് പറയുന്നത്, നമുക്ക് ഇനി അടുത്ത മീറ്റൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഇലാബറേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് കൂടുതൽ ആളുകൾക്ക്, കൂടുതൽ ഫേംസിനും MSME വിമൻ ആൻഡ് SC/ST എൻ്റർപ്രനേഴ്സിനൊക്കെ കൂടുതൽ അവസരം കിട്ടുന്നത് പോലെ ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്താൽ നന്നായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നവർക്കും ഇവിടെ വന്ന് ഇതിനകത്ത് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റ് ചെയ്തവർക്കും എല്ലാ CPSനും എല്ലാം നമുക്കൊരു വളരെ ഇൻഫോർമേറ്റീവ് ആയിരുന്നു. അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും എക്സ്ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റി. B2B മീറ്റിങ്സിന് അധികം സമയം നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ പോലും അത്യാവശ്യം നമുക്ക് ഒരു ഇൻട്രാക്ഷൻസിനുള്ള സമയം കിട്ടി. നിങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ നേരിട്ട് കൊച്ചിൻ ഷിപ്പ്യാർഡിൽ വന്ന് മീറ്റ് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ അത് വളരെ ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ടാണ്. എസ്പെഷ്യലി ഡിഫൻസ് പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷനിൽ വിസിറ്റർ റെസ്ട്രിക്ഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ളവരെ മാത്രമേ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പാസ് കൊടുക്കാൻ, വിസിറ്റർ പാസ് കൊടുക്കാനൊക്കെ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്രയധികം ഓഫീസേഴ്സ് ഒരു സിംഗിൾ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ കൊച്ചിൻ ഷിപ്പ്യാർഡിൽ ഇത്രയും അധികം ഓഫീസേഴ്സിനുമായിട്ട് ഇൻട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യാനുള്ളൊരു സമയം നമുക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റിയെന്നുള്ളതും ഒരു വളരെ ഗുണകരമായ കാര്യമാണ്. എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി. ഗുഡ് ഈവനിങ് ടു വൺ ആൻഡ് ഓൾ. താങ്ക്സ്.
അടുത്ത ഏറ്റവും സന്തോഷകരമായൊരു കാര്യം, സ്മോൾ സ്കെയിൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസിൻ്റെ ഒരു ബാങ്ക് ഉണ്ടെന്നുള്ളതാണ്, സിഡ്ബി. അതുമാത്രമല്ല, കാർത്തികേയൻ സാർ, ഹി ഈസ് ടു ബി വെരി ഫ്രണ്ട്ലി whenever we call for any requirements. His cooperation, his cooperation only made another how we could complete this program successfully. I request Karthikeyan sir to say a few words about his experience.
Yeah, good evening everybody. This event's a success. I would call it as a success, and goes to MSME DFO team and CSL mainly, because they were the people behind the successful conduct. And I think SIDBI becoming part of it is natural, nothing but natural, because we are going to be what you call the ecosystem of MSME ecosystem cannot be taken away without SIDBI. So SIDBI has been part of it. So thanks for your nice words, sir. But I feel that we are partner from other side also, this side also. So equally we are benefited to the partners, to organizers, and also partners to the participants. Overall event, I would say that it is fantastic. And getting this kind of a success, and thanks to CSL for thoughtful process by which they are recognizing the INS Vikrant who has contributed. That is, I am being from the MSME Development Bank, feeling very proud to stand here to see that so many MSMEs have contributed to that, and then they are going to contribute more and more to the national economy. And we are going to give them whatever possible line of efforts in the way of finance or whatever that is from our end is possible. Definitely we will contribute on that. And few words of what we call thanks to Mr. Prakash and his team. It was rather it is my friendliness, rather it is their friendliness, it is goodness that they are talking us time and again, taking us. CSL from the top management to everybody was here to see that success of this function. So very happy to be stand in front of you and hope that presence of SIDBI also felt for the MSMEs who are already there. And I am happy that the felicitation of Z category, 2 clients have been already felicitated by them, and fortunately I can say that proudly the gold category person is going to become our client already. So that was one, I could say that he has been in talking to us, but he has, due to some personal reason, he could not, but we will be giving him finance immediately. And then even the silver category, another entity is also in talk with us. Maybe we may be connecting with them also. And we are going to connect with each and everybody who have come to our stall. And also we will be taking cue from help from Mr. Prakash and his team to connect with each and everybody who can be assisted by us. If not assisted, I'm not saying that we are going to give assistance only. We'll definitely guide you to take wherever possible. It's not that SIDBI is looking only for finance, dragging you from your existing banker to that I want to give you forceful financing. No, definitely not. That is not our role. So I give you commitment that whatever possible from SIDBI, definitely we'll be doing it in above the board. Whatever possible, we'll be helping you. And once again, thanks to Prakash ji and team and the MSME DFO. They need a good applause along with the CSL for conducting such a good event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Good luck.
Now we come to the very most important part, that is the feedback. Feedback എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ we are all host side, the recipient side, the PSU as well as MSME. Here I don't want to call separately because feedback is same for all. I request those who would like to express feedback, sincere feedback, please raise your hand and come forward and tell about your company and say a few words. Please come up. Okay, please. And make your mind, rest of the people, and be the queue. Thank you.
സായാഹ്നത്തിൽ എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു 12 വർഷത്തെ MSME യൂണിറ്റ് മൈക്രോ യൂണിറ്റാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ മൈനസിൽ നിന്ന് തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ 3 കോടി രൂപ ടേൺ ഓവർ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു. അത് പല പ്രൊഡക്ട്സും ഉണ്ട്. അത് വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ പ്രോഡക്ട്സ് ഉണ്ട്, മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് ഉണ്ട്, സ്ട്രക്ചറൽ വർക്ക്സ് ഉണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾ നേവൽ ബേസ്, TCC, FSD സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞാനൊക്കെ പുറത്തായിരുന്നു. ഇവിടെ വന്ന് സംരംഭം തുടങ്ങാൻ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ആദ്യം ചെല്ലുന്നതൊക്കെ MSMEയിലാണ്. അവിടെ വേലായുധൻ സാറിൻ്റെ കാലം തൊട്ട് ഏത് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥരുടെ നിന്നതിൽ നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും ഓപ്പണായിട്ട് അവർ പറഞ്ഞു തരും. ഏത് രാത്രി വിളിച്ചാലും അവർ ആൻസറബിളാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ DICയിലും പിന്നെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, FICCI, CI, KSI, അങ്ങനെ ഒത്തിരി ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ. ഇവരൊക്കെ ഈ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലെ സംരംഭങ്ങൾ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഒത്തിരി എഫർട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥന്മാർ ഇപ്പോൾ ആക്സസിബിളാണ്. സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെൻറ്, സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഓൾറെഡി ഉള്ളതാണത്. ഈ പ്രകാശ് സാറിനെ പറ്റി പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പൊങ്ങച്ചം പറയുന്നു, പൊക്കി പറയുന്നു പറയും. പക്ഷേ ശരിക്കും അത് തന്നെയാണ്. ഈ ഒത്തിരി കാര്യങ്ങൾ സംരംഭകർക്ക് വേണ്ടി ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. എൻ്റെ ഈ 10-12 വർഷമുള്ള ബിസിനസ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിൽ ഇതുപോലത്തെ 2 ദിവസത്തെ വെണ്ടർ മീറ്റ് ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല. ഒത്തിരി CIയുടെയും മറ്റുള്ള ഇതുകളൊക്കെ ഞാൻ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഈ 2 ദിവസത്തെ പ്രോഗ്രാം അത് കലർപ്പില്ലാതെ പറയുകയാണ് ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റാണ്. ഒത്തിരി PSUs കൂടെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇൻപുട്സ് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇനി ആ ഇൻപുട്സും ആ ലീഡിൽ നിന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ കയറി പോകേണ്ടത്. അപ്പോൾ MSMEയുടെ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥന്മാരൊക്കെ ബെസ്റ്റ് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥന്മാരാണ് ഇവിടെ ഉള്ളത്. ഞങ്ങൾ എപ്പോഴും എവിടെ വെച്ചാലും കണ്ടാലും അറിയാവുന്നതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് പ്രത്യേകം നന്ദി, CSLനും നന്ദി, പിന്നെ മറ്റുള്ള PSUs, ടോക്കേഴ്സിന് എല്ലാവർക്കും പ്രത്യേകം നന്ദി. താങ്ക് യു.
ഗുഡ് ഈവനിങ് ഓൾ. ഓർബിസ് ഓട്ടോക്രാഫ്റ്റ് എന്ന ഒരു കമ്പനിയാണ്. മെയിൻലി ഇപ്പോൾ CSLുമായിട്ട് ലാസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ടെൻഡർ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. INS വിക്രാന്തിലേക്കുള്ള ആക്രിലിക് ടാലീസാണ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഇവിടെ ഒരു 4 വർഷമായിട്ടുള്ള കമ്പനിയാണ്. പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് സ്റ്റാൻഡുകൾ, കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ഗിഫ്റ്റ്, കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് മെമൻഡോസ്, ആക്രിലിക് ആൻഡ് വുഡൻ പ്രൊഡക്ട്സുകൾ, ഡിസ്പ്ലേ POP സ്റ്റാൻഡുകൾ, ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ധാരാളം പ്രൊഡക്റ്റുകളാണ് കമ്പനി ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ഇങ്ങനൊരു ഫംഗ്ഷൻ വെണ്ടർ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റ് ആദ്യമായിട്ടാണ് ഓർബിസ് ഓട്ടോക്രാഫ്റ്റ്, ഒരു 4 years ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഓർബിസ് പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നത്. വളരെ വലിയ സന്തോഷം. കാരണം ഒരുപാട് ഫുൾഫിൽ ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ്, ഒരുപാട് പുതിയ, ഇവിടെ പലരും പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഒരുപാട് പുതിയ അറിവുകളാണ് ഇനി ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് അങ്ങോട്ട് പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ വലിയ ഒരു മേഖല നമുക്ക് മുമ്പിൽ തുറന്നു കിടപ്പുണ്ട്. അതിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് വലിയ സഹായമാണ് MSME DFO അതുപോലെ കൊച്ചിൻ ഷിപ്പ്യാർഡിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്ന് ഈ ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാം വഴി ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. മറ്റൊരു ചെറിയ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് വരുന്നത്, ഇവിടെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു സാറ് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഫിക്കി അതുപോലെ മറ്റ് രജിസ്ട്രേഷനുകളെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള ഒരു അവയർനെസ് പല MSMEകൾക്കും ഇല്ല. അപ്പോൾ അത്തരം ഞങ്ങൾക്കും അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് കൂടുതലില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ ജമ്മു രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ നമ്മൾ ഓൾറെഡി ചെയ്തു. അതുപോലെ ഫിക്കി, KSI അതുപോലെ മറ്റ് രജിസ്ട്രേഷനുകൾ പ്രോസസ്സുകളെ കുറിച്ചൊരു ക്ലാസ്സോ അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ഡീറ്റെയിൽസോ MSMEകൾക്ക് തരണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്. വളരെ നന്ദി. ഈ ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാമിലേക്ക് നന്ദി പറയാൻ സാധിച്ചു.
ഗുഡ് ഈവനിങ് ആൾ. ഞാൻ കോഴിക്കോടാണ്. എൻ്റെ കമ്പനിയുടെ പേര് ബിൽഡക്കർ LLP എന്നാണ്. ശരിക്കും എനിക്ക് ഇവിടെ ഒരു ചാൻസായിട്ട് ഈ ഒരു വലിയൊരു അറിവാണ്, വലിയൊരു അറിവും വലിയൊരു നെറ്റ്വർക്കാണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ പ്രകാശ് സാറ് പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി വലിയൊരു നെറ്റ്വർക്കാണ്. എൻ്റെ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് എനിക്ക് പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താനുള്ള ഒരു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു എന്താ പറയുക PC യൂസ് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു ഞാൻ കണ്ടെത്തിയിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് ഞാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചാൽ അത് കിട്ടുമെന്നുള്ളത്. എൻ്റെ പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് നാച്ചുറൽ ക്ലാഡിംഗ് സ്റ്റോൺ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ സിവിൽ കോൺട്രാക്ടേഴ്സ് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരിതാണ് വരേണ്ടത്. പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ റെയിൽവേ ഒക്കെ സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോൾ അവർ പറഞ്ഞത് റെയിൽവേൻ്റെ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷൻ വിങ്ങുമായിട്ട് സിവിൽ വിങ്ങുമായിട്ടൊക്കെ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടാൽ കുറേ ചാൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഇതിന് മുമ്പ് കുറേ റെയിൽവേക്ക് സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, അതേപോലെ മെട്രോക്ക് സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, അതേപോലെ ഇന്ത്യ മൊത്തത്തിൽ ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈലിൻ്റെ ഷോറൂമുകളിലൊക്കെ സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇൻറ്റീരിയർ ഡെക്കറേഷന് എക്സ്റ്റീരിയർ ഡെക്കറേഷനൊക്കെ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്, നാച്ചുറലാണ് സാധനം. പക്ഷേ ഇത് ഞാൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്ത് തന്നെ MSME യൂണിറ്റ് ആയിട്ടാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ഗുണങ്ങൾ കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇതുപോലുള്ള എല്ലാ പരിപാടികളിലും ഞാൻ പങ്കെടുക്കാറുണ്ട്. എന്ത് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് സഹിച്ചാലും എത്താറുണ്ട്. ഈ 2 ദിവസത്തെ പരിപാടി എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം എൻ്റെ പ്രോഡക്റ്റും എൻ്റെ കമ്പനി ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ളതിനൊക്കെ വലിയൊരു ഗുണകരമായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. താങ്ക് യു ഓൾ ഓഫ് യു.
ഇവിടെ ഒരു ലേഡീസിന് ആരെങ്കിലും ഒരാളെങ്കിലും റെപ്രസെൻ്റ് ചെയ്യട്ടെ എന്ന് വെച്ച് ഞാൻ വന്നതാണ്. എൻ്റെ പേര് കവിത നന്ദകുമാർ. മിഡിൽ ഈസ്റ്റ് റബ്ബർ ആൻഡ് എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് എടയാർ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ ഏരിയയിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നു. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങൾ 2012 സെറ്റ് ചെയ്തതാണ് കമ്പനി. ആക്ച്വലി ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം MSME തൃശ്ശൂരിനെ പറ്റി പറയാനാണെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഇതിനു മുമ്പ് ഒരു GST പ്രോഗ്രാമിനാണ് പങ്കെടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. വളരെ ഇൻഫോർമേറ്റീവായിട്ടുള്ള സെഷൻസ് നമുക്ക് തരുന്നതിൽ എപ്പോഴും ഒരു വലിയൊരു കോൺട്രിബ്യൂഷനാണ് MSME തൃശ്ശൂരിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നുള്ളത്. CSLൻ്റെ ഞങ്ങൾ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഒന്നും കോട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടൊന്നുമില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഒരുപാട് ഒഫീഷ്യൽസിനെ കണ്ടു, എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്നൊക്കെ അവർ അഡ്വൈസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ദാറ്റ് വേ ഇറ്റ് വാസ് വെരി യൂസ്ഫുൾ ടു മീ. പിന്നെ ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഐ എം എ സിവിൽ എഞ്ചിനീയർ. എൻട്രൻസ് കോച്ചിങ് ക്ലാസ്സിന് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇപ്പോഴാണ് ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഈ MSMEയുടെ പ്രോഗ്രാംസിലാണ് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഇതുപോലെ 8 to 5 ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. സോ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് റിയലി ഇൻഫർമേറ്റീവാണ് ആയിരുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച് ടു MSME തൃശ്ശൂർ ആൻഡ് ഓൾസോ ടു CSL. താങ്ക് യു.
നമസ്കാരം, എൻ്റെ പേര് തോമസ്. ഞാൻ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ ഏതാണ്ട് ഒരു 30 വർഷത്തോളം വർക്ക് ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷമാണ് ഒരു എൻ്റർപ്രനറായിട്ട് ഒരു സ്ഥാപനം തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. ഏതാണ്ട് 5 വർഷത്തോളം പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടർ യൂണിറ്റിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തു. അവിടുത്തെ സ്പീഡ് പോരാ, നമ്മൾക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുന്ന അത്രയും സ്പീഡിൽ അവർ നമ്മളെ ചെയ്യാൻ സമ്മതിക്കാത്തത് കൊണ്ട് റിസൈൻ ചെയ്ത് പ്രൈവറ്റ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിലേക്ക് പോയി. അവിടെ നല്ല സ്പീഡിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തു. ഞാൻ BSNL-ലായിരുന്നു, ഡിവിഷണൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുമായിരുന്നു. 27-ാം വയസ്സിൽ റിസൈൻ ചെയ്ത് പ്രൈവറ്റ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി, ടെലികോം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ വന്നു. ആ സമയത്താണ് നമ്മുടെ 3G റിലയൻസ് അതുപോലുള്ള എയർടെൽ കമ്പനികൾ വന്നത് നല്ല സ്പീഡിൽ പോകാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. അതിനുശേഷം ഒരുപാട് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് നമ്മൾക്ക് ബിസിനസ്സിൽ കണ്ടതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു സ്ഥാപനം തുടങ്ങാനായി കുറച്ച് നാൾ ഇതുപോലുള്ള ചില സെമിനാറുകൾ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ ഈ വുമൺ എൻ്റർപ്രണർഷിപ്പിന് 4% അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചില സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ 10%, ചിലയിടത്ത് 15% റിസർവേഷനുകൾ കണ്ടതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു അതിബുദ്ധി കാണിച്ച് എൻ്റെ ഭാര്യയുടെയും മകളുടെയും പേരിൽ കമ്പനി തുടങ്ങി അതിൻ്റെ ചീഫ് ടെക്നിക്കൽ ഓഫീസറായി എന്നെ സാലറിക്ക് ഇരുത്തി ഞാൻ ബിസിനസ് നടത്തി. ആ 3% അഡീഷണൽ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ഓർഡർ എടുത്ത് 1 വർഷം കൊണ്ട് 1 കോടിയിലധികം ടേൺ ഓവർ എടുത്ത് ഇന്ന് അവിടെ നിൽക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചു. എനിക്ക് വളരെ സന്തോഷമുള്ളൊരു കാര്യം പറയാനുള്ളത്, ഈ 2 ദിവസം കൊണ്ട് MSME സെക്ടറും കൊച്ചിൻ ഷിപ്പ്യാർഡും കൂടി ഒരു വലിയ ഇരുമ്പ് മതിൽ MSMEകൾക്ക് പൊളിക്കാൻ സഹായിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഞാൻ പല പ്രാവശ്യം എറണാകുളം നിവാസിയായിട്ട് പോലും കൊച്ചിൻ ഷിപ്പ്യാർഡിൻ്റെ ഗേറ്റ് കടന്ന് അതിൻ്റെ ഓഫീസ് വരെ ചെല്ലാൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിനപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് എനിക്ക് കിടക്കാൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല. കാരണം ഒരുപാട് സീക്രട്ടായിട്ടുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഡിഫൻസ് സെക്ടറിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രൊജക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നൊരു സ്ഥാപനം എന്ന നിലയിൽ പെട്ടെന്നൊരു വെണ്ടർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സപ്ലയർ വന്നാൽ ഒരു ബാരിയറിനപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് നമുക്ക് കടക്കാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. ഇതേ അനുഭവം തന്നെ എനിക്ക് കൊച്ചിൻ റിഫൈനറി ആയിട്ടുണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്, വിക്രം സാരാഭായ് സ്പേസ് സ്റ്റേഷനുമായിട്ടുണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ വലിയ ഇരുമ്പ് മതിൽ 2 മണിക്കൂറിലെ B2B മീറ്റിങ്ങുകളുണ്ട് തകർത്തെറിഞ്ഞ് ഒരു വർഷത്തെ 2 വർഷത്തെ നമ്മളുടെ എഫർട്ട് കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് എത്താൻ പറ്റാത്ത ലെവലിലേക്കുള്ള ആളുകളുടെ കോണ്ടാക്റ്റുകളും ഡീറ്റെയിലുകളും നമുക്ക് കിട്ടി. കമാൻഡർ മോഹൻ സാർ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ലാസ്റ്റ് സ്ലൈഡിൽ അദ്ദേഹം പറയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും എയർഫോഴ്സിനോ മിലിറ്ററിക്കോ സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ എയർ വർത്തിനെസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സീ വർത്തിനെസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലാൻഡ് വർത്തിനെസ് പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യണം. അത് പ്രൂവ് ചെയ്ത കമ്പനികൾക്ക് മാത്രമേ അവിടെ സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കൂ. അപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹത്തെ കണ്ടപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ B2B മീറ്റിങ്ങിൽ ചോദിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി, ഞങ്ങളൊരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് സപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്നതിനേക്കാൾ പ്രയാസമേറിയ ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഈ പറഞ്ഞ സർട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത്. അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞത്, ഞാൻ ഈ കസേരയിൽ അവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ധൈര്യമായിട്ട് വന്നോളൂ, ഈ സർട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടി എന്ന് ഉറപ്പിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ ഈ പൊസിഷനിൽ നിന്ന് ഇറങ്ങിപ്പോകൂ എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഈ അഷുറൻസ് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നത് ഡിഫൻസ് സെക്ടറിൽ നിന്നാണ്. ഇന്നലെ ലഫ്റ്റനൻറ്റ് ജനറൽ സാർ ഇവിടെ വന്നിരുന്നപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹവുമായിട്ടൊരു 2 മിനിറ്റ് നേരത്തേക്ക് സംസാരിക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചുള്ളൂ. അദ്ദേഹം തന്ന അഷുറൻസ് ഇതാണ്, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇമ്പോർട്ട് സബ്സ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടായുള്ള കുറേ സാധനങ്ങൾ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യണം. എൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്പെഷ്യലൈസ്ഡ് ഏരിയ ആണ് ആ സെക്ടർ. അപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം പറയുന്നത്, ഇവിടെ ഉള്ള ആളുകളോട് നിങ്ങൾ സംസാരിക്കുക, സാധിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ MP വഴിയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു മിനിസ്റ്റർ വഴിയോ ഒരു മെസ്സേജ് ഇട്ടാൽ മതി, ഞങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ച് അവർക്ക് റിവേഴ്സ് ഓർഡർ കൊടുക്കും നിങ്ങളെ കാണാനും നിങ്ങളുടെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നടത്തിത്തരാനും. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്രയും വലിയൊരു ഹാൻഡ് ഹോൾഡിങ് ഈ 2 ദിവസം കൊണ്ട് കിട്ടിയെന്നുള്ളത് ഒരു വലിയ സംഗതിയാണ്. അതിന് മേൽനോട്ടം വഹിച്ച നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരു വളരെ വലിയ നന്ദി ഞങ്ങളിവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഭാഗമായിട്ട് പ്രകാശിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്. താങ്ക് യു.
Any more? Okay. Now, 2 പേരെ ആദരിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഉള്ളൊരു നിമിഷമാണിത്. അതിൽ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടത് നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെ ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനായിട്ട് അതായത് നമ്മുടെ ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനായിട്ട് 2 ഓർഗനൈസേഷനുമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കൈകോർക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട നമ്മുടെ ഹോസ്റ്റായിട്ടല്ല, ഒന്ന് നമ്മുടെ ഇവൻറ്റ് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് മിസ്സസ് എക്സിവൻസ് അദ്ദേഹം ഇവിടെയുണ്ട്. രണ്ടാമതായിട്ടുള്ളത് നമുക്ക് ഈ വെന്യൂവും ഭക്ഷണവും ഒരുക്കി നമ്മൾ സഹായിച്ച ഹോട്ടൽ ഗോകുൽ പാർക്ക് അതിൻ്റെ റെപ്രസെൻറ്റേറ്റീവായിട്ട് മിസ്റ്റർ സുമേഷ് ഇവിടെയുണ്ട്. I request Mr. Anil Kumar to come up and receive a memento, and I request Prakash sir to give the memento. Now I request Sri Sumesh to come up and receive a memento. I request Karthikeyan sir to please hand over. ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കാനായിട്ട് വോളണ്ടറി ആയിട്ട് അമൃത ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടിൻ്റെ ബിസിനസ് സ്കൂൾ ഓഫ് അമൃത കൊച്ചിയിൽ നിന്ന് 11 സ്റ്റുഡൻസാണ്. അവർ MBA ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്റ്റുഡൻസാണ്. അവർക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഇവൻറ്റ്സുകളിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കാനും ഒരു 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 എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ലഭിക്കുവാനുമുള്ള ഒരവസരം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തരികയും ഞങ്ങൾ അവർക്കത് കൊടുക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. അതിൻ്റെ സന്തോഷ പ്രകടനമായിട്ട് അവർ ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും ഒരു സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുത്ത് നമ്മൾ അവർക്ക് ഓർമ്മയ്ക്കായിട്ട് അവരുടെ ലൈഫിൽ അതൊരു സപ്പോർട്ടിങ് ഡോക്യുമെൻ്റായിട്ട് തീരുവാനായിട്ട് ഒരു സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് കൊടുത്ത് അവരുടെ സർവീസിനെ നമ്മൾ ആദരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഐ വിൽ കോൾ വൺ ബൈ വൺ. പ്രകാശ് സാർ വിൽ ഹാൻഡ് ഓവർ ദ സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ്. മിസ് മെൽവി തോമസ്, Anjana Hari, Arjun Raj, K. Ashwin Shankar, Rishikesh S. Kumar, Jishnu R, Vishnu R.S., Karun Sajeev, Saveri B, Meghna S. Menon, Arun J, I request Sri Vishesh Agarwal to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening. I want to extend my vote of thanks because already a lot of thanks has been given. And I know all of you may be tired because you have acquired a lot of knowledge, made a lot of contacts, and I hope that all of you are happy. So without wasting much time, I would like to first thank my Joint Director, Shri G.S. Prakash, Head of our Office, MSME Development and Facilitation Office, Thrissur. Sir has been constantly behind the team of this National Vendor Development Program, and it is, I hope, all of you will agreed with me on this, that it is a grand success. Thank you very much, sir. Next, I would like to thank DGM Sri Kumar sir, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Cochin Shipyard has been constantly involved with us in all sort of ways, and their whole team was with us throughout the journey, and it was a beautiful association with you, sir. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to thank Sri Devi Madam, Seena Madam. Actually, I was not in the core team, so, but she's almost a MSME DFO official, if you could say like that, because that much interaction Martin sir and his team was having with her. So, on behalf of MSME Development Institute, I thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to thank Shri Karthikeyan sir, DGM SIDBI. Sir has been, even now he was saying that it's a mutual benefit for him as well as for us. Like MSMEs could interact with him and he could interact with MSME. So it was a beautiful thing from his association was very beautiful for us, and he helped us also in all ways. So thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank the MSME DFO team, which is behind this whole event for the past 2 months. From A to Z, they were doing this. I would like to thank the hotel Gokulam team, the event managers. I would like to thank the media personals who gave wide publicity. I would like to thank our MSME group. We have lots of MSME WhatsApp groups and their admins. They have done great publicity, and like Martin sir said that usually the registrations as well as the participation, there is a huge gap. But this particular event, the gap was less than 20%. And that is a great success for the part of the coordinators who all work for this. So I thank you. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the public sector enterprises, all the government departments, and all the entrepreneurs who have come here and who have mutually benefited from this National Vendor Development Program. And it was graced by definitely our Honorable Minister of State, Shri Bhanu Pratap Singh Verma ji, inaugurated this occasion. So all the political representatives as well, I thank all of them, one and all. Thank you. Now, let us all rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे